All right, Friday night, party night, also a long weekend. Which is not to say I get twice as drunk because it's further. No, but I'm probably going to get drunk. I don't know, party. But I am making a cocktail. This is not even for a video. This is Mrs. Angry asked me to make a cocktail. And so a cocktail I make. Just put some bitters in this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Of good old Peychaud's bitters. Let's do this. Some of this. Hey, honey, how's it going? And I'm just going to stir this up. Oh my fucking god, that tastes good. Okay. One for me, one for Mrs. Angry. Making the same. All right. Okay, and I'm going to put a cherry in each, even though it's not traditional. Oh, okay, that's a good omen. Hitting a cherry on first step. Ooh, thought I had a double whammy there. All right. And down, first drink of the night. All right. Oh, that's bottle going good. Back in a minute. Just taking this Mrs. Angry. Said, I made it. First made it. 9.5. Yeah. All right. Time to settle down for a little. Strictly say your hello. Pulling up a chair. Okay. Oh. So what's this? The Corova Milk Bar sold Milk Plus. Milk plus Velocet. What we were drinking. This would sharpen you up, make you ready for a bit of old. Oh, sorry. It took me so long to pick that up that you're doing Clockwork Orange. I'm settling for a Sazerac. A Christmas chocolate Sazerac. And it's so friggin' good. Yeah, I think A Clockwork Orange is a very good movie. Satire about violence and the things people want to blame violence upon. Oh, fuck me, that's good. Okay, that's like top of my list of favorite cocktails. A chocolate Sazerac. Classic Sazerac was always one of my favorites. Oh, I'm amazed at how much I like the one with the chocolate in it. Hey, Rays, how are you going? Oh God, is this going to get Clockwork Orangey, Strictly Sega? Remember, I had a babysitter after school go to her house and do homework. It's they're just that's like the first half of a hell of a story. Just got home. Yeah, I suppose it is just after 5. Where are you? One day, her sister came over right after seeing Clockwork Orange, telling you never want to watch it. Most violent movie. Oh my God, you're telling like a teenage boy that? Of course, you wanted to see it after that. My God, had a crazy day. Well, that's a plus. Gotta love that. Seen Clockwork Orange a few times. I think once in a cinema. But yeah, well, I mean, Kubrick broadly makes good films. Might not be a great person, but broadly makes good films. Clockwork Orange is a good one. Oh God, a cinema here in Melbourne is doing a Kubrick retrospective. They are actually showing all of his films. I'm not surprised your initial reaction after the build-up was disappointment, but I'm glad to see it grew on you. Saw a Rocky Horror Picture Show for the first time in the States with fiance. Oh, was that like with people dressing up and shouting back at the screen and stuff? Okay, that's a weird double feature. I suppose not, really. Kubrick, yeah, okay. Mm. We gotta fucking love that cocktail so much. That's what you're in love with. 2001, I like. Trippy as fuck film, and does seem to have all those effects at the end that would kick in just when your acid kicked in if you dropped acid at the start of the movie. Yeah, and I probably prefer Clockwork Orange to 2001. I think my favorite Kubrick moment is the shot at the start of the Shining following the car going up the twisty mountain road. There was just something about the visuals in that I was just like, wow, I've not seen anything like this. And hello, Hannah. How are you this evening? Oh, no, Hannah, more stories. Made a terrible mistake which will backfire horribly at work tomorrow. Yet you can't stop laughing about it. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What have you done, Hannah? What have you done? To take my phone out my pocket. See, now I don't know. I've gotten to the freaking start and just having a cocktail, not making a video. Don't know if I can be asked to make any videos tonight. I'll have to see. You bit the side of your tongue and you have an ulcer on top and bottom. Keep slurring your words and it sounds very drunk. Okay. I feel like I'm getting a vibe about where we might be going with this. I also hate that biting your tongue and you get the swelling and you can't stop biting that. Man in the furry bear suit giving head in The Shining. Well, it was definitely full of what the fuck moments. Oh, the woman, the old and rotting woman in the bathtub. That was, I don't know. That was speaking to me of some sexual trauma of his, I think. Lemonheads, you and a friend went to a Kubrick exhibit. Each room was a different movie. Prop scripts. Shining Room had the carpet and the typewriter. Clockwork Orange had the dicky used to kill people. There you go. Classy. That's a classy exhibit. Oh, God, that's good. Ah, that's just some pure enjoyment, that drink. Oh wow, yes. What would be in a Full Metal Jacket room? The helmet, maybe? Born to Kill? I mean, there's no question Kubrick's a good filmmaker. Different films are going to hit you differently, depending what you like. And what have you discovered through Gaviscon trick works for ulcers? Oh, nice. Well, that's a plus. Yeah. Look at what cocktail I was going to make. My video ideas. Now I had actually decided what I was going to make. The Teleco Cobbler, whiskey, sherry, pineapple. I want to make that. It sounds really good. And a pink mist. I should put foamer in that too. We just look cool. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll still make them as warm-ups. My obsessive self-pleasures. You mean the people I said were going to be join me? Oh, change of plans. One of them had food poisoning, so we're going to maybe do it next week. Love with Kubrick, you can find something new. Oh, I mean, he puts so much into the movies. It just layers upon layers of stuff. Hey, Big Pat, how you doing, mate? Lemonhead. So the exhibition was done by the Toronto International Film Festival. Google image TIFF Stanley Kubrick exhibit. Nice. Actually, I think I will look that up. Stanley Kubrick exhibit. There you go, Stanley Kubrick. At the TIFF website. Let's see if this is going to load. It's acting a bit weird, like it's not going to. Maybe if I just do an image search. Okay, you know what? It's too big a hassle. There are lots of images if you do an image search for the TIFF Stanley Kubrick exhibit. There are lots of pictures. Ah, goodness gracious me. Oh my god, that was so yummy. Oh, can anything else measure up to it? He asks. No, the first thing I have to do is if I'm going to make this, I need to go out and get a piece of ice. Have I seen Behind the Scenes Shining? Yes, I know both of those. Jack Nicholson's getting ready for the scene with the axe is quite interesting, but Kubrick was psychotically cruel to Shelley Duvall, like inexcusably so. That's why I was saying when I was talking about Kubrick being a good filmmaker, not necessarily a great person. The way he traumatized Shelley Duvall was inexcusable. And fuck anyone who says something about, oh, it's all up there on the screen. Fuck you. She's an actor. She can act. You don't actually have to physically terrorize her. Um, that's some macho bullshit. All right. Excuse me for 60 seconds. I'm going to go out and get a big thing of ice. And I'm going to make a cocktail video. All right, all right, all right. Let's get it going on. Are we talking about potentially booking Comic Con? I mean, good thinking to wait and see what's actually on there. Okay. Now, make this video. Uh, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm doing this thing where I'm clumsy when I haven't been drinking. Then I'm not clumsy after I've had a few drinks. What's all that about? Okay. Get that ready. Alrighty, geez, what am I going to do when I use up this corn whiskey? Well, that day's a ways off yet. Let's do that. Put this here for now. Sherry, okay. Okay. Okay, we want this, and this, and this. Cherry, pineapple syrup, lemon juice, orange bitters. Okay. Get some stuff out of the way. Hey. All right. All right. Let's think of doing comic. Okay. Get my GoPro ready to go, yo. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. We'll go there. We'll bring this around here. Okay. Wo ist meine Orange Bitters? Peychaud's Bitters back. Got Orange Bitters here. Corn whiskey. Right. I think we're going to do 3/4 of an ounce corn whiskey. Oh, I haven't opened this bottle of sherry. Right. Okay, with the tag. Oh, fuck you. Little tag that was meant to make it easy to open broke. Thank you very much. Why is it doing this to me? Come on, goddammit. Okay, God. That was more trouble than it needed to be, quite honestly. Yes, that's kind of how I'm feeling at the moment, strictly Sega. Thought drinking made you clumsy, so you quit, but then you found out you're just clumsy. I think that's a big issue for me. Oh, right, okay, we're doing that. Okay. That'll do. Now, are we all ready? Sherry, bitters, pineapple syrup, lemon juice, and firmer. Okay. I think we're ready to do this. Then I'll be sitting down for a while. Okay, how's that framing? Looks fine. Okay. Putting on the pineapple syrup. Then there's some lemon juice. Okay, 2 dashes of orange bitters. And some foaming agent. Okay. Let's put that to there. Yeah. Jesus. What I said about being clumsy before I've been drinking. Start this up. But that as much exercise as I want tonight, honestly. Shaking it to get that boom. Nice. Okay. Stopping the GoPro. What am I missing? Right, the truth. Okay. Is that going to be some joke about you're being muzzled and can't speak the truth? Is that what we're doing? Doing a bit? All right. Now we do the talking bit. You've already decided it's your troll, Rays. I shan't argue with you because I suspect you're right. All right. Got to do the talking bit now. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is called a Teleco Sour. Well, it's my version of the recipe I found. The original recipe said to make it with a Tennessee whiskey. I think it was actually originally created as a promotion for Jack Daniels, which is not a thing I'm using. My whiskey is an Australian corn whiskey. This is done in the style of Tennessee whiskies or even bourbons, but it's made in Australia, so they certainly can't call it that. It's just a corn whiskey. It's also got a little sherry and a pineapple syrup and bitters and lemon juice. So it's not that far removed from a whiskey sour, but I am quite interested in the byplay between the sherry and the pineapple in particular, along with the usual whiskey sour elements. So I'll give it a taste. Oh, that does not disappoint. This is one I think you should try. Here's how we make it. In a shaker, put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of corn whiskey, and then 2/3 of an ounce or 20 mils of sherry, and 2/3 of an ounce or 20 mils of pineapple sugar syrup, then 1/3 of an ounce or 10 mils of lemon juice, and finally 2 dashes of orange bitters. If you want it to be foamy, you can add egg white, aquafaba, or I'm doing a few drops of Wonder Foam. Add ice to the shaker, shake that good and hard for at least 15 or 20 seconds if you want it to be really foamy, and then strain that into a rocks glass over ice. Well, that was a big laugh. In line with the corn whiskey element in this, the recommended garnish was actually some baby corn or a charred piece of corn, neither of which I had. Kind of a cute little accoutrement if you want to do that on there, but I think this stands quite well on its own. Really interesting twist on a whiskey sour, an all-time classic. Maybe you'll go for this one too, the Tellico Sour. No, it's a Tellico Cobbler. If you want to try this one yourself, it's the Tellico Cobbler. Give it a go, and I hope to see you again sometime soon. Until I do see you, I hope you take care of yourself, and I do want to see you again. Until I do, I will say cheers. That was rambling a bit. I got thrown off by Mrs. Angry's very vocal laugh, very loud laugh. It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. Oh, I have to wipe this. Okay. Let's get some shit happening. Okay. Close that down. Ooh lally. Yeah, trying to put the aircon on. I can't feel it yet. It feels a bit clammy in here. I'm sure I'll survive. Oh, I can't even see their avatar. What's their avatar? And yeah, you're probably right about that too, Rays. Also, you went and checked out Comic-Con. Worth going is your take. Do. Oh man, that fucking Sazerac though. I think I might just drink Sazeracs all night. It's a black guy in a suit. It's like just like Google image search type of thing. I'm going to very quickly look at something. Let me. I'm just gonna. Okay. Nothing to see here, as the saying goes. Fair enough. Nice, you're going Saturday. Ooh, early bird tickets. Nice. Did you see negative self-talk? We were talking shit about someone else. Oh, man. I never would have thought I would get into sherry, but I really like sherry in cocktails, actually. I haven't been to Sexpo for a while. It's usually fun. I love that phrase, self-loathe in silence. Loathe others publicly and loudly. I just want to make more of that Sazerac. I think I might not make any more videos. Just going to make Sazeracs all night because it's so fucking good. Oof. Wowza, wowza, wowza. Not who are you asking this about? What, Strictly Sega? VIP tickets are a normal general admission enough. I don't know what that's in relation to or who it's directed to. Yeah, if it's to raise a Comic Con, there's your answer. Oh, that is actually really good. Are you talking about Sexpo? I've only ever got normal tickets when I've gone. And I don't even know what. Now I'm going to look it up. What is happening at Sexpo? Should be going to Sexpo Perth, I guess. 2024. Or is it just at Melbourne? No, there you go. There's one in Perth. Or is it? Perth Convention and Exhibition Centre, 5th to 7th. So in about a month. Wow, what have I got here? Meet and greet with Johnny Sins and your various models. Show features on the main stage. A kink workshop lounge. Oh, that requires a lounge or a VIP pass. Adult retail shopping, and we do that. The female strip lounge requires a lounge or VIP pass. Sex ed male strip lounge also requires a lounge or VIP pass. X runway adult fashion parade and an amateur strip competition. Wow, $250 prize. I wonder how you have to convince someone you're an amateur. About back in Perth for the first time in 6 years. There you go. Let's see if there's anything out of the ordinary at it. Just models appearing. Exhibitors. Who are exhibitors? Jewelry. Cheeky waffles. Do they make naughty waffles? All these things with no icon. It's a bit weird. Am I pretending? I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know any of this stuff at all. Oh, it's the site seems weird and incomplete, actually. But anyway, you love waffles, you'll love naughty waffles even more. I'm assuming they're naughty waffles because they're at Sexpo. Ah, goodness gracious me. Ah, well, easing into a Friday night, which for me here is going to be quieter than I was expecting. But that probably just means I'll get rowdier on the stream all by myself. Drinkies and rowdiness on the air. The on the air sign is looking good tonight. Naughty waffles and maple syrup. That yeah, that sounds like something I've seen on Pornhub too. Actually, now I want to. I because I didn't even look at the waffles thing. Now I'm just going to reopen it and look at what the waffle. I'm assuming they, it's waffle molds that look like, naughty bits. And now it's not loading. Yep, no, I got that that's not working. Why is, oh, Jesus Christ. Did I just crash Sexpo? It was working a minute ago. Or did my internet die? I don't know. No AFL in Melbourne. God, who'd want to be in fucking 39-degree heat? Melbourne Storm playing in Melbourne Park. They're going to friggin' die. Oh, yeah, no, age stuff is very creepy, Strictly Sega. Okay, this is really weird. The Sexpo site that was working a minute ago, now I can't load it. That is so weird. What's all that about? I have no idea what it's going to be feels like, actually. But it's going to be 38, 39 all 3 days of the long weekend. See if it loads on. Okay, this is really weird. A minute ago, the site was loading, and now it won't. That is really, really weird. I don't know what's going on there. So yeah, Lemonhead's quick conversion, that's over 100 Fahrenheit, 3 days in a row. No, it just won't load. And there's a thing for refresh that work. It's like really weird. It was all just working and now it isn't. It's kind of like they went, oh, that angry Aussie looking at Sexpo. We don't want his type here. Let's stop the page from loading for him. Yeah, well. What the hell ever, Sexpo? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you remember, I used to do the videos both with Eva and Viola, and also the Ask Mistress M sex questions, sex and relationship questions, and they had contacts, and so that's the last time I went when I was making those videos because I got tickets. I think that's basic. That could be it. No, we've had enough of Melbourne people and Sexpo. It's just Perth people this year. You're eating cheese. I had cheese. I had cheese-filled naan from the supermarket and used that as base for mini pizzas. Put the tomato paste and more cheese and bacon on it. And it was super fucking yummy. Motorhead came on in the background. Moment of silence, one of the two gods. Well, Lemmy was quite the character. No argument for me about Lemmy being a one of a kind. Oh, okay, that was really good. All right, I'm on a winner. Maybe I should make the other video I was going to make. I've been very successful with cocktails tonight. Hey, Celtic, how are you doing? Yep, that's literally what popped into me. Motorhead doing Ace of Spades on the young ones. $10 Fahrenheit in Toronto. 10 or 10 Fahrenheit or 10 Celsius? Went for a walk, 4 a.m., shorts and a sweatshirt. I bet that's really peaceful. Yep, Lemmy was the man. I know. See, everything's all over the place tonight. I don't know if I'm going to make videos or not. Oh, you got the creme de cacao? Oh, a fucking chocolate Sazerac. Celtic. Am I getting intoxicated tonight? Does the Pope fuck bears in the woods? Wait, I mixed that up. Or did I? Get your coffee on. It would go well, creme de cacao, with coffee stuff. 10 Celsius. That's kind of nice degree. Yeah, big difference. 10 Celsius and 10 Fahrenheit. Very different experience. Rays, I don't know if the Pope does, but huge amounts of the Catholic Church do. Ah, when am I getting burger balls? That's a big question. Tomorrow, no. Um, Not for the next 3 days. Fucking 39 Celsius. I will just be staying in the house. Thank you very much. I'm just making fucking chocolate Sazeracs all night. I swear to God, they're so good. I like this one. I mean, I like pretty much all my shirts. This is a very kind of 60s. A lot of them are very 50s, 60s. I just need this little. See, it says there's a bottle of gin. Martini. I should get my martini out. I haven't had my freezer martini for a little while. Drinking cider with a Y. One of my favorite ciders markets their drink with a Y. Did Dave Grohl speak at Lemmy's funeral? That seems appropriate. Well, absinthe is a good but not necessary part. Actually, what you really just making your life more difficult. What you really need for a Sazerac is Peyshaw's bitters. I tell you what, Celtic King, I'll be wearing the angry kilt this weekend. I'm not doing a stream tomorrow night. Mrs. Angry and I are going to a pub, which has hopefully got good air conditioning. But I almost definitely will on Sunday night. And because I don't have to get up early on Monday, maybe do a late stream on Sunday night, I'll almost definitely wear the kilt on Sunday night stream. Oh, you see Dave Grohl's eulogy for Lemmy. It's nice. Oh, that sounds nice. Normal bitters is fine. It's basically that you let it all hang out. Well, you know the saying, Safa, what's worn underneath the kilt? Nothing. It's all in perfect working order. So yeah, strictly Sega, the top three bitters that you should get is obviously aromatic bitters, which is Angostura. The second most important one is probably orange bitters, but then the third one would be Peyshaw's bitters. And honestly, you can just keep going forever. Well, I mean, honestly, if your family member who died was a famous rock god, and you got a thing saying Dave Grohl wants to give the eulogy, are you gonna say no? I think you're gonna say yes. And basically, you can keep on going. There you can see that's my bitters. There we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I don't know, I've got somewhere in the region of 20 sorts of bitters. I do remember a friend once saying they went to a bar and they thought they were trying too hard because they had 6 different sorts of bitters in a bar. And I was like, uh-huh. Oh, you're upset that a bar had 6 different types of bitters? Speaking of which, I'm just going to put the lid back on this. Because all things being equal, I can just see myself not. I don't think I am going to make any more videos. You know what? I'm getting my fucking martini out though. I'm just going to go to the freezer and get my freezer martini. Okay, we are officially in look the fuck out territory. Angry has the freezer martini out. Making room. Get my stylish martini glass. I think I got to get the highball version of these. It's the last one I don't have. Got Coke in a tin can on the strong stuff. You do you, buddy. You want Gigi Allen to speak at your funeral? Nice. Yeah. It is a good idea to put stuff away when you've made the drink. It's all out of the way up there. Oh, look, ASMR. Who's got headphones on? Love that sound. Ugh. Oh, where's my orange peel? Put that in there. I love that. Came through so clear. Felt that in your chest. See, it's all about the ASMR. I've been threatening to do like a 1 hour cocktail ASMR. Just things like the glug, 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 ice clinking in a glass. Anyway, I have not actually tasted this version of the freezer martini because I topped it up. God, probably a couple of weeks ago. Oh, it's savory now. I put some brine, olive brine in it. Ooh, now it's all savory. Nice. That is some good stuff. So cold. Colder than my dead black heart. I think next time I'll put some a sweeter style of gin in there for the contrast. Because I like some contrast. Oh god, I got the ghost of so many different gins in here. Do you just have that on? Was that a Control V by accident? Whoops. Milk Plus. There you go. Aquavitae. Water of life. You don't have to be sorry. It's just funny. It's funny that it popped up just as I was downing my rather potent martini. It's a wild and crazy time. Oh yeah, no. Difford's has code that stops you copying stuff. Which, like, well and good. They want to do that. Just a little bit longer to type it out. He wants to be, precious and pretend he's not on the internet. And I can't just copy something, but I can type it in. Oh God, what do you have programmed into your keyboard with a hotkey? Oh dear, I dread it. I'm going to brace myself with a sip of a bracingly cold martini. Oh yes, 106 miles to Chicago. Full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it. Nice. Yes, Blues Brothers. As soon as it's 106 miles to Chicago, I was like, yeah, I know what we're doing here. It just reminded me, in the early days of online chat in the 90s using MIRC, there's a period where there was a command. You'd just be like exclamation and file name. And if anyone in the chat had that file name on their computer, it would play that sound. So we actually had a thing among my regular friends on the chat that we did all have the same sound files on our computers. So you could just type a little command and you knew it was going to play on other people's computers. It was fun. Ah. Oh, yeah. Ah, the contrast between the things I've been drinking tonight. Very yummy stuff. Oh, God. Tropic Thunder. The weirdest thing about that speech is he was right. Like, they were taking the piss out of Hollywood all through that movie. He's like, yes, Hollywood loves when actors play someone with a disability, but if you go the whole way, uh, you make people uncomfortable and they won't give you the award. And it's kind of like it was a joke in the Ricky Gervais series Extras, Helena Bonham Carter saying you just do a Holocaust movie if you want an Academy Award. Lo and behold, she did a Holocaust movie and got nominated for an Academy Award. Oh, Safa, I hear the Biden supporters jizzing in their pants about how Biden went pretty hard in his State of the Union speech. Right. Yeah, well, it's the danger of quoting things, man. Uh, I love Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder as just like a psychopathic film producer. It's such an un-Tom Cruise role, and he's so good in it. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Robert Downey Jr. does the commentary track to Tropic Thunder in character. Oh my God. Yeah. It's funny how different people, and I mean also different people of color, react to the Robert Downey blackface thing because they're obviously making fun of an actor, a white actor who thought they were doing method and got brown pigment implanted to play a black character, and they absolutely explicitly point out that it's bullshit. But different people take it differently. And that's fine. Hey, Rain. Hey, by the way. Yeah, it probably is true that Tropic Thunder just keeps coming up here. Oh, gosh. Okay, Rays, let us in. What happens in the dodgeball commentary track? Shout out to the ladies. It's actually a bit quiet on that front this evening, but that's the way it goes. But you have dodgeball, so you could listen to the commentary track. Oh, oh man. Oh, I love that straight out of the freezer. God damn. Okay, what are we up to? 9 o'clock. How many drinks have I had? 3. I might have one more and then slow to thick down. So they play roles. Stiller bullies the producer, and they're Players in a place are drunk. Oscillates with them leaving the studio. Sound guys talk about playing another movie's comment. That actually sounds fun. Rain, doing pretty well. How's things with you? Lemonheads, thank you so much for dropping in. Always a pleasure. My missus, other end of the house, I made her a cocktail earlier, so she's happy. Did hear her laughing really loudly earlier. I was supposed to have guests here tonight, but one of them got food poisoning, so we're putting it off to maybe next week. You've seen a few commentary tracks get meta. Another thing. Oh god, it just reminds me. In back in the day, The Onion, the website, the satire website, The Onion, and their pop culture thing, The Onion AV Club. They for a while had a column called Commentary Tracks of the Damned, and it was basically DVD releases of shitty movies, like movies that failed commercially and failed critically. And so by the time the DVD release comes out, everyone involved knows that everyone thinks the movie's shit, and they still have to do a commentary track, knowing that people basically think the movie's shit. And fuck me, they pulled out some funny ones. Just how acrimonious some of the commentary tracks get. It's pretty funny. So Mel Brooks keeps trailing off the middle of sentences while watching Spaceballs. He's a funny guy. Just love commentary tracks. It's just there's not enough time to listen to all the commentary tracks. You want to get Departures seasons 1 to 3 so you can hear it. Favorite videography ever. I love the entire concept of the docuseries. Wow. That would be dedication to watch 3 seasons of something with a commentary track. I have watched the Lord of the Rings special edition with commentary tracks. That's really good. Big Trouble in Little China is a good one. Nice. Fuck it, man. I'm making another chocolate Sazerac. I think that's my new favorite thing. Not even going to bother to get rid of the foam in this glass. Fuck it. This is casual mode. Actually, that is an excellent point. The ones where they give good technical discussion really is. Oh, one of them had food poisoning, so we've put it off till maybe next week. So it's just me. That look, honestly, Rays, that literally might be happening. Anne-Marie said she was throwing up. Maybe she was sparing our sensibilities from the full extent of it. I'm just going to go over here and make it. Oh wow, yeah, this is standing up and going. I'm feeling those drinks. This is going to be last alcohol for a while. It will be non-alcoholic drinks for a while after this. But while the going is good, let's fucking do it. I'm doing the Christmas brandy again. Gonna split it with a rye whiskey, high proof rye whiskey, Gospel Legacy rye, a little bit of sugar syrup. Dun, dun. That's probably enough. Probably too much, truth be told. Oh, but that sugar syrup is so good. Man, I make good stuff. All right. Delving into the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Not the sex hat cupboard, regardless of what Dr. Abigail says. No, it's the sex hat cupboard. Get back in there, sex hat. I just wanted to get the white cream to cacao. Ugh. Let's go with the white cream to cacao. All right. Und Kurt is back. Oof. We shall do a splash of absinthe. Straight in the glass. Fuck it. I'm a big boy. I can handle it if there's some extra. And some of the Christmas brandy. This stuff is fucking awesome. Put a lot of absinthe in there, I think. Some of the rye whiskey. Oops, that's a lot of rye whiskey. Guess who's not drinking any more alcohol for a while after this? Peychaud's bitters. Where's my Peychaud's bitters? I'm gonna be a real Creole man with Peychaud's bitters. AKA Dr. Peychaud's health tonic. Sunday a dentist. Oh, there we go. Okay. Wow, Total Recall with Arnie doing commentary would be good. On Laserdisc, there's commentary for Armageddon, Ben Affleck, Cripsish. I've heard that, yes. Ray's got to run to your dad's catch up. Yeah, okay. Do that, man. Oh, nice. Taking a camera to Comic-Con. It's always a good time. All right. Stirring my cocktail. It's another variation of chocolate Sazerac. Lately, it's my thing. All right, I'm going to put the orange peel in here. So Hot Fuzz has 4 commentaries. One of them is Quentin Tarantino, and Edgar Wright spent the whole thing talking about Death Wish 4. Nice. And how creepy the director of Death Wish 4 was. Oh my God. That's some wild stuff. Like people who know Hollywood gossip. Oh my God, that's so fucking good. Oh, maybe a tiny bit too much absinthe, but it's fucking good. Oh, just like chocolate licorice flavor, and the aroma is so good. Fucking yum. Oh. Lorks a lordy. What a fucking treat of a drink. You saw how creepy it was. You know the lady in Star Trek Next Gen who's an empath? He's in Death Wish 4. That must have been very early in her career. Oh, yes. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Very exploitative sort of movie. It wasn't that long ago I sat down and watched, I think it was the first time I'd watched Death Wish, the original, through from beginning to end. Lots of it was different to what I expected. What was really interesting, gang of young hoodlums doing the unspeakable in the original Death Wish includes a very young Jeff Goldblum. It's not even a speaking role. But yeah, must have been one of the first films he was in. A non-speaking role as a creepy young thug. I love it when you watch an old movie and you see someone who you weren't expecting to see in the movie, and they're much younger than you've ever seen them in a movie. I've got Death Wish 3, young Bill from Bill and Ted. He literally must be a child, I assume. Oh man. I tell you one thing, at least the majority of sequels of action films have higher production values than most of them did in the 70s and 80s. Like the later Death Wish films are just terrible. So cheaply produced. Well, I was just thinking suddenly as I said that, an exception. Uh, Most of the Dirty Harry movies are really well made. Okay, I'm not familiar with that movie. Fool's Parade, very young Kurt Russell with Jimmy Stewart. But then again, Kurt Russell did a whole bunch of Disney stuff when he was very young. Like when he was a kid through to a teenager, he was doing Disney stuff. Um, oh God, what was the one? The computer wore tennis shoes. It was one of those ones that's a classic with the guy when they spill water on the computer and it goes. Brrr. It doesn't destroy the computer. The computer fuses with a human. It's like in the 80s movie Electric Dreams when the guy spills champagne on the computer. It doesn't destroy the computer. It goes brrr, and the computer becomes self-aware. And it's just like, that's not how electronics works. They get wet, they stop working. So in Fool's Parade, they get released from jail. Jimmy Stewart manages to save 20 grand, which is like 400. Yeah, that makes sense. He also overloaded it with info from the mainframe. Yeah, but the big thing is he spills champagne on it and it comes to life with a female persona who's in love with him. It's just like, that's not how electronics works. Anyway, um, how can I complain about Electric Dreams when it has that awesome Giorgio Moroder soundtrack? Pure fucking 80s, honestly. So that's it's really about the soundtrack. It's not really about the movie at all. So I also love that you instantly know Electric Dreams and the other plot devices. Computers becoming self-aware when they have various fluids and was a master's level subject. It seems like it. It's just kind of like things that if you know computers, you know that's just going to stop working. In Hollywood, that means no, the computer becomes self-aware. Safa, am I doing a late nighter? That's what I'm planning, which is why this is the last alcohol I'm drinking for a little while. Because I'll just go, if I keep drinking at the pace I have for this first hour, I'll just end up under the table. So I'm going to drink non-alcoholic things. Right. Hello, Justin. How you doing? Anyway, back to Fool's Parade. George Kennedy's in it. Oh, wow. Tries to kill Jimmy Stewart. And the other two guys try to stop him catching the check. Yeah. Oh. I mean that there's probably a movie with that Safa, a computer being pregnant. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there's probably one because Hollywood notoriously portrays computer stuff really stupidly. So it's just the way it goes. Okay, and also back to Electric Dreams. It was a male computer, fell in love with Virginia Madsen, who lives upstairs. Oh, okay. That's how bad my memory of it was. It's a male computer that falls in love with Virginia Madsen. She lives upstairs. And it was Bud Cort from Harold and Maude. There you go. See, that's how badly I remember it. Thank you for the correction, Strictly Sega. I thought it was female and fell in love with the male protagonist. Nice wordplay, Safa. Electric Wet Dreams. It was basically it. So she played the cello, and and the computer was just doing tiddly bonk Chip tunes. You've got the movie on Laserdisc and the soundtrack on vinyl. But again, I mean the soundtrack. Fucking class 80s Giorgio Moroder soundtrack. Can't fault the soundtrack, man. Pure 80s. Title track sung by the guy who was the singer from the Human League. Sorry, Justin, that's a completely normal dream. Everyone has that dream. Doesn't mean it's not weird, though. It's definitely a weird dream when you realize you're at school as an adult. It's very weird. I sometimes have school dreams and I wake up with a nagging sense of anxiety that I have an assignment due. Fucks with my head, honestly. Oh yeah, no, that's true. The whole film clip, whole soundtrack was 80s stuff. Culture Club, Phil Collins. The score was Giorgio Moroder, though, wasn't it? I know the songs were everyone. Oh, wow. That's my kind of concert. If they get into if they do John Hughes soundtracks, best thing about John Hughes movies was the soundtracks. And I broadly like John Hughes movies, but still the best thing about them was the soundtracks in my mind. He was very good at picking just awesome songs. You're hoping for Electric Dreams in the concert. They'd have to, wouldn't they? A concert about 80s movies? They'd have to do Electric Dreams. I don't know. You have to see. Oops, breathed in at the wrong time. That was almost bad. Almost a coughing fit, but I kept it in check. So Electric Dreams was directed by the dude who did the Billie Jean, Aha, Take On Me things. Also did the 1990 Ninja Turtles movie. That also reminds me, another music video guy who ended up making movies, Russell Mulcahy, did the original Highlander and a few other movies, and he cut his teeth on music videos. Oh, really? Electric Dreams was a Richard Branson project. There you go. Oh, yeah, Oh, so you've already watched the newest one, Safa? I'll see. Halo's like my Saturday recovery thing from a stream. If I hit it hard on the Friday night, just crash on the lounge and watch an episode of Halo. I mean, that makes sense. Branson wanted a movie to fill with the Virgin Music label stuff. I feel there's a couple of series coming up, and I'm thinking that could be some good viewing. I'm definitely going to start watching at least. I don't know if I like, but The Gentleman on Netflix, a Guy Ritchie series inspired by the Guy Ritchie movie, The Gentleman, which I really liked. And there's a sci-fi one called The Three Body Problem, which looks pretty good. I'm going to give that a go when it comes out. Oh, yes. So you liked Highlander 1. And there's like Extreme Rain. Too bad they ruined it. 2 and 3 were garbage. Absolutely terrible. I mean, there was a whole bunch of stuff in Highlander 1 that's stupid as hell, but it's just enjoyable. So you've been doing Jackie Chan movies, 10 Jackie Chan movies. Well, he's got an amazing career, to be sure. Saf got new headphones. Congratulations. Only 2 years, there. Are you doing some traveling, Safa? Getting a new passport? I'm not traveling. Okay, here's a funny thing. I got this thing from Vic Roads that there'd been a data breach that wasn't Vic Roads' fault, but as a result, they're going to issue me a new license. And I don't know if they're going to ask me to come in for a photo, but if they don't, I'm just pulling out my license. Okay, so when did I get this one? Okay, I got this in 2021. So in the midst of lockdown, they just said, that's okay. We'll send you a new license. We'll use the photo we've got on file. And the photo on file was from a 10-year license. So the photo that's currently on my license is 13 years old. So if this license had run its course, by the time this license ran out, the photo on it would be 20 years old. It already doesn't look anything like I look now. But in another, 6 or 7 years, it's really not going to look away. But if they say we're going to send you a new one, and if they don't ask me to come in for a photo and they use the photo on file again, by the time that license runs out, if it's a 10-year license, the photo will be 25 years old, which is just ridiculous. Fun. Do Dubbo people have passports? Yes, you need a passport to get out of Dubbo. Oh, the last Jackie Chan you watched, I've never even heard of that one. Bleeding Steel, 2017, runs down the Sydney Opera House. Wow. At least there's Homer Simpson's photo on file with 100 cigarettes stuffed in his mouth. No. I'm sure if I ever do anything bad or something bad happens to me and I'm in the news, people search my social media for a photo to use. They'll use the one Corey, Mr. Safety, took about 10 years ago when I was drunk and talking. And he took a photo with a flash when he kind of knew, because of the way I was talking, he had a funny expression. And I'm basically like, and that's the thing that would be in the media if something happened to me. Steel is, oh gosh, kind of depends what you're referring to. Is that the one that's with the black lead character? Because there were a whole bunch of spin-off characters when they killed Superman 20 odd years ago, and Steel was one of them. But there's probably many movies called Steel, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. So if you had a shave, I mean, honestly, if Vic Roads say, we want to give you a new license, how about you come in for a new photo? I'll say, yes, I will. Thank you. Was it Shaq in Steel? I knew it was someone kind of funny. I can't remember. I've never seen it. It did not do well. But the character came out of when they killed Superman, and there were all these spin-off things, Steel, Last Kryptonian, and the whole thing. But yeah, no, I know you, Safa. If you shave, you do look fairly baby face. Yes. All I know, I've never seen the Steel movie. All I know is it did not do well. Christ, I'm probably just going to make more chocolate Sazeracs tonight. Oh yeah, okay, Rain, it is. You love the Steel movie with Shaq. Nice. Yeah, about 20 years ago. Someone who knows better might know. I'll look it up. Death of Superman. And it was a little while before they brought him back. And this was kind of referenced in the Zack Snyder Justice League stuff. When was it published? It's pretty popular. Okay, 1992. So 30 years ago. See, I've lost all sense of time. So Death of Superman was published over 30 years ago, and it was referenced in Zack Snyder's Man of Steel stuff. But yeah. Yeah, Doomsday killed Superman, Harry. Hello, by the way, Harry. Good on you jumping in with Doomsday killed Superman. See, there you go, Safa. Maybe you're the reincarnation of Superman. Maybe that's it. Did I say I'd seen Roadhouse? I wasn't allowed to say I seen Roadhouse. Is it not out yet? I thought it was out on Prime. When's it? When does it appear on Prime? All I'll say is Jake Gyllenhaal's good. I'm not supposed to say when I've had those previews from Prime. I This is still wow. Okay. When it comes out, you're gonna watch it. I'm very keen to get your take on it. I'm not going to say anything about it, okay? Because I'm not even meant to say that I've seen it. Ugh. Trying to think of the previews I've got. Oh, there's one more that isn't live yet, and I'm not going to say it because I'm not meant to. But it's a series, and it actually looks quite good. It's something that there have been. It's a crime thing that there have been movie adaptations of before. Centered on black characters. But the first episode was pretty fucking good, honestly. What are the other things? The things which are live now, like Generation V, the Boys spin-off, which I still want to watch because the preview I saw, none of the effects were finished, and it was fucking hilarious. So it's a special effect heavy superhero thing, and so there are all these really funny things with really shitty unfinished special effects. And when characters were flying, the wires were still there. It was actually hilarious to watch. So I kind of want to watch the finished product. Oh, I can watch Gen V on Prime because I subscribe to it. I just haven't got around to it. They gave me the first episode of the final series of Jack Ryan to watch, and I watched it, and I guess it wasn't terrible. And there was the final thing: are you going to watch the whole series? And I said, no. Why not? I go, because that first season, where it was this ridiculous right-wing propaganda that Venezuela were going to attack America with nuclear weapons, was so intelligence insulting. There's no fucking way I will ever watch this show because fuck everyone involved in making this show. That's fucking offensive. So, oh, non-alcoholic beverage. That's actually just melted ice, aka water. Kids, that's some science for you. When ice melts, we call it water. Another science fact, kids, when we freeze water, we call it ice. Whoa, mind blown. Yeah, I mean, the government doesn't want to make it cheap for you to get a passport. Yes, Safa, you've lost me on the emu phase. I think you lost Harry as well, but you lost me. I don't know what the emu phase is. Did you mean emo? Oh, science facts. Ice. Technically a rock. Okay. Oh my God, Dr. Abigail, you just fucking walked into it. Okay. If ice is a rock, ice in a glass being worn away by a liquid is being eroded. Bam! Case closed. You actually have to have a good memory to know. You meant emo. Okay. I was wondering if you meant emo. The last Kryptonian certainly was a bit emo. I think no one except Dr. Abigail's actually going to know what I'm talking about there, because Dr. Abigail got very angry when I talked about ice being eroded by water. And I was just kind of saying I liked the pattern in which the liquid eroded the ice. I'm not sure if that's real. Air's technically a liquid. I think by definition, air's a gas. Gas, liquid, solid. But it's all a vibe, man. It's a vibe. Oh, actually bracing cold water. Only if the water's running over the ice and only the action. But that's what it is. No, seriously. What that thing where you got upset at me for saying that the drink was eroding the ice, it's because at the different levels, it cut a different groove into the ice. I really like the way it looked. No, I'm not getting Tim Smith on date night. I mean, certainly wouldn't drive a car. See, I don't even understand. But that's on me. Justin, State of the Union's chaos under threat from a self-centered prick must become president to avoid prison and end democracy. Yeah, that's fair. Water usually melts the ice long before it erodes the ice. Well, I'm just saying that when you said ice is technically a rock, you basically opened the door to talk about erosion. But, language is malleable as far as I'm concerned. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, I only think about what I feel about things. Because that's the way I am. Okay, now, non-alcoholic thing. I've drank that beautiful bracing cold water. Do I want sody or lemon? I think I want sody. And in fact, I haven't had this one. I'm down to my last few bottles of this sody. Grapefruit and rosemary. Kind of annoyed at Cappy for stopping making this because it was very interesting. But then again, I probably only bought it when it was on special, so fuck me, right? Language is a virus, Dr. Abigail, from outer space. William Burroughs said that, and he should know because he was on too many drugs to be sensible. Okay, and I also get why scientists and particularly mathematicians dislike language, because language is fluid. Talking about air being fluid, language is fluid. Language is context sensitive. Language is different depending on who says it and the context in which they say it and how they grew up with language. One of the reasons I like it, honestly, it's chaos. And it's, chaos is human nature, I think. Sorry, I was looking at things. You remember being taught evaporation in kindergarten? I don't think I got taught that in kindergarten. Poured a glass of water on the ground, took us out again later to show it was gone. Okay, but that's not just evaporation. It could have been absorbed into the surface that it was poured on. Sorry, I just had this terrible thing in my mind. A teacher explaining to kids about evaporation and pouring petrol out on a plate and getting the kids to sniff it, and the kids getting all fucked up and falling over and waking up and the petrol's all gone and goes, see, that's evaporation. I'm a bad person and probably should not be allowed anywhere, honestly. But that would be an interesting way to teach kids about evaporation. I was about to say it's something they wouldn't forget, but because if they were actually sniffing petrol, they probably would forget that it was a lesson about evaporation, honestly. Yeah, I get, Justin. That's actually pretty good to talk to kindergartners about that. And concrete, most of it would have been absorbed, not evaporated, but still good. I agree, Rain. The word fluid's fluid. Language is not static. The more constraints people try to put on language, the more they fail, essentially. Words mean what people want them to mean. The meaning of words can change or be manipulated or adapted from moment to moment. Just look at I love slang. I love vernacular. I love invented languages, creoles and like pidgin and whatnot, where people create their own language based on what's around them. Oh, sorry, Strict Sega, did you make yourself a strong martini? I applaud you, sir. Strong martinis are good. I was okay. If my friends had actually been here tonight, I was going to. Well, I had two ideas. One was get taste comparisons between old fashions made with different whiskies, and the other one was to make my favorite cocktails so far this year and see what everyone thought of them. And there's a tequila one. Sorry. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Oh, suddenly just got something stuck in my throat. Alex, hello. Absolutely. No, saving it for next week, man. What, did you make a vodka martini? Dude, I'm not going to judge you. Hello, Micro. Do I have ketchup? I have tomato sauce, which is kind of the same thing. But yes, I have this idea of making multiple drinks and then splitting them among people for taste comparisons. So we'll do it next week. Well, again, Micro, is it though? Kind of and kind of not. We actually get stuff in the supermarkets that they call tomato ketchup, special tomato sauce. But I think it differs from brand to brand. Shriki Sega, you did vodka. Ooh, wow. A coffee flavored liqueur. Oh, that's an espresso martini. Yeah. Honestly, sounds like a pretty good espresso martini if you like coffee. Languages are fun. Oh, are you saying that some people don't have left or right? Why that next to? Oh, yeah. People use language very differently. You can't remember where they were. But no, people do genuinely use language differently. The cognitive paths by which people come to language are not uniform. And so, and the way people relate to their environment and the world around them, not uniform. You're on super strong antibiotics. Oof. Probably not. You probably can't drink alcohol. But, consult a specialist. Again, strictly saying, once you get creme de cacao, you'll never give it up because it's so good. Imagine spaghetti with ketchup. Oof. Okay, see, when we say tomato sauce, we don't mean pasta sauce. Tomato sauce is more like ketchup than pasta sauce. Yeah, I kind of assume no alcohol with antibiotics because God, I just got a Facebook memory a year ago. I was on antibiotics, which meant I couldn't drink alcohol for it was more than a week. It was 10 days or something. So modest alcohol doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It was like literally a year ago. I was on these antibiotics. It was a joke in the name of the live stream. It goes, okay, I'm on antibiotics, so I can't drink alcohol. Let's see if I can tolerate you people sober. Oh, okay. Depends who you are and what you've had and when you last had things. Um, Next month, my birthday is 6 months since I had COVID. So time for a booster because I am an old person. So somewhere in April or May, I am going to get a COVID booster and a flu uh, jab. Oh, good. Because here's the thing. Um, Antibiotics are getting less effective. Um, and if you want to talk to medical people about their number one fear in the world, it's antibiotic resistant infection. Uh, because if that shit takes hold, we're fucked. They can't do surgery, or people will just die from infection. Uh, so they are actually researching really old therapies. There was one that was actually big in the Soviet Union called phage therapy, PHAGE. Might be making a comeback because of the danger of antibiotic resistant infection. So, yeah. Justin, don't say you want chips with your meal in the US. Say French fries, chips out of a bag. Still, I wouldn't even be mad if they put crisps next to my thing. That's all thing. At least, like, there's a fun joke I've seen where both Americans and Brits have different names for the chips in a bag and the fried chips. So in the UK, it's chips, which is the fried things, and crisps, which is the stuff in the bag. In the US, it's French fries, which is the things you fry, and chips. In Australia, we just go chips, and that's both the thing in the bag and also the cut up bits of potato that you fry. I fucking love this. Micah, are you actually happy with if a bunch of people die because of antibiotic resistant infections? It would definitely lighten traffic. Don't be going to the UK asking for diapers. Yeah, I know. Okay. What I love is the joke they did in The Simpsons when they were in Australia. It's one of the lesser known ones about using different words for the same things, and I forget what it was, but the spotty Australian teen going, "That's a funny name for that. I wouldn't call it that. I'd call it a Chazwazza." So stupid. Um, and sometimes I just really like stupid stuff. Oh, goodness me. Just drinking some soda water because I'm a responsible member of society. Nappies, Justin. You don't say diapers in Australia or the UK. You say nappies. But if you say nappies in the US, no one will know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I fucking love The Simpsons in Australia. That episode is so funny. And yes, I do realize, Dr. Abigail, you have an antibiotic resistant infection right now. Yeah. But yeah, what medical authorities are scared of are just widespread, rampant antibiotic resistant infections, including the strong antibiotics. And it is definitely not your fault. It is actually probably the medical authorities' fault for overprescribing antibiotics. Say la vie. I have to admit, there's a fun thing. Okay, so I'm just going to obsessively talk about The Simpsons. That Australia episode, the bit where the guy's going to complain about his phone bill. Oh, I'm going to talk to the Prime Minister. And it's the guy who's floating on a, a, a blown up inner tube on the dam is apparently the Prime Minister, which genuinely hilarious. But the even funnier bit is what a lot of Australians do is share the still image of the Prime Minister on the inner tube in a dam holding up a tinny. But they put the caption on it, have a sook, cunt. It's basically whenever any fuckwit complains about, I don't know, suffering repercussions for their actions, and you just do this image, reply to them with this image with the caption, have a sook, cunt. I have not watched any for like the last 10 years, but every now and then I'll watch one, and it's like there's one or two good laughs an episode, as opposed to the first 10, 12 seasons where I would laugh all the time. Micro, people are screwing and it's fine. I can get cleaned up with drugs. Oh, super. Maybe. I don't know. I think what Justin was suggesting is, like, the previous 10, 15 years were terrible, but maybe the last couple years are better than the 10. I don't know. I might even watch some. I haven't watched it in forever. Maggie's voice actor shot. She needs to stop. Oh, Marge's voice actor. Okay. Sorry. I saw that as Maggie. Jesus. I don't know. Okay. You know what? If I remember, I'm going to watch some recent Simpsons this weekend, and it'll probably trip me right the fuck out because I haven't watched the last 20 years. So yeah. You reckon Disney has improved them? Are we having a Pringles emergency? I've actually got some Pringles, a limited edition South American barbecue flavor. That's not bad. Also, I randomly today I was watching a few Bo Burnham clips, including the final bit from his special Make Happy, which is from, Jesus Christ, nearly 10 years ago now. Quite a long time ago. But it's one of the most brilliantly constructed comedy specials I've ever seen. Just absolutely amazing stuff. And that climactic thing goes for, I can't handle this, about 7 minutes. And there's a running joke about, I can't fit my hand inside a Pringles can. But anyway. Dr. Ariel, the last few seasons of Simpsons had some great episodes. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to fucking watch it. Okay. That's the thing I'm going to do this weekend. Watch some recent Simpsons. Disney bought it not long ago. Okay, now I'm going to look. I'm going to look it up. When did Disney buy Fox? 2019, so 5 years ago. Just before COVID. Okay. Which is what I thought it was. Okay. So you know what? Yeah. I have Disney Plus. I'm going to watch some recent Disney. I'm going to watch some recent Simpsons this weekend, probably tomorrow, Sunday. And I'm going to, on Sunday night stream, give my review of the Simpsons episodes I watched. You're still standing strong on Simpsons. Oh yeah, I'm not prepared to argue with you at the moment. So, but yeah, I don't think I've seen a new Simpsons episode in 3 or 4 years. Anyway, I just remember kind of thinking, there's like 1 or 2 good laughs an episode. But yeah, the first 10, 12 seasons were just non-stop funny. But for science, I am going to watch some recent Simpsons tomorrow and Sunday and report back on Sunday night what I think about them. This is science, people. We are doing science. I think everyone likes Treehouse of Horror, Justin. No, I do. Ah, do I play drums with a sit? Yes, I do. Because you get good sound out of them. Yeah, like I said, I'll probably watch Halo tomorrow. It's like I got some bacon from the supermarket, so I might wake up and who knows what time. Sometimes I get up relatively early. Like I stay up on this stream, but I still get up relatively early, like 7 or 8 o'clock. Other times I don't really service till 10 or even 11. But maybe I'll make a bacon sandwich. Okay, hot tip, and I learned this from bacon obsessives on YouTube. You get really good bacon if you cook it in water. No, it was not half price bacon. It might have been on special actually, but not half price. Because I like streaky bacon with lots of fat in it, which is obviously like super bad for me. But okay, the hot tip is you cook it in water. You get a fry pan and you put like, I don't know, a little bit of water in it and you put the bacon in that cooker. And what that does is that holds the bacon at a constant temperature. Um, and I've got these weird bacon obsessives on YouTube telling me that's the best way to cook bacon. So there you go. You have eggs on Sunday? Fair enough. Micah, you put a blanket next to you to encourage your cat to sleep next to me and on me. Oh, that's nice. Unless the cat knows you're awake, the best. Oh God, our cat Shadow just has this insistence on announcing her arrival whenever she comes into a room, just meowing really fucking loudly. And she's like, I'm here, I'm here. He's like, okay, shut the fuck up. Yeah, you there? Ugh, sorry. Well, that's a bad sign if I start yawning. It's not even 10 o'clock. But yawning doesn't necessarily mean I'm tired. It just means I'm yawning. Justin, I did not know someone had planned a Sims movie, but that is absolutely a cursed movie. Oh, yes. Okay. You do get various sorts of bacon. British bacon is different to American bacon. I like American bacon. And of course, Canadian bacon is that weird circular stuff. Commie's talking shit about your bacon. Yeah, no. I prefer the American style streaky bacon. That is my preferred bacon. God, I used to go to Costco and you get these big fuck off packets of American bacon, like a kilo or two. Fucking amazing. But since the offspring moved out, I don't eat that much. So I've not been to Costco in years. Actually, the various bacons you get in Australian supermarkets are just a weird hybrid of all the bacons around the world. Oh god, you're getting serious, Micro. If the people are fucking with your bacon, you're going to take away the NATO support. Damn. Yeah, honestly, I'll back you on the American style streaky bacon. It's definitely my preferred sort. Oh, and here's me being responsible and drinking soda water. Just only being vaguely responsible because honestly, I was kind of irresponsible for the first hour and a half, drinking a lot of alcohol. But I'm going to drink soda water for a while, and I do have some lemon, lime, and bitters as well. But I also kind of just want to go and make another. Sorry, got a little, make another chocolate Sazerac because it's suddenly become my absolutely fucking favorite thing. A chocolate Sazerac. Yeah, Rain, you're on board. Don't fuck with bacon. That's left field, Justin. Iceland almost left NATO over fishing rights. I'm not sure that anyone would care, but you know. Ah, dude, we've already had this conversation. There are some foods you can talk about. The fermented shark thing, the chicken fetus in an egg in the Philippines. These are all terrible. You want to go for a 6 a.m. bacon cheeseburger? Yeah. Man, I could go out and make one in the kitchen. Oof. No, I'm actually not hungry. I had nice bacon pizza for dinner. It was fine. If I God, I'm getting some cool air here. Why do I feel weird and clammy? Possibly because of the alcohol I drank in the first hour and a half. Oh. Is it Oscar weekend? Who's going to win? Okay, let's do it. Fuck it. Just out of the blue, I'm going to bring up Oscar nominations 2024. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's just fucking go through some categories. Micro, you've seen some videos. The ones without talking places open. All right. Notepads. Okay. You're going to add me. Okay. I'm going to go through some big nominations and give my calls. Okay, for the Academy Awards, actor in a leading role: Bradley Cooper for Maestro, Coleman Domingo for Rustin, Paul Giamatti, The Holdovers, Cillian Murphy, Oppenheimer, Jeffrey Wright, American Fiction. Okay, I am going to say Bradley Cooper for Maestro. I'm not saying he's my favorite. I just think it's going to be Bradley Cooper for Maestro. But I won't be surprised if it's Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer. I will be surprised if it's any of the others. All right. Actor in a supporting role: Sterling K. Brown, American Fiction; Robert De Niro, Killers of the Flower Moon; Robert Downey Jr., Oppenheimer; Ryan Gosling in Barbie. It's not going to be Ryan Gosling. Mark Ruffalo in Poor Things. Okay. Full disclaimer, the only one of those movies I've seen are Barbie, and Ryan Gosling is not going to get it. Oh, God, I reckon that's wide open. I don't reckon it'll be Robert Downey Jr. I'm going to go Sterling K. Brown for American Fiction. Anyway, okay. Actress in a leading role: Annette Bening, Naiad; Lily Gladstone, Killers of the Flower Moon; Sandra Hüller, Anatomy of a Fall; Carey Mulligan, Maestro; Emma Stone, Poor Things. Okay, I've seen Naiad and Maestro. I don't think either of them will win. I think this will be a Hollywood guilt one. I think Lily Gladstone will get it for Killers of the Flower Moon. Okay, actress in a supporting role: Emily Blunt in Oppenheimer, Danielle Brooks in The Color Purple, America Ferrera in Barbie, Jodie Foster in Naiad, Davine Joy Randolph in The Holdovers. I'm going to say Danielle Brooks, Color Purple, in a Hollywood guilt vote. Animated feature film: Boy and the Heron, Hayao Miyazaki and Toshio Suzuki; Elemental, which is a Pixar one, Peter Son and Denise Ram; Nimona. Okay, I've heard good things about Nimona. Robot Dreams, Spider-Man Across. I'm going to say Nimona. I'm just going to. That's my left field take. I think sentimentally, I want Hayao Miyazaki to win, Boy and the Heron, but I'm going to say Nimona for best animated film. Cinematography nominees: Edward Lackman for El Conde. I don't know what that is. Rodrigo Prieto for Killers of the Flower Moon. Matthew Libatique for Maestro. Hoyt van Hoytema. Who has the name Hoyt van Hoytema? That's like me being Andrew van Andruma. Poor thing. I'm going to go Oppenheimer for cinematography. Costume design, Barbie, Killers of the Flower Moon, Napoleon, Oppenheimer, Poor Thing. I'm going to say Napoleon for costume design. Directing, Anatomy of the Fall, Killers of the Flower Moon, Oppenheimer, Poor Things, Zone of Interest. I'm going to say Oppenheimer for directing. Documentary, who the fuck knows? I don't know what documentary, fuck no. Film editing. Okay, that's all the things I'm making. Oh no, Best Picture. Jesus. Okay, Best Picture. American Fiction, Anatomy of a Fall, Barbie, The Holdovers, Killer of the Flower Moon, Maestro, Oppenheimer, Past Lives, Poor Things, Zone of Interest. I'm going to go Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer for Best Picture. And I've never seen it. All right. That's all the. Are there any other big ones I'm going to do? No, that's all the Academy Award picks I'm going to do. I haven't seen Nimona, but everyone's talking it out. It is not. It's pronounced Chilean. Sorry, you're actually wrong. It's pronounced Chilean. Oh God, no! Rupert Murdoch's engaged again. Oh no, that's a random thing. So yeah, there you go. That's my Academy Award picks for the major categories. And just to back me up, I'm just going to how to pronounce Chilean. This is saying Killian.
We are looking at how to pronounce this name of Irish origin. How do you say it correctly? The pronunciation is as Killian.
Okay, that's saying Killian. So that's actually suggesting neither myself nor Dr. Abigail was right. It's saying Killian, not Chilean, not Cillian. And that was, again, not that a Google search is authoritative, but that was actually multiple sources saying you pronounce it Killian. So I admit defeat, basically. Micro. Sorry, that's a random one. A movie that sucked ass. Megamind 2. I didn't even know that existed. I know that wasn't that a creepy AI voice? No, but there was a bunch of text sites that also said it's Killian. So the two of us, I didn't see anything saying it was Cillian. I didn't see anything saying it was Chilean. It was Killian. Yeah, I was wrong first. And yes, Safa, you're right. There is only one recourse. I have to have the banner for possibly the rest of the stream. Certainly for a while. I have to pay penance and have the banner up for a while. Maybe the rest of the stream. We'll see. Justin, I don't know. I feel like women marrying Murdoch's about money. I don't know. It's confusing. The whole thing is confusing. Jerry Hall marrying him was weird. And sorry, you oh my god, that gave me such a good laugh, Micro. Is this Murdoch guy rich? Oh dear. Rain, take care, my man. Shout out to the ladies for International Women's Day. Yes. Or just generally, really. Ah. You'd marry a woman with multiple past husbands. Yeah, you know. I don't know. If a billionaire wanted to lavish gifts on me, I'd probably be bang up for it. Seriously. But with Rupert, I seriously think a couple of the women who got involved with him, part of what they were thinking was he'll be dead soon, and he's still not dead, which is fucking amazing. And yes, I also think Murdoch probably has a prenup. I think they were banking on him being dead. Let's look him up. Rupert Murdoch. He's 92. Why isn't he dead? It's kind of like Kissinger lasting to 99 or whatever the fuck he lasted to. There's no justice in this world. God has abandoned us. Thinking of going out and getting another piece of ice when I finish drinking that soda water. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Kind of feel like I haven't drunk alcohol for half an hour or something. Ooh, okay. Justin's rich. I'm going to marry Justin, even with a prenup. I'll win him over with sex. Yeah, did you just look the same thing up? That he was actually, his real name's Keith Rupert Murdoch. That tripped me out as well. I just went and looked him up. That's what I think, Sarpa. Justin just said he's rich. So I'm going to marry him and win him over with sex. Mrs. Angry will understand. I'm doing it for retirement. Ugh. Oh, that was the whole thing right there. I think I maybe need a toilet break. You know what I haven't done for a while? I feel like I haven't done for a while. Find a weird AIDSy video to put up while I go out so I can, you know, have a toilet break and disappear for a couple of minutes and keep people. Is the sex cupboard open? It is. Oh no, the sex hats are trying to escape. He certainly didn't seem to ever do the facelifts or anything. Ah, give me a chance, Justin. Honestly. Damn it. Oh, foiled again. God damn it. Oh, did you miss me being wrong on the internet? It was how to pronounce Cillian Murphy's name. I said Chillian. Looked it up and it's Killian. So as penance, I have to have the banner for a while. I mean, I don't have to. I choose to. It's my stream. I could literally do whatever I wanted. But I think it's important to admit when I was wrong on the internet. You were cooking dinner and you missed me being wrong on the internet. Well, now you know I was being wrong on the internet. Richard Lewis had a facelift. Oh, yeah, no, those facelifts where they look permanently surprised. I'm trying to think of dudes who had really embarrassing cosmetic work. Gary Sanders, the comedian, had very embarrassing looking cosmetic work done. Oh God, the guy who was. See, I've had a couple of drinks and I'm trying to remember names. In a lot of action films in the 80s, like Angel Heart and China. Oh, God. I'm fucking embarrassed at the moment. Lenny. Oh, yes. Lenny from The Simpsons had some surgical work done. Oh, yeah. Daryl Hannah did have some fairly embarrassing cosmetic. But yeah, women get put under so much pressure. I'm kind of weirded when guys do it. I got Strictly Sega, help me out with who I'm talking about from Year of the Dragon, and he was a bad guy in Iron Man 2. Oh, no, I'm fucking Mickey Rourke. Yes, Mickey Rourke had really embarrassing cosmetic work done. I knew you'd get it. Larry Sanders had really embarrassing cosmetic work done. Oh no, of course not, Justin. We don't give out personal stuff on the stream, and you know I'm just doing jokes and stuff, so I assume we're fine. But yeah, I also on the one level I go, oh, it's really embarrassing what they had done, really fucking dodgy cosmetic work, but it's just ridiculous pressures put on people who are in the public eye. It's fucking. Ooh. Yeah, no, I knew you'd get it when I said Year of the Dragon. Micro, Wendy Williams, I'm not even sure who that is. No, I do not like to make fun of people who have mental health issues. But yeah. Yeah, on the one level, it's just like, oh, cringy. Why did you get that done? But also, those people in the public eye are under so much pressure. And like, yeah, boohoo, tears, them and all their millions of dollars and whatnot. But I do kind of think it's important to acknowledge some of these people are giving up any opportunity at anything vaguely approaching a normal life to be in these roles. And I genuinely think us ordinary folk don't quite appreciate the fucked aspects of fame, of just not being able to live your life. It's not good. And Micro, I don't even know who Josh Blue is. Oh, okay. Cosmetic surgery. Joan Rivers owned it. Also, I loved when Joan Rivers died because she actually died getting a surgery. Oh, I got the hiccups. Joan Rivers died getting a surgical procedure. An Australian comedian, Bev Killick, did a line and said, at least Joan Rivers died doing what she loved, getting plastic surgery. And she got hacked on by some people saying, that's disrespectful. And it's like, seriously, shit talking Joan Rivers and saying it's disrespectful. Do you know who Joan Rivers did? Sorry, do you know who Joan Rivers was and what she did? The very idea of Joan Rivers not finding it funny that someone shit talked her when she was dead. It's just like the people who act on Bev Killick. It's like, fuck you. You clearly don't know anything about Joan Rivers. She was pretty good on Louis C.K.'s show, actually. Yes. But then again, most of the people on that series or multiple series are good, including Louis C.K. And I will always hate him for being a fucking piece of shit because I really enjoyed his comedy. And then it turned out he's fucking garbage. And it's like, well, I can't enjoy your comedy anymore because you're a fucking piece of garbage. So fuck you, Louis C.K. No, Rivers died years ago. That was what I was saying, the whole thing. An Australian comedian did what I think was a really funny line about Joan Rivers. At least she died doing what she loved, getting plastic surgery. Was that a Joan Rivers line? Man can sleep around, no question asked. Woman makes 40 or 50 mistakes. She's a tramp. It was like, it was a set of line like, if a woman sleeps with dozens of different men, they call her a slut. But if a man does it, they say he's gay. Micro, I'm just going to go out. Louis C.K. is a steaming fucking bag of shit. He's a gross, predatory abuser, and I'm probably doubly, triply angry at him because I was a really big fan of his comedy. I've got the first series. I still got it. I didn't do anything with it. The first series or two of Louis on DVD. Super fucking angry that he's such a piece of garbage, and he's an unmitigated piece of fucking garbage. He's a gross, abusive, predatory shitbag. Another Joan Rivers line. Wish I had a twin so I'd know what I looked like without plastic surgery. You have all four seasons. It was a really good show. And I was just so fucking bummed out that he's such a piece of shit. Ugh. He's a fucking cunt. He is an unforgivable predator and abuser. He abused his incredibly influential position. He's an just steaming absolute pile of shit. He's fucking garbage. He's unconscionable filth. Jimmy Reese sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't remember exactly who it is. It's kind of funny. I'm here making pronouncements while Ankyossi is strong. While that goes past, I find that kind of funny. Making all these really definitive pronouncements while there's a banner talking about how wrong I am. Thing is, while Louis C.K. was being abusive, he was one of the most influential people in comedy. He had immeasurable power. He did not fucking get consent. People not feeling able to shut him down because of the amount of power he had in the industry, and he was one of the most important and powerful people in the industry. By his own word, he did not get consent. He apologized for his behavior. And the power imbalance in one of the most powerful people in the industry exploiting people who don't feel able to stand up to him, it's just unconscionable. Can I get rid of the banner? I've done enough penance. I'll say, Micro, see, this is what bugs me about Louis C.K. is I find, and he was my favorite comedian. I find a huge raft of his stuff absolutely hilarious, but he is an unmitigated piece of shit. And no, bullshit. That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. That's not true. Anyway, uh, about to have a jolly good old rant. But yeah, I don't know. Thinking of related things where, okay, just randomly, I'm going to bring up Bill Cosby. And he was proven to have been a predator and abuser who, over a period of decades, drugged and abused women. And you had people fucking defending him when this was beyond Christian. Yes, please actually tell me who you're talking about. Then we'll put it up here and get sued, but whatever the fuck. Um, uh, um, yeah, Bill Cosby was proven to have been a predator who, over decades, drugged and abused women. And he still has defenders. People go, oh, but what about, when he donated money to this, the other? And it's like people don't realize they're saying, oh, you know what? Rich people should be able to pay to get away with anything. It's fucking appalling. When people don't even realize that's what they're saying. And god damn, it's it's quite terrifying when people feel like defending someone just because they like their music or their politics or the movies or TV shows they've been in, or because they're a funny comedian. And there are definitely people who developing. What I'm saying is there's no one who's a pedophile who's being excused. Okay? Certainly not by me. And you've just been incredibly vague. What I said no is there's no one who's been excused for abusing children. I have no idea who that is. I have no idea who that is. I've never heard of that name. Now I'm going to go and look up that name. Okay, comedian and actor. Ten women say he preyed on them. Okay. But again, I'm just coming back to I have no fucking idea who this person is. I've never heard of them. It's apparently under investigation. When's that from? 2023. Okay. It's nothing about children, but certainly sounds like a piece of shit. Okay, whoever this guy is, he's not a tenth or even 100th as well known as Louis C.K. But just from those headlines I've seen, he's a piece of shit. And there is no way. You stated people were okay with him because he's funny. I've never fucking heard of him. He's nowhere near as influential as Louis C.K. Dude, that guy, just from the headlines I saw, he's a piece of shit. And I don't really see people defending him, and I'm definitely not defending him. But yeah, so your point about people defending him is just not valid. Anyway, I think that was Mrs. Angry going to bed, so I have to be a bit quieter. Maybe go get my breath machine. I do remember that the guy who played the pilot in The Expanse, his character got killed off because he was abusive to women on the set, to women at conventions and whatnot. And they did an investigation, and the show just went, "Oh yeah, fuck this guy," and killed his character off. Micro, you said people were okay with this other guy who's not 100th as well known as Louis C.K. And I'm definitely not okay with him from the headlines I saw. So, yeah, just got to go get my breathing apparatus. Actually, and maybe have a toilet break as well. There. Ugh. Okay. I took a whiz and got my breathing apparatus. The machine that makes it slightly less likely that I be dead while I sleep. Okay, let's. Oh, fuck. Ow. 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 Whew. Okay. Does the chair have good lumbar support? Yeah, it is basically the Darth Vader machine. Yeah. What this doesn't have is a good enough gas lift to support a fat bastard like me. You can't tell because of how I've placed the camera, but this is actually sitting really low. Let's talk about something more lighthearted. Oh god, okay. I got the letterbox this week. There was like this brown envelope, big brown envelope. It was Richard. And I thought, what the fuck is this? Took it out and it had my name on it. I go, well, what is this? And it turns out it was these stickers. And what that came from is Wired magazine, which is a very Gen X thing. But this thing where you could subscribe to Wired magazine online for $5 a year, and I thought I'll give them $5 a year, and they were like, "Yeah, subscribe, and we'll send you stickers." And I'm like, "Whatever." And what I've been doing is year on year subscribing with a different email address. It was like, "Oh, we're going to renew you at the full price." And I'm like, "No, I'm not. Cancel subscription." And then because I was on their newsletter with a different email address, they're going, "Oh, do you want to subscribe for $5?" And I go, "Yes." And so I get all the digital content for $5 a year. But they sent me the stickers, and it's like robot dogs and microphones and smartphones. And it's actually the second one. God, the other one might actually be here somewhere. But yeah, it actually really caught me surprised. Yeah, just did the digital version because it was $5. And then they were like, you can have the print version for $5 a year too. And I went, can I? And I said, yeah, now then you just have to pay $30 postage and handling. And I went, no, I don't want a physical copy. It's fine. I will just get the digital copy. Because I like the option of reading their articles, and it's kind of worth $5 a year. Probably worth $5 a month, which is $5 for a year, so fuck it. And now I've got stickers. Who wants stickers? I've got stickers of smartphones and robot dogs and whatnot. So, you know, it's a whole thing. Melting ice. I love the taste. God, I want more ice though. I want to go and get more ice. Maybe, baby. Robot dogs or robot dongs? I mean, honestly, I'd be surprised if there wasn't both. Are there any robot dongs on here? A smartphone and battery car, smartphone wearing a hard hat. That robot appears to be flashing. Microphone, smartphone with a shopping trolley, robot dog, fire hydrant, wired, smartphone, robot dog, robot. Lots of robots, basically. Ordering some oh my god, I went I had Decadent Day today. There's a thing I wanted to get from a health food shop, basically a nut milk concentrate, and to make a sweetener for tropical cocktails called orgeat. And I was like, oh, you know what's on the same street, which is just like a very short distance from my house, the same street that the health food shop's on, Sebi's Scrolls. The people that just make the best scrolls, that cinnamon scrolls with icing on them, and cheese and Vegemite scrolls. And I had been very well behaved and hadn't got them for months. And so I was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm doing that. And I went out and got this nut milk concentrate and a couple of scrolls for me and Mrs. Angry. Glazed cinnamon scrolls and cheese and Vegemite scrolls. And they fucking kick ass. Oh my God, they're so good. And I'm so amazed I have the willpower to only do it once every couple of months, like 2 or 3 months. So I got them, and these big fucking scrolls, and I just ate them as soon as I got home. One after the other. So fucking good. Well, you had Tuscan meatballs. That sounds good, honestly. Okay, these Sebi scrolls, cheese and Vegemite scrolls, fucking incredible. Like they're more than, they're much more expensive than say Baker's Delight ones, but they're just so much better. And I like Baker's Delight cheese and Vegemite scrolls. Sebi scrolls, they're just another plateau. They're amazing. You feel inspired to start a stream, invite people on, scream about social issues. That's me, dude. I feel like I have a copyright on that. Just telling everyone except me they're wrong. That's how I roll. And seriously, dude, that's why I started the Angry Aussie stuff, because it helps my mental health and general temperament to vent. It fucking works, man. Oh, see, I don't watch TikTok. Apparently, TikTok gets really addictive if you really get into it, and I've just avoided it basically. Anxiety acts up. I tell you what, you should care for yourself, man. That's what you should do. And yeah, anger and venting, and social media generally is about provoking responses from people. Honestly, it's while that seemed to be a scare tactic for a while, it actually seems to be a genuine thing with very creepy spy elements in it. Well, there's been various people lobbying for TikTok to be banned in the US for years. Apparently, Trump's been bought off by someone who's favorably disposed to TikTok. So who to thick knows? But it's a security risk basically. And I mean, yeah, forget the rest of the world. There's a strong body of evidence that shows TikTok was meant to be popular with the Chinese populace, and it would then be a surveillance tool for the Chinese populace. But I have not seriously gotten into TikTok, so I don't know. Everyone tells me it's very addictive, though. So one of the reasons I don't get into it. Don't want to get addicted to another social media platform. Music got better. TikTok versus YouTube Shorts. What's the difference? One's on TikTok, one's on YouTube, and people watch TikTok way more. Who the hoot and heck knows what's going to end up with TikTok? It's funny, like the story that showed up in the last week or two about, oh, maybe we should ban Chinese electric cars because they could be backdoor controlled by the Chinese Communist Party to cause havoc on roads in North America and Europe. And it's like, okay, there's a large amount of racism, political opportunism, and xenophobia in that, but also kind of real. And yes, I think you're right, Dr. Abigail. Chinese TikTok, very different experience to the rest of the world. You clicked a TikTok link a friend sent you, started throwing random notifications. Yeah, it can be like that. Apparently, people who are really into TikTok can fall down a TikTok hole that lasts for hours. One of the many reasons I don't get into it, because I think I can easily get suckered into things like that. Oh yeah, Justin, basically, generally, if you were going through China, you would take a burner phone and a burner laptop, and you would not have any of your important stuff logged into it. You need to assume that anything you do in China is completely surveilled. Um, yeah, it's hard to be sure. Okay, Strictly Sega and micro USB. How about if we both agree to just stop and drop it, with no judgment on my part? Well, not just drop it. I'm asking you to not give me stress, and I'm hoping that you just agreed to not give me stress. Okay. Just fucking, I don't know. Is that a lot to ask for, to not give me stress? I don't know. I don't feel like that's a lot to ask for. I think Strictly Sake has decided to drop off, but whatever. If we could just not give me stress, that would be Micro, calm the fuck down, okay? Stop fucking being so fucking aggravating. I really don't think like that's a big thing for me to ask for. So from now on, we're just not doing shit, okay? Because I don't need any aggravation when it comes down to it. So let's just move on and talk about something else. And I don't know what else. Oh, wow. It's really interesting, these other things that come up here. Sorry, I was trying to look up some other thing. I was just going to look at what's on in the news. Oh my God, that's some really fucking depressing shit. Anyway, let's look at what's in the news. Okay, chill with your cat, man. That's okay. That's all good in the hood. What random? Oh, there was an earthquake in Sydney. Neat. Very small one. But it's kind of neat in an area like Australia that's so seismically inactive. Whenever there's an earthquake in Australia, it's notable, even small ones. Oof. I don't really go into this. There's a really high profile oh Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, the media is just being whenever there's a high profile murder case, the media is fucked. Oh, they're so fucked. So I don't want to talk about that because that's too depressing. Newcastle gets serious earthquakes. Micro, I agree that was out of line, but he stepped away. So if we could just, oh, okay, you can go too. I don't fucking care, honestly. Pair of you worked each other up. I'm just looking, is there anything fun and distracting? Is Fortnite down? Well, that'll upset the kids if Fortnite's down. Trying to see if there's anything interesting and distracting and not depressing in the news. That's actually That's a tough ask, apparently, for the news. Interesting, distracting, and not depressing. The news is having a hard time filling those criteria. Oh, good fucking God. The media fucking sucks so much. It's really also depressing to me how often media outlets just repeat stuff that's on social media as if it's news. It's fucked. Someone fined for clearing a driveway through a national park. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Bowling Green National Park. A 74-year-old has got to pay $145,000 for destroying a national park. Townsville man, 11 counts relating to destruction of bushland, pleaded guilty. Seriously, this fucking entitled cunt just wanted to plow a road through a national park. Well, fuck. That's not fun. That's depressing. I wanted to see something that's not depressing. Oh God, Justin, HelloFresh delivered to your neighbor. Fucking U-Foods missed one of my meals. They are going to refund me. Jog, hello. It's Friday, so I'm still here late. Just looking for fun and distracting and not depressing news. It's very hard to get. How China hires hackers? That's not good. Oh God, Alan Kohler, economics commentator. Bitcoin's not a Ponzi bubble. It's worse, an insurrection. Okay, this sounds stupid. Bitcoin's neither a Ponzi scheme nor a bubble. It's worse. It's inherently secure, tightly controlled asset with a regulated supply. Well, whatever. My secret crypto stash will be worth a fortune, and then you're all in fucking trouble when I'm crypto rich, is what I'm saying. Yeah, Chog, some dickhead in Townsville, apparently. Fuck that guy. Okay, yeah. Food back, but yeah, well, like I said, I was missing a meal, but they're gonna refund me. Thing. Huh. Oh god, they're obsessed with this murder case in Australia. Fucking hell. And also these weird things. There is a never-ending run of these articles when I look at Google News. Simple method professional cleaner swears by. It's just like, oh, Jesus Christ. And also, I am so 1,000,000% on board with Sam Kerr. She fucking rocks. And that fucking whining shit cop in England can fuck off. It's just like Sam Kerr rocks. The whining fucking shithead cop in England can fuck off. Ooh, fabulously retro, profoundly comforting. Why a video store has been resurrected in Melbourne. Okay, you might like this. Yeah, no, that murder case is bullshit. What's happening at a Dubbo pub tonight? People are getting drunk and getting into fights. Hey, raise your back. Hey. Oh, I don't know if they were play fighting. They were just, testosterone. But okay, so someone Callum Preston's Videoland, full-scale simulation, lined with aisles of nostalgic titles and curios. It's one of 7 installations. Callum Preston's Videoland in Melbourne CBD is an art installation recreating a video rental store. Okay, that's fucking weird. Honestly, if I won Lotto, I'd probably open a video rental store just to see who came into it. Oh, Dutton reshuffling his ministry after fucking up with the Dunkley by-election. It's just like, dude, you fucking suck. You're a fucking monster. How to make pizza. A margarita recipe, how to knead, shape, improve dough. Well, that's a good skill to learn. Proper dough making is a good skill. Oh god. Okay, this is one that crapped me out. Like the New South Wales cops busted a dealer network. So they're saying people who were literally texting drug dealers to deliver them drugs got busted. And so then the cops went to everyone who was in the contact list for these drug dealers and texted them saying, the New South Wales police knows you've been getting drugs, which is fucking wild. Oh, Chog, that's an excellent idea. A combined video rental store and distillery. How good would that be? Ray, do you want to come on? I'll do it. Okay. Where are we? There's the link if anyone wants to come on. Does that mean Pat's going to come on because he's been lurking in the background? You're bored? Do it, man. Fucking do it. That, dialer dealer thing was pretty goddamn funny as far as I'm concerned. Not saying that's something that ever happened in my life in Minecraft. That's okay. You don't have to jump on. Think Pat's too busy hiding bodies? I often think he comes on just to have an alibi. No, officer. I wasn't taking out hits on major underworld figures. I was on this internet live stream. Here we go. How you doing, man?
What are you doing? I think my mic's all right. I'm not sure.
No, you sound good. It's all good.
All right, cool.
Sounds good from where I am.
Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, shit. I haven't been on this in a long time.
No. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Long day.
Big week? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get used to like the negatives to the positive. Like, yeah.
That's how we try to get through life. Okay, you all think I was joking, but
oh shit,
he was there. Oh my god!
No.
Now it's like his identity is being protected by the witness protection program.
It is.
Or is it my imagination, or was that a big penis shape that was blocking you there?
It's a fly!
Oh, it was a fly. Nothing at all to do with the witness protection program. Have you given up your life of crime?
He's gone into
yeah, I didn't think so.
He hasn't. He said he hasn't.
No!
Okay. No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
That's a fly that.
Okay.
Hold on, let me go mute this.
Do that.
I've got like 1,000,001 messages.
Micro, I do want to do a genuine open thing to you, and I don't know about where you are, but there are some. I know there are some groups here, self-organized men's groups, because there are some things like you say with anger management and stuff. You really need to be able to talk openly without judgment to other men who understand the same things. I don't know to what degree there would be any of those groups where you are. I know they exist here, but if you feel like you have anger management issues and you're taking steps to address it, that's a genuinely positive thing, and I will be 100% supportive of that.
I tried anger management once.
What'd you do? Punch someone out?
They told me to like take deep breaths, so I started smoking weed.
Did you ever watch the?
I hit my brother once.
You hit your brother once. In the underworld hit sense, or
No, me and Jack play pool in the pub, hear that? And my brother, my brother hit my friend Jack. And I jumped on my brother. My brother hit. I ducked. Poof. Right there, right hard, and you're down.
I'm just imagining the scene of Pat bumping someone in a pub and everyone just going, "I don't want anything to do with that." That's
You know, I've got a song in my head.
It'd be like that. It'd be like that scene in Chopper when he stabs the guy in the prison, and everyone just turns their back and just pretends that they didn't see it. Like, fuck that. Like, look at the size of Pat. I don't want to get on his bad side.
If Pat's chopping someone, everyone's just going, "Yeah, I didn't see that."
Yeah, I saw nothing. I was looking the other way, officer.
You're gonna call him the Venian fam. What is it? The Venian family. Andrew Venian.
Okay, I have a legit question about anger management. How often do you ever see women in anger management?
A lot.
And I'm not asking.
No, I actually have done it. Yeah. So, and to be fair, a lot of them do get put in there like for the wrong. Like, so if you're in a domestic violence relationship and you hit the dude, and he calls the cops, you know, they will send you to an anger management course. So there's a lot of that shit in there, but you do actually see a lot more in there than you think. And just workplace.
Because women think they can just get away with it.
Yeah. Literally, the cops have to be involved in that thing, but it is inexcusable. It's a small minority, but it's absolutely inexcusable. Look, Pat, your dildo's getting across the thing again. What the hell is that? It was very penis shaped. That's all I'm saying.
There's that's the witness protection monitor.
It's the witness protection fly. That is
witness
really
protection dildo fly.
Private fly. Yeah, no, I had to go do it for some legal stuff. Like, it wasn't actually anything, like I hadn't beat anyone up or anything. It was actually just a agreement with the courts and stuff like that. And just the amount of like people that are in it, just from like domestic violence to workplace, just fucking arguing with police, you know, and it getting too hostile. Like, you can get sent there for such little shit. And
Has anyone ever seen the Australian TV series Mr. In Between?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant crime fiction series.
Yeah, it's so accurate though. Amazing. It's weird. It's so, when you meet some of the people like that I've met and shit growing up, like that's them. Like that dude, that actual character, he plays it so, like, it's got the comedy aspect to it and the fictional. Like, it's so fucking on point. Like, just the mindset of like, I don't want to do it, but money's money. Like,
the central character Ray, who's a enforcer / hitman for minor crimes, but he's just like, because he ends up in a anger management thing because he smacked someone in the head who pretty much needed to get smacked in the head, but
Yeah.
there was a witness, and so path of least resistance. He ends up, and he's just sitting in this thing going like, "Well, I hit the guy because he needed it." It's
Yeah.
just like, and because the other people are like domestic abusers, and he's just going, "You're a piece of shit," you know, hitting your girlfriend and whatnot. Like, I'm here because there was this guy who wanted to start something, and I was literally just stopping it before it got out of control. But it's a really funny, it's a dramedy. But when you watch the guy who
You
plays
mean-
the lead character,
You mean a
right,
dramedy?
whatever, yeah. The
Dramedy.
guy who plays the lead character,
Drama.
Ray,
Not
who
or do you say drama?
no, true. I do not say drama. I don't. Dramedy.
You just did.
I know, I did. I really just did. I legit just did. But
I said it
the guy
again,
who
yeah.
plays the lead character Ray, who
Oh,
wrote
man.
and created the series, you look at it and go, but this guy's never been anything in anything. And this is the best TV I've ever seen. How does this guy get into his 40s and do this and never have been in anything else? And it's incredible. Because he tried to sell it to TV networks like 10, 15 years earlier, and they fucked him over and stole the idea and did something really shitty. And he just went back to driving taxis. And then he got the break with streaming TV and Foxtel and working with Blue Tongue, which is the brothers. Oh, God. Now, I was going to say Heath Ledger, but it's not Heath Ledger. It's oh God, he was in the Star Wars prequels as
Christian.
Luke's foster father.
Oh shit,
Uncle Owen.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
he's one of that guys. He's
Yeah,
one of
there's a
those
family. There's
that
basically this family of guys, and one of them's got more fame as an actor. Oh my God, that thing's crawling. Why the fuck are there things crawling on your lens, Pat?
Right,
That's
it's
never
the flies for the
before.
body,
It's
man.
it's witness protection.
It's a decaying
creepy.
body
Yeah.
somewhere for sure. Like that's what happens. Flies get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, now it's just making me think there's a body just under the lens there, and that's why the flies are coming in.
And
Actually, you know how I found out about Mr. In-Betweener? It's kind of a funny story.
Yeah.
So, you know, not the last time I went, the time before to America, I went to like the Native Reserve.
Yeah.
I was talking to one of the Cherokee people there that was doing all the dancing and stuff, and he was like, "Oh, you're from Australia?" I was like, "Yeah, man, it's pretty cool." And I started talking about my native like history that I know and shit, and he turns around and he goes, "Yeah, that's cool. You just have this awesome TV show and it suits you perfectly." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, you know how you're all convicts." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, this is a criminal. He's a killer." And he starts telling me about it. But the dude fucking sold it to me. Like, I come home and immediately looks like, "Yeah, Mr. What the fuck is this?" Like, so yeah.
Yeah, no, Mr. In Between's awesome. I rewatched it last year because I watched each season as it came out. And then last year, I just decided to rewatch the whole thing. And I was like, yeah, this shit holds up. This is good.
Yeah, this is a good show.
Sounds like I have to watch it.
It's actually really good acting too.
Yeah.
you saw that?
What's that, Pat?
That's an anime, isn't it?
I just see colors. The Road to Victory.
Roar of Victory. Demon Slayer. Oh God. Oh.
Is it anime?
Oh. It's an anime.
The guy made Dragon Ball Z.
Demon Slayer. My son was obsessed with Demon Slayer for a while.
I saw that. It's wicked.
Oh yeah, so did Will.
Yeah.
I just it's fine. I'm just a bit like, as a parent of a teenager who has an obsession with an anime.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful with them animes too.
You know,
animes can get pretty, on point. Like you don't really want your kids watching too much of that shit. Maybe when they're older, but
well, he's an adult now. He can.
Yeah.
you can.
Well, yeah, my
you can
offspring
get
are
into
very
that.
into the anime, and they're adults now and whatnot. And it's kind of like, you know, they maybe use my like Netflix login, and every now and then I go in to see, like, you know, continue watching, and I look at, the fuck is that? And it's some
Naruto
weird
used to
anime
be
I've
bad.
never heard of that they've been watching.
If you watch Naruto, it's like, oh man, this is such like a wholesome sort of karate anime, and then out of nowhere they just bring some random sensei that's just into like big titty women, and it's just like he's literally called Pervy Sage. It's so
Yeah.
fucking out of nowhere.
Naruto was a very
Yeah.
weird one. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Will
What's
was into
this?
that too.
What happened to
Yeah.
Micro? She punched him in the
Oh, Micro and Chog are having, and that's what I love. This is man talk. Sorry, we've been ignoring it, but in the chat,
Yeah.
Micro and Chog have been having big open heart man talk, which is so good and so positive. And fucking thumbs up to both of you. Actually, we've just been chatting here.
Yeah. We're talking about
And
big
you
titty
guys have
anime
been
women.
having this heart to heart in there, which I, you know, completely on board with.
You know what? But I can actually. There's one thing. So DV is a complex thing. It's not. I don't look at it as complex. I mean, if you put your hands on your partner, you're a fuckhead. There's no complexity about it.
I think what Dog's pointing out with when men are on the receiving end, there are very complicated societal prejudices.
Yeah, and
it's
ridiculous how much
I have
it's
a scenario for you.
Yeah.
Before I transitioned, so I was male presenting, and very much male bodied. I had my first partner. We dated for 3 years, and to be fair, it was 2.5 years too long, because she was a piece of shit. She was a sociopath, and I say 2.5 too long because 6 months is a good amount of time to really get to know someone's a piece of shit. And learn from that. You know? And she was my first like steady girlfriend to really learn
first
that.
love bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, when I finally broke up with her and she finally understood that I meant it, and that she couldn't talk her way out of it, she actually started getting violent. And because I was stronger than her, I held her back. I just like grabbed her arms and I could hold her back. But she didn't stop. She just didn't stop. And it took about seriously about 20-30 minutes of that, and she just wouldn't stop, and she was trying to kick and punch and bite, and I did not lay a finger on her, and eventually I just had enough. She wouldn't stop, and I just had an opening, and I just whacked her with my elbow in the face. It didn't even bruise. Nothing, like it was just enough to give her the just stop, please. Justified or not. Like, come on. I've been holding you back for ages.
Yeah. It's very troubling. I've only had one problematic and violent partner, and in retrospect, what was really interesting is, in retrospect, talking to someone who's a psychologist, saying that's everything you're saying about them is complex PTSD. They weren't really in control of what they were doing, and I knew from their background they were South African and had grown up in violence and whatnot, and it was a traumatic upbringing had resulted in someone who acted out in a really bad way. And having a professional say that really seems like bipolar or borderline personality disorder or complex PTSD, that person wasn't actually in control of what was happening. And on the first level, that was a relief. It's like, that's why that was happening. But what was a real eye-opener was a couple years later with someone who I became pretty friendly with on Twitter, just like social media. And then she divulged she had complex PTSD, and she would relate things she did, and I was like, oh, I get why people who were on the receiving end of that fucking hate you. So it was a real learning
Yep.
thing for me. First, someone who treated me really badly, when someone says that was a complex mental health thing that was making them act like thing, and I go, well, that's a relief. I understand that. I still didn't like them for it. But then when someone I liked started relating stories and they said, I'm on this medication and that medication because I have complex PTSD, and I was like, oh, now it's much clearer. When I wasn't on the
Yep.
receiving end of what you did, and I like you, and you're just being honest with me, and I go, oh, I get why all these other people fucking hate you, but I don't hate you because you're actually honestly and it's like, oh, me actually having the privilege of not having any severe trauma affecting how I was like, oh, that was a pretty valuable piece of learning right there. But
Okay.
yeah, life is
Well,
complicated.
this partner of mine, ex,
Yeah.
she didn't have a traumatic upbringing at all.
Yeah, some people
She
are
grew
just
up in the
shitty. Yeah.
she had an upbringing in the burbs, and yeah, she was just a piece of shit. And none of her kids like her to this day. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's just she gets what she deserves, basically. She's reaping what she sowed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm to this day, I'm still kind of just replaying the events in my head of that day, thinking like she wasn't able to land a hand on me because I was
Yeah.
just stronger than her,
Yeah.
and
But she wouldn't stop.
she wouldn't stop, and I hit her, but it was
Yeah.
after just so long. She just wouldn't stop, and I mean, I've come to terms with it, and
Yeah.
I think I feel it was justified, and it wasn't hard. It didn't knock her out. It didn't bruise or anything.
It
It
was
was just
defense.
it was defensive, and it was. But to this day, I'm like, God, you tell yourself you're never gonna do it, and then that happens.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's not. I mean, it's like 95% clear cut. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
yeah.
No, and the worst I had, like I said, from this one partner who was definitely acting out a whole bunch of stuff and wanted to get the cops involved. So I left, and then she reaches out to me going, "Oh, all night I was waiting for you to come back," and I was just like, "You literally said you were going to call the cops." I'm
Yeah,
not a
okay.
fucking idiot. I'm
Yeah.
and that's why I guess I don't know if I mean I fucking left at a certain point because you get that thing about coercive control with money.
Yep.
And that's mostly blamed on men. She was actually doing that to me. Because we were sharing rent in a house and I didn't think I could escape the situation. And then one day it all just went too far and I went, you know what? Yes, I can. And I just fucking went. And uh and I just said, yeah, you got a choice.
Yeah.
I'm not going back
It's
there when you're there. Fuck off.
how good is it when you realize that you have power?
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
because this
so
person,
fucking freeing.
she was literally doing the coercive control thing. And
Yep.
here's the thing, the complication, I think when men do coercive control on women, it's almost like within the expected societal behaviors, and women can feel helpless and no one's going to help me. And this is what it means to be. When women do the coercive control on men, there's this vibe of no one's going to believe me. No one's going to think that this woman
Yeah, okay.
can do, and that's how it felt to me, that I couldn't do anything because it's just like everyone's just got to say, "What
Wow.
are you, a loser?" type of thing.
Wow.
And
I mean,
then
look at
one
the
day it was
visas.
just like, "Nah, I can just walk away."
If you look at immigration and shit, when people get their like spousal visas for like, just say the Thailand women and all the immigrant women and stuff that they'll marry into the country, I mean, you look at how they treat some of them, like not all of them, of course, but you see how a lot of these people get treated, and it's like, hey, can I have money to go to the store? No, you just stay in the house. Like, it's so fucked up. Like, and all you can do is laugh because it's not like anyone gives a fuck outside of it. Like,
I think Micro's trying to lighten us up with Florida man news.
I got something that'll lighten us up. Did anyone see the Discord me fuck up those LGBT fucks? The anti-LGBT on the A-League?
What happened?
Sorry, I missed the leading.
I got banned off. So I got some lightning fucking news. I got banned on Facebook. I think I'm unbanned now. A-League's doing LGBTQ fucking round, and all these bigots went onto the post and started shitting all over it. So I just started going in there and disproving their points.
Yes, Reed's got some of that. Yes, I really like that. Yeah, and then they said you were the bully because you.
Yeah, I got banned for bullying and harassment. I was like, they literally called gay people pedophiles, and I just disproved them with statistics. Like, how am I the problem here?
Facebook is fucked like that, though.
Yeah.
So Micro's saying Florida Senate passed a bill blocking local rules protecting workers free. So I assume what that is there were rules that said people didn't have to keep working when the heat hits some level, and employer groups lobbied the government to say, yeah, no, there should be no protection. People should just die in the heat.
Sounds like Florida.
That's Florida. Smell the freedom.
Can you smell the free? Yeah, nah, I can. I've been there.
Okay, go to share it in the Discord. Yeah, no, that's neat. Yeah. Oh, Florida though. But that's okay. Just as a side note, we haven't really been talking about COVID, even though it still freaks me out. When people talk about should Australia have had the lockdowns and the isolation and the masks and everything, I go, okay, just compare Florida, which has a population smaller than Australia, and they had governments saying, like, no restrictions, no lockdowns, no masks. When we had 2,000 deaths, they had 80,000. That's the difference. Jesus. And it's just like, holy shit. It can't get starker than that when all of Australia that had the restrictions, which sucked. They absolutely sucked. And a whole bunch of businesses.
The user did for us. We were walking around sweet. We just shut the border and kicked everyone out. We were like, fuck all.
WA living large. I remember that. WA living large.
We were good. Like, we'd put a mask on and tag in and shit. And there were times where it was like, don't leave your house and go this far. But that was like, maybe a month. And even then, you can still go to the park up the road. But I mean, for the most part, we'll go to the fucking pub.
I gotta say, the first year of the lockdowns here in Melbourne, I thrived. I thought they were amazing. I just was living my best life.
Yeah. You're just like, I don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, because like all the years before it, all my health professionals were saying, get out more, do more exercise, visit more people. And then suddenly the pandemic hit and everyone kept saying, stay inside and all your services are going to be on the internet. And I'm like, holy shit, my dreams have come true.
This is perfect.
Like, and I can like go to the doctor on my computer and I can just like, everything was made for people like me. It was amazing. And when I did have to go outside, no one else was out there. It was amazing. And that's why I keep saying we're overdue for a good old-fashioned lockdown.
Like, just send me to
seriously,
solitary confinement.
I could use another lockdown. Seriously, I mean, the air is better. Like, it's quiet, and I would go outside more if there was a lockdown.
If there were
Ironically,
less people, yeah.
You know what the funniest bit was for me? Remember when Anzac Day hit and everyone's like, "You can't cancel Anzac Day. How dare you go to Anzac? Like, stop it!" And it's like, none of you cunts go anyway. It's all the elderly that are going to get sick that are going. You fucking morons! Who the fuck's up at 4 a.m. for that? You're usually sitting on the internet at 2 a.m. bitching.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh god, but the way the cookers carried on during that was wild. But yeah, it's just like we have the Florida example. No restrictions and no word of a lie. When we had 2,000 deaths, they had 80,000. That's the difference. And I did look up the article Micro posted there. Republicans said, yeah, we don't, it's prohibiting local governments from having heat standards that go beyond federal law, stop cities and counties being able to require water breaks for workers and time to rest in shade. And as it points out, this is coming on the heels of the hottest year on record. They're going like, yeah, people shouldn't be able to have rules about water breaks and being in the shade. It's just like,
Florida's good. They don't need a water break. They have fucking hurricane season. All they got to do is just go outside, open their mouth, and stand there. They'll be drinking for days, man.
I have to admit, speaking of hurricanes, which is a thing that always freaks me out about twister season and hurricane season in the US, but you find this GIF online. If I take America, it's some dude in the middle of a hurricane is in the street. He's got really long hair, like metalhead hair, and he's got an American flag on a pole. And he's just whipping his hair around as rain is coming in laterally because of the force of the wind. And he's just leaning into it with an American flag going, yeah! It's so funny.
That's a GIF. Like, someone actually cropped it and made it into one of them.
It's an excellent GIF. I think everyone knows that. You find it in the GIF searches by typing just America.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I'm sending it to the Discord as soon as I find it now. There it is.
Yeah, of course it is. It's so easy to find.
That's awesome.
That's him.
That is my spirit animal, like straight up. I'm gonna be that motherfucker holding the like stars and stripes. Just
that guy's amazing.
Speaking of spirit animals, well, firstly, the woke police is here saying that you shouldn't, as a white person, use the word spirit animal because it's appropriating the culture of the First Nations people of the Americas. However, I prefer the term Patronus. Essentially, it's the white person equivalent.
Harry Potter, anyway.
Yeah, because we've reclaimed Harry Potter from the clutches of the Queen Turf.
I was thinking, but if you're literally talking about animals, animals, I think
I've got to find who. There's an image of a cat who I consider my spirit animal. I got to find it before I explain.
That's fine.
Did fucking Pac kill C3PO?
Huh?
It looks like it. Someone put a head out on C3PO.
Oh shit!
No,
that is
it's free.
That's hardcore.
That is a random C3PO head. I love him insisting on saying it's fake. It's not really C3PO.
It's not. I can see now. He's got his brains out.
He hasn't actually decapitated C3PO.
My donuts are almost here.
You actually ordered donuts.
Yeah, I wanted donuts, so I ordered donuts. You got okay. You got a problem with that?
No, I think it's awesome.
So here's it. Okay, so here's the picture of the cat. So, do you remember Hurricane Katrina? in
gosh, yes.
in
I
Saint
know
Saint
this picture.
Louis.
I'm gonna
Oh
share
my
the picture.
god.
So there's a ton of images of dogs being rescued in boats, right? And looking and being rescued and looking pathetic. And there's this one picture of this cat looking grumpy as hell, swimming across the water. This is my spirit animal.
That
Just
is
like
the most
That's red.
fuck you expression.
like fuck it, I'll do it myself. That's
Yeah.
Walking into work.
that's my chronic pain. That's fuck it, I'm just gonna do it myself.
That is
Yeah.
me
That-
every day
that
when I
is
walk through work.
That's pretty good. It's sort of like Micro
Yeah.
saying fed a cat catnip, and that makes the spirit animal. There's a really funny photo I saw of someone who planted catnip in their garden, and one day they take a picture, and there's 20 cats sleeping in their driveway. Because all these cats have come in and eaten the catnip and got high as fuck and just crashed out. It's nice. So, Chog, you didn't hate the lockdowns either. Yeah,
I did.
Introvert mate who said we should have a 1 month lockdown every year. I mean, honestly, I think most of the introverts would be on board with that.
Yeah.
So I did
Yeah,
have issues
I'm
with
not
it.
alone.
I did kind of. So with me, it was a lot of my friends and stuff were in Melbourne, and because they were locked down for like 6 months and stuff, like the mental health crap that come with that kind of.
Oh,
seeing that, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, I
it
know
was-
that you got to
was
compare it
pretty
to death,
That
but
would-
it's like fucking hell, man. Like what happened to
So-
some of them?
So I did preface what I said with saying the first year of lockdowns, because the
Yeah.
I
second
do remember
year,
you not liking the second year of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it got long. It got long,
6
and
months,
I
wasn't
was
it?
over it.
It was like 6
Yeah.
months.
So-
We were all locked in, or something.
Yeah.
No,
the
we were
longest
locked.
one-
We were locked in multiple times
Yeah.
over the course of 2 years.
Because
Yeah.
I know
Um,
Flem
the
Flats
longest
got
one
locked
was
down
very
completely.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
it's also yeah, I have to admit, because I had a really good home life, so I fucking loved it. But I was very aware of the people who were doing it tough were people who had kids under 5. That was a nightmare. People who obviously had unsafe domestic arrangements, like who were at risk of domestic violence, it was obviously terrible. And people who were completely alone, who weren't introverts, it was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
I felt kind of guilty sometimes because, you know, I had, you know, my whole family here in the house, and we didn't have any fights, and it was really cool, and I was really happy. But I was very aware of other people for whom things weren't great.
Yeah.
Sorry, where's Micro? Oh my God. Sorry, I finally found it. I got to share this one. Micro's extremely high cat. I think we've all, I think we've all been there.
I'm calling the fucking RSPCA on that shit. What the fuck did you do to that cat?
That's catnip. That's a cat who enjoys catnip right there. That's
I grow catnip at home, and every now and then I see one of my cats just nuzzling in amongst it.
Yeah. I neither Shadow nor Mimsy were affected by catnip, because not all cats are. Because we actually got some catnip to see what, and neither of them were affected by catnip.
Yeah, my old cat doesn't care.
Oh, that's her first hit of catnip after 2 years of no catnip. Yeah.
She got the good shit. She got on it.
That's the good shit. That's the good shit. I did actually see let me see.
What's silver nip?
That's like heroin, I'm guessing.
Cat heroin.
Do I have to inject it or something? Oh, hi, kitten.
Yeah.
My cat's running around.
Oh, I caught a giant cat. Oh. Hello.
That's a nice pussy.
matron. Oh God, what am I doing? I was trying to.
Yeah, I've got a phone call. Be gone,
You got a
giant
cat
cat.
and a phone call. That's difficult to measure. If you look at Juzzy's old passport photos, I particularly love the baby ones. The idea of a baby having a passport cracks me up. And that actually happened with my offspring. We had I took my daughter overseas for the first time when she was a baby, so she had a baby passport, and because they last for all these years, so as a 5-year-old she's got this baby passport which clearly looks nothing like her. Just like, yeah, no, honestly, that's legit, that's her.
It took me to like 28 to get mine.
Yeah, well, that's like I was talking about earlier. At some point my driver's license photo is going to be 20 years old, unless Vic Rhodes goes, oh, maybe you should come in for a photo instead of us keeping on using your file photo for the renewals. Because I get 10-year licenses and they're just like, it's the whole thing.
My first one has a mohawk in it, like a fucking big ass
Nice.
mohawk.
Nice. Mine's just me about 14 years ago, because the 10-year one came up for renewal in the middle of lockdown, and Vic Rhodes just went, oh, don't worry, we'll use the file photo. And I was thinking, really? And they sent it, and I went, oh shit, that's me 10 years ago. Another 10-year license. So by the time it runs out, this picture will be 20 years old. So it's like useless as a photo ID. It's like, no, you just have to believe that's me, even though it doesn't look anything like what I look like now. Like, it was even before I had glasses. I'm not wearing glasses in the photo. It's just happening. Okay, so Micro's saying silver nip is stronger catnip. I don't think I've ever heard about it. So, Chog, you were managing people across New South Wales, people who struggled, single people. Oh, no. People who were completely alone. Lockdowns were fucked. They were so bad. But also, I will say, I had a couple of friends who had kids under 5, and kids under 5 not being allowed out of the house is a nightmare. They get so worked up and so antsy.
It fucked up a lot. The biggest thing was it fucked up most businesses from memory too. Like everyone sort of just went under, Like even major chains and shit struggled.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had friends who were running businesses and whatnot, and I understand how frustrated they were, because it was monetary, like they plunged so much money into the businesses, and it was psychologically and emotionally they were invested in the businesses. And it's like, I understand you're upset. Oh, you got your donuts, nice. But it's like, you are literally saying tens of thousands of people should have died for the sake of your business, and that's a hard call.
Yeah, I don't know the stats and all that sort of shit. I just remember the businesses and that struggling. I sort of just went by what the media said. Like, I know there was a lot of people, you can't fucking trust the media, but I was just like, if they're telling me to stay home, I really can't be fucked arguing. So
yeah,
I did go.
No.
At the end, I did sort of like, when we got closed in that last time, and McGowan was like, "We're gonna open." I was like, "Oh, that's fucked up." Like, there's a lot of people that need to get their relatives back. So I sort of went out and marched a little bit with that one. But then all the anti-vaxxers were like, "Anti-vax." I was like, "I'm not for that."
Oh yeah, no. Those
Mm-hmm.
nutcases were just. Oof.
There was
it was actually quite demoralizing. You see them doing these bullshit marches, and you go, God, that's a couple thousand people. That's really depressing. And then you just get a report, go, the same. Okay, you were worried that 2,000 or 3,000 people did that. The same day they did that, 20,000 people got vaccinated, and 20 to 30,000 people were getting vaccinated every single day. So even though there was a visual impact to those fuckhead protests, they were really actually very insignificant.
The other thing was, I remember, because I did go to, when I said, when you shut the borders, I was like, I don't like that. So I kind of marched with it. The biggest turnoff was there was some dickhead with us And I don't know who the fuck he was, where he come from. He's walking with the group, jumping in people's faces. You got the vaccine, you got dirty blood, all this. And then when we got to the final spot, he's like, yeah, I'm here. There's a dating group here. I'm like, what the fuck? He goes, yeah, it's for clean-blooded people without vaccines. I was like, you're fucked in the head, man. You think you're going to get fucking sexually transmitted COVID? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
Wow.
Yeah, no, that was a whole thing they went with, the pure blood thing.
Yeah, the pure
It's like,
bloods.
wow, it's a real coincidence you are using Nazi terminology to promote this idea. But you know, they're just weird as and fuckers. And like it was very demoralizing because it seemed like there was a lot of them, but they were actually an incredibly insignificant minority.
They just had a real about fucking. They were all online, just jumping on every post they could.
And yeah, and also they got in the online forums and they fed off each other and they convinced each other they were right. And they were in this tiny little echo chamber. And then they went out in public and they were like, why is everyone treating us like we're fucking morons? It's like, oh,
I wonder.
Tough question.
They still
It's
protest.
kind of like the sovereign citizen thing is really funny because they get in their online forums and they reinforce with each other this deranged conspiracy stuff they have is actually true. And all they ever hear is this deranged conspiracy stuff is true. And they can say this ridiculous things about an act isn't a law and blah. And then a cop pulls them over and they spout this shit. And what I love is when you see the videos, which the Sov Sits actually shoot, thinking it's exonerating them, and you see the cop, and the cop just kind of goes, and then says, "You go, oh my god, someone actually trained the cops how to deal with sovereign citizens," and you can see the cops have been told, "Don't escalate, just say don't engage, and just go. You know what? I'm charging you under XYZ." And if you don't do the following, you can be arrested. And the soft gets mouth and stuff, and they're just going like, "Yeah, ace stuff, buddy. Good on you."
Like that's the downfall of social media, isn't it? Like you've got these dickheads who can just pull their phone out at any point and be like, "Look, YouTube fame. Oh, fuck you, cop. I know the law," when they don't know shit. Like, like I love the ones when they're like, "You've got to give me your name and badge details." Like in America, they technically don't. If that's actually each station and shit has their own procedure, whether or not they want them to. But by law, they don't actually have to give you shit. They can just say to fuck off if they really want. Like,
and they say things. If you want a cop to write you off, you say things like, "I'm asserting my Fifth Amendment rights."
I've heard people here try to. It's a constitutional right. We have freedom of speech, and we've got all this. I'm like, we fucking United States of Australia now, are we? Like,
no,
you got no right.
Are you aware the United States and Australia are different countries? And it's just like Jesus. And you just sort of say I do dearly love the videos the Sov Sits record, thinking it makes them look good, and the entire population goes, "What a fuckwit!" And the Sov Sits are going, "Why are people saying I'm stupid? I'm obviously right." And it's just like, nah, everyone thinks you're a dickhead, mate. Chog, I believe you can actually assert the Fifth Amendment in West Dubbo because I just think the laws don't apply in West Dubbo. So
Footscray. You do what you want, Footscray. I don't give a fuck.
You want to be
Hillstone, you're fine.
you want to be well careful what you do in Footscray.
It's not the cops you got to worry about in Footscray. The cops will fucking help you.
I still remember someone I knew who was running like a pawn shop in Footscray, and the cops were getting really antsy because there's a rumor that people were selling guns through the secondhand stores, the pawn shops, and the cops were getting really aggro about it. And they got up in his face like saying, "Yo, well, we got information that you're selling guns." He's going, "I'm not selling guns. You can actually look wherever you want. I don't mind." And they literally pulled up a PlayStation 1 controller. You remember those orange and white
Yeah.
plastic guns from a PlayStation. They literally pulled that up and went, "You said you didn't have any guns," and he just didn't know what to say. He's just like, "What?" And the cops were trying. It's like they were trying to heavy him, and like, well, you might not sell guns, but you know who is. And they pulled up a PlayStation 1 controller and said, like, "We're going to take you in for this." And he was just like, his brain wouldn't process it, and he's just like, "What? I'm sorry, what?" It's like, "You're going to arrest me for a PlayStation controller because I said I didn't have guns, and that's clearly a gun?" And it's just like, oh my god.
Footscray was ridiculous growing up. Like, I remember sitting there one because I went to TAFE there. Fuck, this would have been 2004, probably. Like right at the end of when all the heroin shit was going on and it was starting to become meth. But like it was still there. And I remember like you'd go there in the mornings and it was so fucked up that they'd drive this cold truck around. I don't know, you might remember it because you live there. They used to drive the cold truck around the alleyways, pick up the dead bodies, throw them in the morning, and then that night they'd go back around the alleyways and pick the rest of them up and throw them in from the day. It was just ridiculous. And like it become normal. Like you go to school and you just be like, oh, there it is. Like fuck that, man.
The weird one I remember is just the Footscray markets, which were good markets, but were full of heroin dealers. And you'd just be going there, I'm going to get some fruit and veg. And guys would just be sidling up to you, trying to sell you heroin. And you're going, no, I'm good, honestly.
Yeah.
And it was just rampant. It was just like wild.
Yeah, no,
And
I remember
also,
they used to come up and knock on the window of your car and shit like, hey, good,
yes,
you want?
are
You
you
want?
chasing?
Like,
Yeah. Like, no, dude, I'm just in traffic. I know I stopped in Footscray, but it's just because traffic's not moving.
Yeah, I didn't come here for the fucking heroin. I come here for the donuts. Fuck off.
Yeah, the Olympic donuts. Yeah.
These are really good donuts.
Yeah. But also, my first few years in Melbourne, Burke Street was just rife with heroin dealers.
King Street as well. King Street was fucking ridiculous growing up.
Yeah. And like a McDonald's actually shut down just because of the heroin trade. No one would go there. And it was just like, and I do remember the media stuff, and it's like the cops were saying, well, if we crack down on it, it's just going to move one suburb out. And at some point, both the state government and the city council just went, you know what? We're okay with it just moving one suburb out because it's just really embarrassing that it's in the middle of the city because it's just creepy that it's in the middle of the city.
Do you remember? I don't even remember. This would have been 2000s, I reckon, for sure. But remember, I think it was the Burke Street cop shop when they all got raided. They raided their own police station and found all the police were hiding drugs and guns in the roof that they were confiscating off everyone.
The road one.
That's the one. Yeah. And everyone was like, I'm so shocked. But everyone in Melbourne was like, why?
Yeah. I think they literally got tipped off by, and it's usually like a junior constable who's gone into the police force all rosy-eyed. I'm going to save the world. And he worked out how corrupt it was. And he just called internal affairs and just went, lift up the ceiling tiles in interview room 3.
They literally raided the biggest, that's homicide, isn't it? Like St Kilda's fucking,
it was
literally
police station.
That's where Purana and that were. So it's like, just raided the fucking, the most important task force just got caught.
Yeah. And it was absolutely ridiculous. Also, sorry, I'm just going to address things. Micro, all of Australia was always very confused by that tourism ad where Paul Hogan said put a shrimp on the barbie because we say prawns, not shrimp.
They're different.
But also,
things, I think,
I wanted to go this thing. Justin's saying, if you say you're exercising Fifth Amendment in Australia, would cops saying you're exercising right to be sorry? No, cops would go, you're a fucking moron.
Say, what the fuck does the amendment have to do with our constitution?
The cops say, you're a goddamn fucking moron. Like, yes, I mean, cops will get really antsy if you do the thing you should do and say, I'm not going to answer any questions without legal representation, which is what you should always say to a cop. You shouldn't lie to a cop. You shouldn't be obnoxious to a cop, but you shouldn't answer a fucking thing they ask you.
That's
You just
why
go
they tell
like,
you got to remain silent.
yeah, you just go like, are you arresting me? No. Do you want to interview me? Yes. I will come back with legal representation. I will not answer questions without legal representation. I worded my kids up when they were teenagers. I go, okay, you are just old enough to potentially get in trouble. If that ever happens, if you're with friends, even if you and or your friends have been doing something bad, do not say anything to cops. Like I said, until you're 18, never say anything. Say you want to call me. No, and I mean literally, no matter what happened, no matter how guilty you think you are, do not say anything. Say you won't answer any questions without me there. And whatever you do, don't lie. Do not lie ever. Just because you lie once, then they assume you're lying about everything and they will fuck you up.
You just say, am I being detained? If they say no, you go, bye.
Yeah. Yeah. And
if
but
they say
you,
yes, you go,
you be cooperative and say, do you want to interview me? Yeah, yes. I will come back with legal representation. Or when you're a minor, I'll come back with a parent. But you just don't answer them.
Well, they're not allowed to actually. I believe they've got to. If you're a minor, they have to call your parents anyway. They're not allowed to ask you questions without fucking.
Doesn't mean they don't try.
Yeah, I was going to say,
yeah,
they're not allowed to.
But I was smart enough when I was younger that if they did try, I'd be like, I'd let them, because as soon as I got to court, my lawyer would be like, so why were you asking questions about the parent there?
Yeah. I do love, you got it just reminded me of one of those Hollywood films about the lawyer. I forget which one it was, but there's, all those crime books that get turned into movies. There's one where Susan Sarandon was like, there's a great thing. Tommy Lee Jones was the cop, and I love him. He's awesome. And there's this kid that they think is a witness to the thing, and when they've dragged the kid in, and they say, answer these questions, and the kid goes, shouldn't I have a lawyer? And they laugh and go, you don't need a lawyer. Why do you want a lawyer? And all this sort of stuff. And he goes, okay, excuse me. And he goes out for a bit, and he already has a lawyer, and he'd had a thing in his pocket recording the conversation. And then his lawyer comes back in, who's Susan Sarandon, who plays the tape back to them where they're telling the kid not to have a lawyer. And they just go like, which one of you actually wants to go to jail? It was very good.
I love crime shit. When you start reading about it, it's cool.
Sixth donut. See, now you're making me want to go out and get snacks, because I have some wicked snacks out in the kitchen.
Bought six jam donuts. Should I eat the sixth one now?
It's Friday.
I kind of want to.
But wouldn't it be neat to have it in the morning when you wake up too?
So have another 6 over there.
Oh, just fucking eat it.
But I'm full.
Well, that answers that question.
I just ate 5 donuts.
Oh.
But I kind of want to eat.
I had my decadence today. I was referring. I had the Sebi Scrolls.
I have been sick for 2 weeks. You
deserve a treat. If you actually have the appetite, you deserve the treat.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Here's to the 6th donut. The whole plate.
Yeah. Micro, we probably have Florida oranges. At the moment, the only nice looking oranges in Australian supermarkets are imported from the US. The local ones actually look a bit dodgy at the moment.
I still swear to God, the US has some of the best fresh food. I don't give a fuck what people say. You try their salads, holy fuck, the salads are so good.
Usually our oranges are really good.
Yeah, we're just in the low season, I think.
Depends on what happens too. If
Florida
we get washouts,
oranges are amazing.
Yeah,
if the crops get fucked by storms and that too, it depends what happens.
This is what Australian oranges look like at the moment. They're very pale yellow with green on them. Whereas if you see any in the supermarkets at the moment that are bright orange and look lustrous, well, they're imported from the US.
Yeah.
But like 9-10 months out of the year, that's what our local oranges look like. It's just we're in the low point at the moment, I think. And also, Race, I absolutely agree with you. Salads in America fucking kick ass. You get such good salads. When you go to the places that actually do proper salads, they're so good.
Yeah, they're so good. I also had Carolina barbecued. Like, I always laughed like, oh, barbecue, anyone can do it, but fuck, it's just different, man. They're like the shit they put in it and the sauce, it's just so much better. Like,
Southern US barbecue is next level shit. It's amazing.
Yeah.
There's a couple people in Melbourne who do good barbecue inspired by the US style. It's really good.
I went to a Maori hangi once.
Oh, were they bury
good,
it?
They're so good. I love them things.
Yeah.
Next level.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Shit is so tender.
Yeah. Yep, I have had that, not for a long time, but I have had it. And it's pretty good.
And yeah, he's had really good salads. Like, I pretty much, when I travel and shit, like when I go to Melbourne or Sydney, I'll always usually eat pretty light because I move around a lot. You don't want to be fucking walking and just feeling bloated. So I'll eat a lot of salads.
Yeah.
But fuck, the US is like, you get bloated from their salads because there's just so much of this shit on there too. Like,
the serving sizes are wild. It's just mind blowing. Like even I think it was the last time I was there, and I ended up doing a road trip with Mr. Safety and some other YouTubers from San Francisco to LA. And they stopped at a service station, and I went to get a drink, and I came back with this drink from the self-serve thing, and it was like a bucket. And I'm carrying it.
the
And they're
massive,
going like,
yeah.
And they're like, "Are you that thirsty?" And I went, "No, I just got it because it was there. Like, you can't get this in Australia. Like, the biggest ones you get in these things in Australia are about 750 mils. This was about 2 liters. It was just this fucking bucket of soft drink.
Is this a big gulp?
It was a ginormous gulp, and it was so big. and they were just laughing, going, "Are you that thirsty?" And I went, "Not really, but it was there, so I had to get it."
I've got a photo showing my reaction. I'll send it to the Discord. Hold on. My fiance took a photo of me the first time I ever ordered a meal in the US, and they brought the plate out. It was a Mexican fucking meal. Oh, let me find it. It was ridiculous. Like, and you can see my face. I was just like, "What the fuck?" Like, hold on.
Oh yeah, no, Micro, I agree. Most people in the US actually really like Australian accents. Some people are confused and think it's English. That's pretty rare, but it has happened. Oh, Rabid Game Fan, how you doing, by the way? I've never been to the Cheesecake Factory.
There you go.
And I want to go there. And like the other one was the pancake place. What's it called?
Waffle House?
Well, no. It's like Pancakes at the World or something. It's got some stupid name. But I wanted to go there, and American friends were saying, "But it's shit." And I go, "Yeah, but it's shit I can't get in Australia. So I want to go and experience the shit." Oh, wait. I appear to have shut the Discord. Why did I do that? Let me open it again. Where are we? Come on, Discord. Come to life. Sorry. That's sorry.
That was my actual. She took it as I was seeing it.
That's a spoiler laugh of me seeing the photo before.
It come out. They put it on the table, and I was like on my phone, and I looked down, and that was it.
That's such a good photo. It's just like overwhelmed by all the food they've put in front of you. That's, oh my god.
And then on top of it, so I didn't know, like, I have no idea about this whole cultural bullshit that's going on around me, right? So out of nowhere, and I'm from the western suburbs, so these people behind me come running out, blah, 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 blah. and screaming and shit. So I fucking immediately jump up, like, what the fuck, you know? And it was the Mexicans singing happy birthday. And that's how they celebrated. I shit myself thinking someone's going to jump us.
It was the mariachi band singing happy
Yeah,
birthday.
they come and fucking this spinny thing. Ah, and I was like, what the fuck?
And thank you, Micro, for remembering International House of Pancakes.
Yeah, that's IHOP. I've been there. I've been there.
I wanted to go to IHOP, and my American friends are going, but it's shit. And I'm going,
It's shit.
"Yes, but you don't understand. It's shit I can't get in Australia, and I want to
Fuck
experience
that. Go to
it."
Waffle House.
Now, Waffle House is actually good from what I hear.
Yeah, it's so much. IHOP is fucking expensive and slop. It's crap. They got all right pancakes, but the rest is horrible.
I'm trying to think which of the ones I went to, because I don't think I went to Waffle House. I went to like Denny's and all the burger places, and quite a few of the Mexican places. Oh, and the one I loved the name because Fuddruckers. Like it sounds, it sounds rude.
That's from fucking
Idiocracy. Yes, but they call it Fuddruckers.
Yeah, that's the one where they fucking use Gatorade to water the fields, isn't it?
Yeah. But the name Fuddruckers is obviously meant to sound like swearing without actually being sweary. So in Idiocracy, they had just abandoned subtlety and they just called the place buttfuckers, which also did lead to the quite funny line where the guy from our period is having trouble processing, am I actually seeing that? And so he just taps someone and says, what does that sign say? And the guy says, you want me to read like a fag?
That's right.
That movie
there
was
so many corporate sponsors who were so upset with that movie.
Yeah.
Oh god, the Walmart in that was hilarious. In that it was so big, and there was a helicopter that had crashed into it, and
and the fucking what is it? The Starbucks that gives out hand jobs.
Yeah.
Like Starbucks were so pissed about that.
So funny. The Walmart greeter who's just thinking like, welcome to Walmart. Walmart loves you.
No, it was welcome to Walmart. I love you. Welcome
That's
to
right.
It's so creepy. So creepy.
That in so long, eh?
I do get mildly annoyed with people who go, oh, it's a prophecy, it's a documentary. No, it's a comedy.
No,
and if you really deconstruct it, it's at best classist and at worst bordering on eugenics. But don't think about
it's a great comedy, but not even slightly scientifically accurate.
No, because when they talk about, and it's funny when they talk about all the science was dedicated to hair loss treatments and da-da-da-da. It's funny and it's entertaining. It's not real because that's not where scientific research is. Scientific research continues to do amazing, mind-blowing things. But the whole thing about poor people breeding and rich people not, it's like, that's a little bit creepy. Don't think about it too much because it's just a funny comedy.
So to debunk it in 30 seconds, while it is true that upper class people tend to have less kids than poorer people, intelligence is a function of environment more than genetics. And they've proven that. And IQ is bunk completely.
Yeah, IQ is meaningless.
So you can take someone from a poor background and put them in an environment that's clean, no pollutants, give them a proper diet, exercise, and education, and you'll watch them flourish. That's it. 30 seconds done.
Yeah, and that's why I think.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
My TED Talk, yeah. That's why I think Idiocracy is just a fun, silly comedy. Enjoy it like that.
It's a great movie.
People
I
need to
get
stop
bugged
taking
by
fucking
people
Hollywood
who go,
serious.
"Oh, it's really meaningful and predictive," and go, "It's not." It's an
The
extremely
Simpsons was
silly
more
comedy.
predictive.
Honestly,
Yeah.
like people fucking put too much faith in like just it's a movie.
Yeah.
Like it's
And
not
yeah,
everything's
yeah.
meant to be fucking
It's a
meaningful.
fun,
It's just
silly movie.
entertainment. Like
Yeah.
I don't watch Clerks and go, man, Jay and Silent Bob, fucking prophets. Like, you know.
Yeah. Although you're extremely high if you do say that.
Yeah, been there before,
If
but
you
it's
sit
not
there
the
going,
point.
"Man, Jay and Silent Bob, they fucking knew, man. They fucking."
Yeah, man.
It's,
And that
you know,
Clerks
you're
too, when
talking
he
to a
took his fucking
stoner
clothes
if you say
off and tucked it, just like in Silence of the Lambs, I felt that.
But the guy behind Idiocracy is also the guy behind Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill and
I used to love Beavis and Butthead.
what was that? Silicon Valley,
his
which
name?
was really good. Mike Judge.
What's it?
Yeah.
Mike Judge, that's it.
That dude
Mike
pissed off everyone everywhere in such a short time that he just had to keep making new shows. It was like the best. Like Beavis and Butthead pissed off the whole music industry.
Yeah.
So he was like,
But
oh, King of the Hill. That pissed off all the networks. So he was like, oh, Idiocracy.
I swear to God, King of the Hill is one of the most underrated series ever. That is so good.
Yeah,
And because it is making, it is on a very obvious level making fun of those weird Texans. But when you really get into it, like it's done with love and care. And Hank Hill is the weirdest fucking character ever. But the characters are done with a sort of integrity and like Bobby, because Hank's son Bobby is so weird, but he's done with integrity, and you kind of get it and going, this is not hateful or spiteful. It's definitely making fun, but it's not mean.
Dario was a bit that way too.
Dario was the Gen X show.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I love Dario so much.
Dario was really funny. Although I think when you get a bit older, you watch it and you go, man, Dario's character is really fucking annoying.
Yeah.
But the characters in it were generally really funny.
King of the Hill was just a perfect fucking ting type of film. Like
I've never actually watched King of the Hill. Confession time.
You are missing out. That shit is so good. Like,
it's worth it. It's really funny. The characters are just amazing. And bits of it so quotable. Is the one thing, like Hank Hill is so conservative, and some of the lines he says are so funny. I was like, when his son Bobby gets into Christian rock music and Hank doesn't like it, and he talks to the guy in the Christian rock band and he goes, "What are you all doing here? You think you're doing something good, but combining Christianity and rock music, you're just making both of them worse." So funny. And he's so uptight, and his wife
Where's the lie?
And his love for propane.
I know Hank never lies. Hank always speaks truth.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's his big thing. Is he's always honest, no matter what. Like,
and his wife is so bossy and more than a touch psycho, but Hank will always support her and back her and defend her. But there was one thing where he's trying to say something about, like, I don't know, like their marriage was in trouble or something, and he says some reason why they'll stay together, and it's something about Peggy being practical or something, and then Hank goes, and you know, the love thing. Hank trying to articulate an emotion is the funniest thing ever, because it's just this Texan guy who cannot express an emotion, but the character has it is really funny, and there's like 10 seasons or more of it. Like, it's really deceptive how many seasons they made of it. And just the layers of the jokes, like just at a purely surface level, it's going, people from conservative Texas areas are funny, but you sort of lean into it and go, wow, there are layers of this. And yes, Bob's Burgers is fucking fantastic.
That's still going, isn't it?
It's still going. Yes,
I
feel
just
like
seen
I've-
that first time. I just think when I was over there, my fiance showed me it. I was in fucking tears. I was like, this is like the best show ever. We just binge watched it for like a whole
Yeah.
day.
Bob's Burgers is
I
fantastic.
remember when Bob's Burgers came out, and I thought, damn, this is great. I fucking love this show. And it's just so hard to keep track of it because there's so much of it.
Yeah.
And
I feel like I haven't watched seasons of it, but
yeah, like how do you binge watch that much of an awesome TV show without it just getting samey?
yeah.
Like,
But
it's hard.
I saw like like a social media post of someone saying like how underrated Bob's Burgers is. You go like, because it's a dysfunctional family comedy. You go, but the family loves each other and supports each other. The family don't hate each other. They're not violent to each other like Family Guy.
Like they fuck with each other like real. They do make little sly comments and shit. Like the bitch sitting there scratching and she's like, I got crabs. It's like, don't go cook. Like,
Yeah.
But the genuine love in the family is amazing. And it's just funny as fuck. That show is just incredible.
The first episode I seen, they like had a sign and like special burger, don't change it. And then they cuts and then they come back and the daughter's changing. It's like the pedophile burger. Like it was the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. I was like, God, this is where we're going with it.
Yeah. And
after originally it was supposed to be about cannibals. They were supposed to be cannibals running a burger
That's
store.
right. Yeah, that's because that was the plot of it. Like they take it from the fucking
there was one episode where, because there's a mortuary next door, that they thought there was human flesh in the burgers.
Yeah.
But so that originally that was what it was supposed to be, the whole premise of it. But they changed it. Don't remember why. It was too long ago.
American Dad.
Oh yeah, Micro, Bill Burr's show, which is also pretty good, set in the early 70s. But again, that's a violently angry family again. American Dad,
this wasn't violent.
Intentionally silly and unrealistic.
I just don't like. You know what I don't like about fucking American Dad? Whatever it's called. The thing I hated how like. It kind of took the piss, but it tried to do it in a way that it made people who take the piss out of shit look stupid. Like, making points like, where people will be like gun control. Then they're like, gun control. How can we have too little gun control? It's like, now everyone looks like a fucker who argues on those points.
It's Seth MacFarlane, isn't it?
Yeah, which is not subtle. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Bill Burr one is called F is for Family. And it's funny, Bill Burr voices the dad, but when you look at it and go with Bill Burr's age, Bill Burr is obviously the teenager, and it's like he did the teenage thing of hating his dad, and it's almost like the show is going, I kind of know where my dad was coming from because he went through a whole bunch of shit, and I was a horrible turd as a teenager. And so I feel like it's almost an apology to his dad to do it, but it's not bad. But it's like I said, it's the thing with the angry, sort of hateful, violent family, and Bob's Burgers works. Like it's horribly sarcastic and bitingly funny and whatnot, but at the end of it, the family loves each other.
Did you ever see that Dice Clay show?
Oh God.
Oh, I swear, I get people don't like his comedy. That TV show was one of the funniest fucking things. It starts where he goes to a wedding and he just like, his wife's like, all right, you're my +1. So he invites his best friend and she's like, what the fuck's he doing here? He's like, it's my +1. She's like, no, but you're my +1. He's like, and he's my +1. And the dude's just sitting there drinking custard. Like it's the most fucking random out there thing, but it's like, you can't help but lose your shit laughing.
What show is this?
Dice. He made a fucking TV show called just Dice. And he's like,
I had no idea that existed.
the first episode they go to a like gay marriage like thing, and he just keeps
Yeah.
going, yeah, the gay wedding. And they're like, no, it's just a wedding. He's like, the gay wedding. And they're like, no, a wedding. And he's like, but they're gay. Yes, it's the gay wedding. Like, and it's just like the most pointless humor, but it's like you lose your shit every time.
And I think while a lot of his stuff was over, a lot of Dice's stuff was actually self-effacing. Like he was playing a character who was a fucking idiot most of the time. It's like he wasn't going, I'm smarter than everyone. And he goes, hey, I'm this guy, right? And I'm going to say some stuff that's pretty goddamn stupid.
Jack and Chew went up the hill. Hey!
It's like you look at that and you go, he knows that character he's playing is stupid.
Yeah, and he's cashing the fuck out on it too. He's sold out shows in like stadiums.
Yeah, and dude, he was so big in the 90s.
What's his name?
Dice Clay.
Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Oh, he was really big in the 90s.
It's like the most
80s and 90s.
It's more, it's not even like, I don't know how to explain his jokes. It's more just like fucking outlandish shit said that you don't really expect to come out of his mouth, and then he fucking says it and everyone's like, what the fuck? Like it's the most random shit.
Yeah, but he very in your face with all this stuff. He had these really weird physical mannerisms too, with that flicking his sleeves and the cigarette
around the back of his head like that.
Yeah, he had really weird physical mannerisms.
Fair enough.
There's a UK show, American version's terrible. Oh, that thing always happens. If there's a successful show in the UK, they try and remake it in Australia and the US. There's been a few failed attempts to remake successful Australian TV shows for foreign markets. There's been a few terrible examples in Australia of trying to remake British or American shows. It hardly ever works, but sometimes it does.
I got one, and this upsets so many British people. Shameless was shit in Britain compared to America. Shameless is like America fucking Shameless. That kills the British one every time.
Well, that's what was interesting. Like Marco's bringing up The Office as well. What was interesting is both the US Shameless and Office ran for much longer than the British version. They actually developed it much longer. I think it's a personal taste thing. I've watched. I was not super into any of them. I have watched a bit of all of them. I could see people getting more into the American Shameless, particularly. I think the characters were probably more interesting in the American Shameless.
And just the quality too. British quality is not as good as Hollywood quality, you know, like
tends to be much lower budget, definitely. The one that really blows my mind is there was a crime one called Broadchurch. David Tennant was the lead cop. It was in that show, and it was a British one. It was really successful. Then they remade it in America, but also cast David Tennant in the same lead role. It was kind of the same basic story, but in America. But it was David Tennant, and so you can get YouTube videos, and they're just comparing scene for scene. This is the scene in the UK version with David Tennant, and this is the scene in the US version with David. And it's really quite weird.
Yeah. You know what the thing is too? A lot of fucking movies are getting made in Australia now. I've noticed that. Like Hollywood's shifting a lot of their shit to like Sydney and Brisbane. So I'm kind of expecting now, like, because it's already happening. I mean, you look at the Underbelly series; that was a pretty, the way they filmed that was a pretty good budget. So
production, production's way cheaper in Australia than in America. That's also why you get a lot of American films are shot in Europe. You see these films and they're set in an American city, and you look it up and you're going, "Oh, that was actually shot in Budapest." Okay. It's because it's much cheaper to shoot in other countries rather than the US. Yeah, we went through a real dead zone with production in Australia. Might be getting better. There's a few films shot here doing well.
Chopper was alright. Even that though, you can see the Australian budget in Chopper. As much a good movie that is, it's still pretty fucking a lot of blue shot and blue lighting and stuff like that.
I will go with it's years ago now. Not as far ago as Chopper, but the movie Animal Kingdom. I think. Oh my god, it's such a good crime movie. But I think it holds up to anything. The acting, the sound design, the way it's shot. Holy cow, it's amazing. the desert. Sorry,
the Desert Murder Car movie.
Oh wow!
Oh,
I think I fucking.
What did you do? Oh,
what did I do?
No. Free my homie micro.
Do you want me to unban them?
Yeah, I think.
Do you want me to?
Everything
well, I didn't mean to ban him in the first place, so probably yeah.
Oh god!
Oh no!
Free micro USB. He did nothing wrong. I'm gonna he's Julio's son, whatever his name is.
But everything's gone from my screen. What happened? I've never seen that before.
Oh, I can't unban them.
Oh, okay. Well, I might give up on streaming forever then. If I've just banned
it. It's gonna have to delete your Systems 32.
What happened?
Well,
you timed him out for 5 minutes. By the looks of things.
But I don't see any comment.
He did nothing wrong.
No, all of his messages have been deleted.
I literally was trying to highlight something he put because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it was. But you hit the wrong thing. You hit the wrong thing. You've done this before, and in your defense, you were also drunk then as well.
It's so embarrassing.
Dude, Micro, please, if you're still there, Micro, please don't take it personally. He didn't mean to time you out.
Oh god, I see so much.
And I'm trying to find the option, but it doesn't look like I can. Nah, I can't untime out someone.
If it's only a timeout, that's fine.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, he's just in timeout.
You fucking disciplined him for conversating, dude.
I know.
It was such a funny comment too.
I want to fucking time out you for that.
Desert Murder Car movie.
Oh god. Okay. Also, suddenly I just went on YouTube to try and see what I could do, and I couldn't do anything. No, it's actually saying StreamYard's saying he's banned. Oh god, I hope he's not banned.
Damn.
See what happens.
But all the comments disappeared for me on StreamYard.
Yeah, same. Yeah, on YouTube they're all on StreamYard it says it's banned, but on YouTube it says he's just in a 5-minute timeout.
Yeah, no, he's not banned on YouTube, so he'll be back.
Yeah. Well, we'll know in like 4.5 minutes.
Just for that, you got to make a cocktail after him.
Oh god, that's just what a fucking idiot, honestly.
That's definitely you got to name a cocktail after him for that one. That's definitely earned.
Oh,
you put him in fuck all.
Oh my god. And that's literally anytime I've accidentally done this to anyone, it was always the same thing. I'm literally trying to highlight something they've done, and there's some delay in when I click on a thing and I click again, and it's just like, what? Oh my god. What a colossal goddamn idiot. Jesus Christ.
I want that troll to come back.
Yeah, I know.
Which one?
I called a fucking virgin and told him to go get a fucking job.
Yeah. Ray's just loves the trolls.
Oh, that I mean, they are entertaining up till a point.
Up to a point. It's just because they're just such sad little no-life losers that I honestly feel like they're probably just when you abuse them, I think they're getting off on it. They're just like whacking off.
You were making a cocktail, so I was like, it's my time to shine. I'm bored anyway. Let me fuck with this cunt.
Yeah. It's like Ben Shapiro has a humiliation fetish.
Yeah, I think he's
Some
got
of
a
these
public
trolls.
humiliation kink. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he keeps saying such stupid stuff. Because he gets off when everyone abuses him publicly. I feel like that's the only logical explanation for the freaky shit he says.
I say the same thing about Musk, eh? Elon Musk definitely. He says some shit sometimes. You're like, what the fuck did you say that for, man? Like, you know what you're doing.
His latest one, when I laughed at it when someone posted a screenshot on Facebook. And then after the fact, I thought, I don't think that's real because, and I think I've fallen for a fake one. But it turned out to be real. It's basically, he said, rich women hating on their exes are going to bring about the collapse of Western civilization. It's just like, dude.
You know he's just fucking around at that point, right? Like, there's no way he's dead set. It was like, remember him and Stephen King when he did the paying for X or whatever it was? And Stephen King's like, I'll never pay for it. So he's like, fuck it, just have it for free. Here you go.
And Stephen King's just going, I'm trying to get rid of this check mark because it makes it look like I gave him money and I didn't. Is Shapiro a made-up last name? No. God, Jordan Peterson. I love it when someone's a mad Jordan Peterson fanboy. I go, that's cool. What do you like most about him? My favorite things are when he cries because people don't love the baby Jesus enough, and when he almost died following his own advice. What are your favorites?
My favorite fucking person is Lance Pants. That dude threatened to go to the moon and didn't.
I don't know that one.
The instinct dude, the fucking singer, he was like
Lance Bass. Yeah. No,
he was just like, I'm going to the fucking moon, and then he was just like, no, I'm not.
he went really weird. Yes. Yeah, he's weird. But my other favorite thing about Peterson is when he makes weird shit up and it's obviously made up, and it's like, why would you say that? And the two that spring to mind is when he asserted his diet was nothing but red meat and salt. And it's like, dude, that's clearly not true. That is clearly not true. Why would you say something that stupid?
Wow.
Like, yeah, rag on vegetarians, rag on vegans, whatever.
Fucking rag on Liver King.
To say you are literally eating nothing but red meat and salt, it's just obviously not true. And because he was talking about the purity of his body and said something about how he drank cider once and didn't sleep for 2 weeks. And it's like, that's not real. Why would you say something that's just so obviously not? Oh, Chog, it was literally only beef and salt. There you go. Not even a variety of red meats. But again, he just says stuff that is so obviously not true. And it's like, are you actually disconnected from reality? Like, are you having really quite severe mental health episodes where you think you're saying something that's real? I don't get it. But yeah, I get when he just generally talks shit. It's like, well, you're a shit stirrer. You make money by being a shit stirrer. I get it. You say provocative things because that's how you make money. But when you just say random weird shit that's obviously not true, I'm just confused. And I'm just like, What?
Kanye's the fucking king of it, man. Kanye
Oh,
always
he-
pulls out some
Yeah, but speaking of mental health issues, but
Yeah, Kanye really needs to fucking take his meds. Just
I remember that
Yeah.
one where he was on
Dude.
that hurricane one where he was with like Mike Myers, whatever his name was. He's just like
oh, that was
out of
so-
nowhere, he's just like, George Bush doesn't like black people, and everyone, including Chris Tucker, was like, what the fuck?
Because there's a teleprompter telling them what to say, and Mike Myers is doing his bit, and Kanye just goes, George Bush hates black people. And Mike, because it's live, and Mike Myers is going, what?
And Chris Tucker's like, what the fuck was that?
Everyone's losing it, and Kanye's just going on a tear, and they're just going like, what? Okay, Chog, honestly, look, I get where you're coming from. I have to disagree with you about Peterson being an honest actor, unless Peterson is completely unhinged and completely detached from reality. He is consciously and deliberately lying pretty much all the time. Kanye, I think, actually is so off the trolley that I kind of feel like he believes a lot of the things he's saying, or he thinks a lot of things he's saying are legitimate. Milo Yiannopoulos is an obvious grifter and con artist.
When Kanye
Joe,
walked in the
look,
stop sign.
if Peterson really believes the things he's saying, Peterson has really quite profound mental health issues. Because it's not just, okay, there's political stuff that I disagree with. And it's silly to say someone is crazy because you don't agree with them. But when he says this random nonsensical stuff, if he believes that, then there's actually something quite profound going on with him.
Who the
And
fuck
yes,
is he?
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I don't know that cunt.
Oh, you're better off. He was a
yeah.
Canadian academic, and he got upset originally at a rule saying, "Hey, maybe don't be a shithead to queer people," and he took it as a freedom of speech thing, which again doesn't constitutionally
Canada doesn't
exist
have
in
freedom
Canada.
of speech.
Yeah, but any lies. Oh God, Micro's back, dude. Oh my God.
Hey! Hi.
I self-abased and everyone made fun of me for so long. I was literally trying to highlight your desert murder car thing because I thought it was so
Oh.
funny. And I don't know, drunkenly clicked twice. Oh God. Such a fucking loser. Such a fucking loser. Oh my God.
So yeah, Micro is here the
So
whole time. What
could-
was your other?
You could see the whole time. Okay. All right.
So what could you hear us and see us and all that? That's my
But
first
we
question.
couldn't see
And
you.
second,
Okay.
what's your other YouTube account? Because we can't see it there
We
at
didn't
all.
see anything. Oh God.
Yeah, like that's so
blocks
strange that
IP.
it's
so
your other
silly.
account. If it's
I don't-
attached to the same
you couldn't come,
email
you couldn't come
address.
on and, you couldn't come on and comment if you were banned.
No, I'm saying, what if it's his IP address that does it too?
Oh God.
Well,
I
if
don't-
it's attached to
I've
the
never
same
seen that.
email address, then it's
Yeah.
I don't know.
and they're linked, then
But it
that'd
was-
be why. But if it's
It was just
a completely
super,
separate,
the entire thing
who
was
knows?
super embarrassing on my. And I've stopped drinking. I'm sobering up, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But Jesus.
Like I said, you need to make a cocktail.
And yes,
open from that one.
And again, Micro and Safa are not the only ones I've done it to. Just randomly clicking on the wrong thing and go, oh no. And normally Dr. Abigail goes off and saves me and like unbans people that
I didn't know how to.
But yeah,
I
time
couldn't
out.
find an option to do it.
Oh God, okay. He heard you saying I have to make him a cocktail.
Yeah.
A cocktail. Okay, a spiced rum cocktail. I actually have a really good spiced rum back here. I need to get some more. Oh no, I have ice. You know what? I'm legit gonna do it. You guys love Milo Hippopotamus. I mean, Chog hit him on the head. That guy is one of the most obvious dishonest grifters in a world full of dishonest grifters. He is one of the more obvious dishonest grifters. He's absolutely ridiculous. He does whatever he thinks will get him attention and whatever he thinks will get him money. He's hardly unique in that, but he's one of the more obvious ones.
I know who he is. Like I know he's a fucking knob because I've seen a few things about him, but I actually don't know. Once I learned a little bit about him, I was like, I can't even be bothered giving him the time of day,
No,
But
you don't want to. You don't.
He was coming here, and I remember there was like this big thing about it, and I was like, oh, if he comes here, it might be a bit of a fucking protest. It might be a problem. So
I think he was one of the people who got denied entry. I'm not completely.
He was coming with McGuinness. It was him and
Gavin
McGuinness. Remember? They're going
yeah.
I
think he got denied entry.
They both did.
Sorry, Margaret. After he got timed out, well, I guess that's what I get for praising Australian media. Like the Desert Murder Car movie, because it was just such a funny way to describe Mad Max.
If you're ever playing a game of describe a movie badly, that's how to describe Mad Max.
That's a winning hand.
Murder Car movie.
Murder Car movie. Okay. God, stretching legs.
Mad Max was good. I actually I used to live right near where one of the scenes was shot in Mad Max.
Okay.
Cool.
It was in the back of Laverton on one of the quarter mile roads.
I have to go and get some more ice. Hang on a sec.
Said every crackhead on payday.
Oh God! Like literally, like in the first Mad Max, they actually hired degenerate bikies. They weren't actors.
Yeah.
Because it was so low budget, they just literally hired some scumbag bikies to be in it, which is just so funny.
It was a movie about a man named Max. He was very cross. Vexes. Yeah. That is a good point. It was a movie about a man named Max. He was very cross. Yeah. If you're a lovely guitar. Where are we? I haven't even been looking at the comments. I'm going to scroll up. Oh, where'd that one go? Fuck. Doof Warrior. God, you know what though? If I had a fucking choice of movies to watch out of all the Australian media, it'd be The Castle. You can never beat The Castle. Yeah, that movie. It's just got too many one-liners in. Like, who doesn't know that guy? Like in Australia, who the fuck doesn't know him?
Right, I'm gonna make
it's an Australian rite of passage. That movie.
Like The Castle, especially like. The dude fucking rips his gates down and then puts them up. Like he literally has his gates on his house, like,
and denies that.
Yeah, I'm just going to show this off. This is the spiced rum I'm making. It's from a rum distillery in Sydney called Bricks. They call it Trail Mix. They actually worked with a local bakery and they infused the rum with pastries, fruit, and spices. From a local bakery. It's really yummy. So we go spiced rum because that's what Micro asked for. Because I'm making a version of a pina colada, I've got cream of coconut that I made here. No, wait, this is lime juice. But I do need lime juice as well. But I'll put the cream of coconut in because it's really thick and put that in. And I'm going to put some pineapple in, my pineapple syrup. Put that in. And lime juice. A little bit of lime
That's
juice.
what I call
There.
what, Chug?
What?
Chug just asked me something. What
Okay.
do you call this? I don't know. What do you call this?
The thing I'm making, this is kind of a version of a pina colada.
He said add some THC. What? Tincture. I don't even know what that fucking word is. Something that's at least 100 milligrams. That'll make it a true micro USB cocktail.
All right. Just for you, Micro. I'm having a spiced rum pina colada. And maybe I'll get caught in the rain.
Yeah, I don't know the Castle line for line, but I do remember a lot of it. I haven't watched that movie in probably fucking 7 years, 8 years or something, you know.
I think it's a long time since I've watched The Castle too, actually. Great movie though, but
I'm due for a rewatch.
Yeah, I'm gonna when my fiance comes over, I want to show her, so I'll watch it then.
Actually, you show it to your fiance. That's a good one. Yeah.
I just love the scene where his fucking kid comes out with the 22. He's like, "Where'd you get that? Trading Post. How much you pay for it?" Like
asking the important questions
from the Trading Post. Tell him he's dreaming.
We used to all. I know for a fact. I used to go through it. I got a motorbike through a Trading Post. Like,
yeah,
I
used
to get the Trading Post all the time.
Trading Post was huge. Yes, everyone has a Daryl in their neighborhood. Yeah. I got the line. Just the beautiful naivety of Daryl going, "What do you call this?" And his wife goes, "Rissoles." Oh,
that's right. Yeah. How'd you make that? Out the can.
just the naivety of everyone in the family was so beautiful.
The fucking airport right next to him. That had to be Broadmeadows, eh? Like that was straight up Broadmeadows.
It was pretty funny. So Micro, you might be able to get it from the library. Australian film, The Castle. God, it's from like 20 years ago now. It's quite old.
Yeah, it'd be the 80s, wouldn't it?
I don't know. 20. There's a young
Eric Banner's in it. Like
young Eric Banner.
Yeah.
Well, let's look it up. We're on the internet. The Castle.
I was
97.
Like
25
10
years
seconds
old.
ahead of you.
There you go. So it's 25 years old. I don't know if Mrs. Angry's seen The Castle. I would have to ask her.
What?
I just don't know.
You just lost your Aussie card, Angry.
Your Aussie card, like that's a fucking thing to be proud of.
You're just angry now.
You just
lost angry Aussie until your partner, your foreign-born partner, watches the Castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Mrs. Angry doesn't always get into Australian comedies, but she might do that one again.
That's a good thing. It's not a comedy; it's a documentary.
It's it's hard to do a favorite bit because I love all the stuff with the family and the pool room, but the court case is just so funny. And because he's getting his lawyer who just does like not court stuff, and he's trying to say this stuff about, it's the vibe, it's Marbo, it's the Constitution, and he's just waffling. But Daryl, when he sits down, Daryl goes, "That was incredible. You did so well." It's just like, Daryl just thinks he's awesome.
What is it? He says, he's like, "Man comes over. He tells me I take your house." I say, "No, you don't take my house." He says, "Yes, I do." I say, "And then I come to your house and I give you a fucking bomb." Like, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, Micro, you've got to be careful. I get really antsy when you say good things about Australian movies and, accident. I can see exactly how I did it now. And it's just like, God, it was just like double clicking when I should have only clicked once. And it's just like, Jesus.
Well, that's a rookie mistake that we learn in lesbian school.
Well,
Sorry, lesbian camp. What am I saying?
yeah, see.
There's a camp.
Safa, I think the castle was very big on its original release. I'm kind of making that up because 25 years ago.
Hang on. Record scratch. You're making shit up on the internet?
I know.
What? Say it isn't so.
Micro, that's exactly why I did the timeout. He's an American. He's got guns and cheese.
Yeah, I'm telling you, their cheese is more deadly than the guns. I ate fucking cheese over there and didn't shit for 5 days, and then had to get Starbucks so that I could. It was fucking terrifying. Like, it was so scary.
Coffee is caffeine is a does the opposite. It's not a laxative.
Starbucks definitely got it out of me. I fucking sprayed. Like, it was ridiculous.
TMI. Wow.
I tell you, the worst one I had was when I was in Vegas. This is like, I don't know, 25 years ago. And it was like bad things were happening explosive wise. And what I realized is that was the period where they were frying food in that oil that your body couldn't process. So it actually went straight through you. There was this weird thing that would help you lose weight if your body didn't absorb this oil, but you couldn't hold it in. And so I didn't know what it was. Like, oh, it's fine. We're on holidays, and it's like, oh God, running to the toilet and just very unpleasant. And it was after the fact I realized it was the Vegas buffets. The fried stuff had been fried in this oil that the body couldn't process. And it's, oh man, that's some bullshit.
Who the fuck is spending time in Vegas and then going, man, what I put in my body really matters?
It is the passage of time. And I did have a haircut this week and a beard trim. It gets a bit longer. It looks a bit dark, but yeah, I'm definitely very grey. You made your own mead. I love the idea of making your own mead, actually. I have some mead that Mrs. Angry made, and I think it was decades ago. It was like decades ago. She was in this winemaking thing, and I've got a couple. And she made beautiful labels for them. She had these handwritten labels that look fantastic.
I remember doing a winemaking class once, and I fucking forgot how to drive. Thinking of things that Mrs. Angry made, that rhubarb jam.
Yes, you tried the rhubarb jam.
Yeah, so it smells different to how it tastes. It's so weird because it smells very tart, but you put it on something and it's sweet, and it just messes with you. But like, I've had it on toast, sandwiches, croissants.
It's really
just
yummy.
Great. It is very yummy.
It's basically like Miss Angry grew some rhubarb and realized, oh, I've got all this rhubarb. And she harvested it. We had some in the freezer, and she just decided, no, I'm sticking it all in a pot and turning it into jam. And we got like a dozen jars of it. And what was hilarious is I hadn't thought about it. But then I was in the supermarket and I went, how much is rhubarb in the supermarket? And there was this cluster of rhubarb in the supermarket for like $6. And I was like, fuck me, that's about $50 worth of rhubarb that we just turned into jam. Just because she grew it in the garden.
Yeah, okay.
And it's just like, man. And we had so much of it, like, didn't know what to do with it. And I was just like, damn.
Wow.
Yeah, Suffer. Coke's the same. There are, like he said, Fana's a bit different, but Coke's pretty
And
much
yes,
universally the same,
Micro,
I think.
you are actually right. Fanta was started by the Nazis. That's actually true.
Fuck off, was it?
Yeah.
It really
Yeah.
was.
Man, hate
It
tastes
really
amazing
was.
I know, right?
though.
Yeah. Little known
Fucking-
fact. Yeah.
Oh
Let me
god.
sip that genocide.
Oh god, I saw this really funny thing. Like I don't watch any of those Tonight shows on TV, but they all put clips on YouTube. And there's one Stephen Colbert's Late Show, and he had John Oliver on it, and it was after the Super Bowl, and they were talking about Super Bowl commercials, and which one was funny. And John Oliver going, you know what, the Volkswagen one had me going because they opened up with talking about
I've
history.
seen this clip.
And it was just
Yeah.
John Oliver going, really? Volkswagen want to talk about their history? Okay, I'm listening. And he's
Yeah.
going like, he said they went back to about the 1950s, and he's going, but that's not all your history, is it?
Yeah.
That's
It was
why.
like,
Awkward.
go all the way back to. I've seen
Yeah.
the photo of Hitler looking admiringly at a production line of VW Beetles. It's not going to make me like VW Beetles less because I had one when I was at uni, but which was older than me, which was classic. But
Did you ever see the videos of him on speed? Like, there's literally, you can go on YouTube and look up videos of just him at the Olympics tripping out on speed.
oh
just
my
like,
god, the
like just fucking
entire
cooking off his dial.
fucking German army were on crank.
Yeah.
But yeah, the again, to fall into my stereotypes and name check the Behind the Bastards episode, he had one about Hitler's doctor, and it was the person who was just prescribing Hitler massive amounts of crank. It was just like- and they're just going like, the medical records are a bit spotty and not you, but you look at them and go, man, Hitler was off his fucking
He
dial.
was fucking dial. If you look at his eyes in a lot of the speeches, they're just the whole time. Like, he doesn't fucking blink. His eyes are just right open.
Yeah, no, Saf, sorry, Loogie, I don't think we have to hold Fanta accountable for the Nazis anymore.
No.
It's
I think they-
they're not even the same fucking company. I think Coke
no,
owns them, don't they?
it's kind of unrelated, but that is literally where the name started. But yeah, I think we don't have to. It's kind of like there's a brand of supermarket freezer pizza which I quite like, Dr. Oetker, and they're very yummy. And there was even a Facebook group for people with the Dr. Oetker Appreciation Society, and people would just post like, oh, "It's on special this week in Woolworths for this much." And at some point, someone worked up. I looked up who they're named after, and is everyone going to be upset if Dr. Oetker was a Nazi?
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
No, was he? And it's like, oh, he might have been.
I mean, the fuck thing is, when you look into the Nazis and shit, and you see the companies that have like stemmed from Nazi Germany, it's kind of fucking worrying how much success they actually had.
All the drug companies, you talk about Hitler being on drugs, but Bayer and whatnot, but even the American companies, IBM and General Motors, were neck deep in fucking Nazi money. It's really
it's almost as if fascism is all about those dollar bills, yo.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the big pharma. I might be moving to America soon, and I just plead the fifth.
You don't want anything bad on your record. Yeah.
Here's an important here's an interesting fact about America. Even as a non-citizen, you are allowed to buy and own a gun in most states.
And it's getting easier. True.
Yeah. So as just someone who's visiting, you can walk into like a store that sells. Some banks sell guns. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, Yeah.
I
It's
just seen a report on them, and they were like, you know how they're always like, we got too many laws stopping us from getting guns, and they removed something like one of the background check things. But the catch is you have to go into the office to file the paperwork, and they're like, see, this is why they want criminals to have guns. They want us to leave our house to do it. What the fuck is that about? Freedom. And I'm just like,
wow.
you got less
So,
fucking
yeah.
restrictions now.
In Texas, it's like some of the southern states, their gun laws are so non-existent that dickheads can open carry and
Yeah.
think they
Oh,
can
the
just
open carry thing is really
open
freaky.
carry laws are so ridiculous, and it's hilarious when you see them face consequences, because like a bunch of I think they were even sovereign citizens, which is even more hilarious. But what they did was a group of them open carried into a police station,
Yeah.
and the cops saw them coming on their CCTV, and as they were walking into the cop shop, they were greeted by just like a wall of cops with guns shouting at them to drop their weapons, and they were all arrested.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, isn't
And
it? Like, you can
but
walk
they all
around the
had like
streets,
assault rifles and shit and tactical gear, like that's what they wear every day. And fucking hell, like, grow the fuck up. Why do you need that shit?
you can walk around the streets of it. Like, I get that's the law and shit, but when you start going on to fucking properties like police stations and schools and banks, like, yeah, no, you don't have that fucking right to walk into somewhere like that. That's why there's
Yeah.
signs, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the legal. I'm not a fucking lawyer, so I don't know, but I'm sure there's something that says, the place's fucking procedures are, in place. You can't do it. Stand your ground. Yeah, it's stand your ground laws are like shit anyway.
It's almost, sorry, I was just trying to look up. Oh wow, what's this doing? Trying to look up Micro's thing about was there Nazi steel in the
30 Rock building?
30
Wouldn't be
Rock?
shocked, because I know a lot of before like America got involved. From what I remember, they had trade deals with them, didn't they? Like, because America just sat on, they were like Sweden in it for a fucking long time. They didn't agree with it, but they weren't involved.
All right, so it mentions steel 19 times in Wikipedia. I'm just looking. It's saying the order went to U.S. Steel. That doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I
where
meant, Micro. Before the war, like, yous were sort of on the fence. Like, yous knew what kind of people they were, but yous were also like, kind of like China. We kind of know what kind of place China is, but we still have deals with them.
We surely do. We surely do. When they are not great people. and again, I want to stress I'm talking about the actual Chinese Communist Party, the power structure in China.
People are
not the actual Chinese people.
I think everyone kind of gets that when you say China, because, I mean...
Yeah. Well, Micro, you want a definite true story. Australia, under Conservative Prime Minister Menzies, sold iron to Japan in the lead up to World War II, which was used to make weapons which killed Australians. And he, despite the fact that everyone said we are inevitably going to war with Japan, and he was still selling Australian iron to them. And he defended it to his dying day that it was good for the Australian economy to sell iron to Japan. He actually had the
scrap metal or something.
He had the nickname Pig Iron Bob because it was actually, if I look it up, Pig Iron Bob.
Good lad, that Bob.
Good lad, huh?
That's a Blackadder reference.
Archival link to an obituary with the headline "Pig Eye and Bob dead at last." I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So he was a liked man.
Yeah. Well, he was actually very probably he was Australia's longest serving prime minister. Ah, yes, he was given the name Pig Iron Bob in an industrial dispute when wharf workers were refusing to load ships with scrap iron being sold to Japan, believing it would be used to make weapons to attack Australia. Yeah, that's
Yep, I thought so.
exactly what would have happened. But it's kind of like when General Motors in the US was dealing with the Nazis. Their defense was what's good for General Motors is good for America. And it's like maybe arming up Nazi Germany is not good.
Evidently, that's not true anyway, because look at Detroit.
Yes. Well, it had a limited lifespan, didn't it? The GM being good for America.
But apparently, I was reading Detroit's on the back. It's coming back. It's like slowly, but it's actually starting to.
In POG form?
Yes, Detroit, it's back.
Sorry.
In POG form.
I'm just throwing out the Simpsons
right
references.
No, but I was reading somewhere they reckon it's like the property values are starting to raise, business is starting to come. Like the crime's still there, but yeah, they're fucking slowly making their way back. So
yeah, I love what was he cops use beating sticks. Yes, that's what we call them. Beating sticks. No, they have batons, they have tasers, they have guns.
Fun fact, you can actually, as a security officer, you can go and get your batons, handcuffs, and OC spray license for $150 and it takes a day.
Fun fact.
Yeah. Just saying, if you want to buy one, it's not that hard. I don't even think you need your security license. You just got to sit the course.
Yeah. It's kind of like the fireworks thing. Like average members of the public can't have fireworks. You have to have a pyrotechnics license. Fun fact, the places that will give you the pyrotechnics test will also sell you the pyrotechnics. In other words, they have a vested interest in you passing the pyrotechnics test because then you will give them money to buy pyrotechnics. There's one St Kilda Road not far from me, and it's like the number of times I've been tempted to go, you know what, I reckon I could go there and in an afternoon legally be allowed to fire off cannons, but it's just and also because I live in a really Jewish neighborhood, and for certain holy days everyone sets off fireworks. It's really weird. Because for years I thought, obviously, you get like Chinese New Year, and when various Asian shops open, they'll do that thing with the crackers and the dragon dance and everything. They get special licenses to do that. You want a friend who has a contact in that if you want the bungers, because they can get them for you. But again, living in a Jewish neighborhood, several times a year, fireworks will go off randomly. You just be sitting inside and you hear bang, crack, 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 crack. And you go outside and then you see the colors in the sky and you're going, oh, it's okay. It's a holy day apparently because someone's firing off fireworks. So you just got to get the license and then you can do it. And apparently not difficult at all. Oh God, I remember, and I have no idea what it's like now, but this is back in the dark ages when I was at uni. So this is the 80s. I remember one of the lecturers telling me they were making a short film and they wanted to use some gun props, and even to use prop guns, you had to have a gun license. And because they were using powder, to do bangs. They weren't using bullets, but they were using powder to do bangs. So they had to have a gun license and a pyrotechnics license. So they had to go, they went down to the police station and they were like, how do I get a license to do this? And the cop said, take this test. And he's going, basically the questions were things like, alcohol and firearms don't mix. Why is this? And there's one, you might spill your drink while holding the gun, or you might tarnish the finish on your gun if alcohol gets on it. 3, alcohol can impair
Valid
your
concern.
judgment and make you do bad things. And he's going, that's how hard the questions were. There were like 20 questions on their test, and they did not get more difficult than that.
It's kind of like your driver's
Wow.
license now, eh? It'll be like, oh, why do you put a seatbelt on? A, because it's fancy. B, because, and it's just like, what the fuck do you think you put it on?
Back in the, and this is even before my day, particularly in country towns, to get a driver's license, like, yes, you did a written test for your L plates and you were meant to learn, but to get your P's so you could drive on your own, a cop would take you, and this is country town, you just go to the police station and go, oh, my P's test, and the cop would just get you going, yeah, all right, drive around the block, yeah, all right, hey, stop here, I want to get a paper. And they were just like, man, I did not have to do a goddamn difficult thing. It was just kind of like they drove me around a couple of blocks, and if I didn't kill anyone, they were going to give me a license.
Damn.
And then the motor registry took over, and there were, actual tests with actual assessments. But 70s, it was just like you'd go to the police station and say, I want my license. And it was totally down to the cop who got in the car with you. If the cop was really rigorous, they might make it difficult for you. But if the cop didn't give a shit, it'd just be like, yeah, okay, go around the block. Yeah, okay, park here. All right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, do your turn. All right, there's your license. And it's just like, it was ridiculous. But, maybe it's swung too. I have no idea, not having had to take a driving test for some time. But
I think because now they do a lot of shit with iPads. So, and one of my friends, he had to redo his manuals because he had the auto, but he didn't do his manuals. Right. And he was saying that like it does their speed, everything on this like app. It's just ridiculous. He reckons it like tells them the route to take, everything. So,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't even remember. Because again, I'm so old. Automatics are unusual.
I did my auto, never did my manual license. But when I went off my P's and onto my full license, they just gave me a full license, and I'm licensed to drive a manual now.
I got my
never
manual.
Learned how to.
Got my manual because I was like, if you don't, you might as well, in the sense of it teaches you to drive better. You learn how to control cars and shit like that. I feel like better.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe you, and it seems like a cool skill to have. I just never learned.
Yeah.
I can't even remember if that was a thing back when I got my license. It's like just everyone took it to manual. I don't know. But yeah, I drive a manual now because I actually prefer the level of control a manual gives you. Most modern automatics are basically flawless. I grew up with automatics that were way dodgier, that would do random gear changes that were not good. I think modern automatics have virtually no problems, but I just kind of like being in absolute control of when the gear shifts happen, which on very rare occasions it ends badly. It's a little while since I've stalled a car, but I have stalled cars just by being caught off guard. And like
like the light will change and you'll be like,
yeah,
wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, but I just prefer having the control of a manual. But oh god, Micro, you can't carry knives in Australia. You carry any sort of knife, you will end up with a criminal record.
Not true. If you're wearing high vis or you have a school bag for a trade and you keep it on you, even if you're not going to class, you just happen to leave it in there, you can get away with a box cutter.
Again, the mystery that is telling us how to get away with carrying a knife. Oh god! Again, Lukey, carrying a large fixed blade, you would be in so much trouble.
So how do you get away with a box cutter?
If you're wearing high vis because you've been at work.
It's
Or
for your work.
Mhm.
Yeah.
if you're a trade like student going to apprenticeship and shit, you leave it in your bag and just say you're not at school that day, but you just forgot it was in your bag, or you forgot it was in
Yep.
your pants pocket, but you're a trade. Yeah,
Fair
you're
enough.
good.
Yeah.
If you
What
walk out
about
fucking kicking knife, though,
so what about like a multi-tool, like a Swiss Army knife or something?
you're
Oof.
good. It's Leatherman and shit. If you got a Swiss Army knife, you can just say you went camping.
Yeah. A Leatherman and a Swiss Army knife can get you into trouble, but you can maybe talk your way out of it. But even like,
Because I carry my Swiss Army knife just in my handbag because I'm always using it because
yeah,
I'm just that sort of chick. And I accidentally walked into Parliament House with it. And of
Ooh.
course, the metal detector went off and they x-rayed it. And I just said, oh, it's just a multi-tool. And I only use it to use the screwdriver and the knife occasionally to open packages and the shit like that. But yeah, don't walk into Parliament House with a knife.
No.
Is
Or
the
caught with
moral of that
scissors.
story.
Yeah. So I did see someone mentioning pepper spray.
I gotta get some water.
You
I'll be back.
definitely don't want to be carrying pepper spray in Australia. It's an offensive weapon. The charges are almost as serious as having a gun. And I do remember some female friends of mine saying, like, you know, wanting to have something like pepper spray, which I completely understand. I went, don't, because cops are bastards and you'll be charged with having an offensive weapon. Have some oven cleaner in your bag, and you have a contact who, if they ever get a call from the police saying, do you know Sharon Smith? And you go, yes, she was just on her way over to my house to help me with some cleaning. Has something happened? Because when the cops say, why do you have oven cleaner in your bag? You go, I was just going to my friend's place to help them with some cleaning. Oven cleaner in and of itself is not illegal. But if they say you're using it as an offensive weapon, that's illegal. But you just go, no, I'm going to a friend's house to help with cleaning. And they go, what's this friend's name? And you give them a name and number, and you have an agreement between each other. If you ever get a call from a cop saying, do you know this person? You just go, yeah, they were on their way over to my house to help with cleaning. What's happened? Because also, in terms of pepper spray, if someone attacks you, if you spray oven cleaner in their fucking face, they are going to regret their life choices at that point.
That shit is caustic. They will go blind. That oven cleaner is caustic as fuck.
They will be very unhappy.
Their eyes will literally melt.
Yeah.
Just breathing the cunt in, like when you're fucking cleaning the oven with it and the back sprays on you. Oof.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
When you inhale at the wrong time, when you're doing oven cleaning, that's not good. You feel it burn. You just like,
it burns. I've literally lost fingerprints over it because I forgot to wear gloves and it fucking melted my fingerprints.
Yeah, it'll do that. I have a scar. Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Just cleaning the oven is a regret life choices thing.
Oh, I have to have a migraine med. I can feel a migraine coming on. Oh shit.
Oh, preempt that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, hang on. I'll be back in a sec.
John, spray a long neck of VB in someone's face. It's just a bit awkward having the long neck handy and being able to pop the cap at the right time.
Yeah, just
take that. I get the spirit of what you're saying. Just a little bit difficult to manage, I think. But
another good one. You know, remember the old bottle openers that used to have the fucking like hinge at the end that was sharp at a triangle? Take that, sharpen it, and just throw it in your bag, and then you just go to your friend's house to give them a bottle opener. But if you fucking slash someone,
I literally think that was to cut the foil on champagne bottles. So it was very dull. But yes, if you sharpen it, it's
heaps of women I know used to do that. The old bottle openers. Yeah, no, I remember the old bottle openers that used to have that like fucking point at the end.
Yeah.
It was cutting the foil on wine bottles and champagne bottles. Yeah. Ray's is just suggesting a hypothetical where someone may have sharpened it to a point.
No, I knew females who used to do it from like high school and shit. When they used to go to the city, the private schools in there, their parents used to give it to them in case some fucking seedy cunt would come up to them in the city because Flinders was a nightmare,
Back in the day, women used to have hat pins.
Oh god, that was like in the 19th century. There were
yes, and
notoriously
it got so bad that men got poked with hat pins because they were being men. That they had to make laws against sharpening hat pins.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course that's the problem, eh? Like, not the fuckers that are getting stabbed. That's the problem.
yeah.
When you Australia.
Yeah, I know, right?
Aidsy used to have this wicked metal walking stick that his blacksmith swordmaker friend made, and it was specifically weighted to fuck people up. It was a functional walking stick that he used, but because he'd had several bad experiences, because there's a certain sort of scumbag who perceives someone, with a disability as being a soft target and goes them. So his blacksmith swordmaker friend said, "I'll help you out. This is an innocent looking walking stick that's all metal and has a sharp edge on one end." And AZ fucked people up with it more than once. And what was hilarious, like someone accosted him I think it was at Footscray, someone accosted him at a train station, and he fucking hurt the guy with his walking stick. And the cop showed up, and this guy's trying to go, "Oh, he fucking hurt me," whatnot. And AZ's just doing this, "I'm sorry, officer, I can hardly walk. I don't know what this is." Just And it's funny, I feel like no one who knows AZ from YouTube has actually ever seen him angry. And I've seen him angry a couple of times, and he just gets cold as fuck in a really, really disturbing way. And like when he fucked this guy, he told me the story, and I got the vibe from what he's going like, because he had a bag and he's sitting there and he's got a walking stick and he's got a bag, and some scumbag comes up to him and is like, "What's in your bag?" And AZ goes, "Nothing you want." And the guy's going, "Show us what's in the bag. What's in the bag?" And AZ just looked up and went, "Your death." And the guy's like, "What?" And AZ just lashed out like straight into the guy's throat with the walking stick, which just shocked him, and then sideswiped him across the head. So the guy's gone down, and the guy's bleeding, and when the cops show up, so the cops are initially going, "Oh, this guy's been assaulted," and AZ's just going, "Oh, sorry, officer, I've got a disability and I'm here." And this guy, of course, is an asshole, so he's mouthing off and swearing and carrying on and being. And AZ just going, "Oh, officer, I don't know what's going on. It's all confusing to me." And so AZ had actually criminally assaulted this guy, but because AZ is just going, "Oh, I don't know what's going," and this guy's being mouthy and obnoxious and abusive, so the cops carted him off, and AZ's just going, "Lol." But that was a whole thing when a swordsmith makes your walking stick for you. But
Toronto Maple
so
Leaf,
is it a
definitely illegal here.
hidden sword or
no,
like
no.
Or
it was just metal and weighted in a way that if you swung it, you would fuck someone up. And a bit on the inside of the handle was a point. Wasn't super I don't think he ever went someone with the point, because you could borderline kill someone with that. But it was weighted, so if you grabbed the thing and swung it, you would seriously fuck someone, and he did that a couple of times. So what's
do you know what happened to it?
The walking stick?
Yeah. Maybe I should ask the boss of the house.
Yeah, he had it to his final days. It's probably cast out. I don't know if the boss of the house would have kept it as a memento or anything.
Yeah.
So sorry for Maple Leaf. Law banning knives. Oh, Australia has really strict knife laws. Yeah,
we can't be trusted with anything. Like, it's just
no, we are.
We're irresponsible everything owners.
we're a very irresponsible nation. We can't be trusted with.
Notice we don't have guns. Ask why.
Yeah, ask us why. We don't have guns for the same reason Americans shouldn't have guns. To
Yeah.
be fair.
Yeah, it's just that
That
a
was-
significant majority of the population
What was
supports
that? Was that 90? That was like 97, wasn't it? Or 96
It was the
or something?
90s, yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Howard.
94, 95, something like that.
Yeah.
Yes. See, look, Micro, this time I'm not timing out because you said murder cars. I was really careful. Really careful. I mean, we're joking a bit, Toronto Mouth Believer, but you do not want to be having a mental health episode in front of cops in Australia, because
No.
not as bad as the US, but there have been a number of extremely unfortunate incidents where all that was happening was someone was having a mental health episodes and cops used lethal force.
Tyler
Yeah.
Cassidy, remember that one? That kid
Oh, God,
at the fucking skate park, he had the knife and she was like 15. They like 6 cops emptied all their clips into him.
Yeah. I remember there was one in the CBDs, dude, and he was swinging. This guy's like, no shirt and swinging a sword around, and clearly having a bad day.
Fuck, he's swinging a sword around. He's not having a good day.
No, he's not having
It
a
was
good
the sword guy.
And
was
again,
it? Remember the sword guy?
The cops pepper sprayed him, which didn't seem to slow him down, and then they just shot him, and it was like, oof. But yeah, like cops in the UK are particularly sort of glitchy. Yeah.
But basically, if you can fucking kill someone with it, don't walk around with it because they'll charge you for it. It's the best way to look at it. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't matter if you take a piece of paper and turn it into a knife. It's still a knife. They'll get you for that. You know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's.
Speaking, I've actually done that. Wait right here.
Oh God!
Yes.
Trevor goes about
as she walks away with a fucking sword in the background.
I know. Oh dear.
Remember, we're also the nation.
The right thing to do with someone who's swinging a sword around. Tell them to go home or get some mental health professionals.
We're also the same nation, though. Keep in mind that stopped the terrorist attack with a milk crate.
Yeah.
Okay, so admittedly, this is a lot of glue as well.
Oh,
but this is made of paper.
A paper knife. There we go.
It's made of paper, and the handle has a lot of popsicle sticks in it. But I was making the knife given to Aragorn, by Celeborn, in Lothlorien. But you can't cut with it. But that point is a point.
That's a bit of a stabby point.
It's a bit of a stabby point. I could not get into a convention with this.
You would actually
not painted or anything.
You would get into serious trouble with a cop if you were carrying.
I'll show you. I'll show you what I got from the convention. Hold on. Look at this. I got this from fucking Supernova. It's the most ridiculous thing ever.
But yeah, this is made of paper. So paper knife.
Oh my God.
Bent? You got that at Supernova.
You shaved my arm.
Holy shit.
Fuck. What's it made of? Is that so? That's
I don't know if you can
a
hear
machete.
This is how sharp it is. Ready? Like it fucking makes a shing.
That was a good noise coming out of the sheath. Yeah.
How sharp is that thing?
I've shaved my arm with it.
Damn.
And I haven't sharpened it. It was like that when I got it, because I got it as a prop, and I was like, "Yo, let me see it." And I pulled it out when I got home. I was like, "They fucking sold me that." Like,
you're not allowed to take shit like that into a convention.
You're not allowed to bring that into the country.
Sold it to you at the convention.
Yeah.
Damn.
Fuck.
It was only
Damn.
like fucking $20. I was like, I get fucking. That's a better deal than
Yeah.
Footscray. Like,
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
Micro, you
Well,
going in buying
my
$50
paper knife is kind of shit now. But I
still,
made
you made
this.
that. Yeah, you made
Still
that. That
cool.
just come from fucking Walmart, apparently.
Oh, okay. Machetes are legal in Toronto Maple Leafers world. If it's in a sheath, requires both hands to open the blade. It's legal. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, no, that thing. It's
So-
so I can have this
So
here,
if
but I can't take it
if
outside.
you're a member of a club or like a martial arts club, you're allowed to own swords like that, even if they're sharp and tempered steel
Yeah.
and shit. So when I was doing HEMA, I could own legit long swords and actual bladed weapons and shit like
Yeah.
that.
I knew some guys who were, historical reenactors. They would have muskets, and these were things that would actually fire, like, traditional musket. You had to put the powder and the shot and then the wadding and blam. And they had a legal license for them, but because they didn't meet the classification of any modern firearm, that in the license or the classification, it was this sort of other category, which is also
Yeah.
the same category like submachine guns were put into. And
Yeah.
they were coming back from, it was either the US or Europe, and the flight stopped in Indonesia, and their papers got checked. And so they had these firearms that on paper seemed to be the same classification as machine guns. And he said they were dragged off into interrogation rooms, and they were interrogated for about 12 hours. And they were trying to go like, no, it's these historical things. And because it was when Indonesia was controlled by the military, and so it was soldiers just screaming at them and saying that, are you trying to start a revolution here or something? And they're going, no, this is just a stopover on the way to we weren't planning to leave the airport.
Yike.
And it was just because these guns didn't match the classification of any standard modern gun.
Who the fuck's doing a hostile takeover country with muskets in this day and age, though? Like,
they were just the Indonesian military, very antsy people. Very antsy.
I know.
People.
I've been there.
Yeah.
That reminds me of that really old Mel Gibson movie where he's a pilot in the Vietnam War, and
Air America.
Air America, and yeah, he's like, the war's about to end or something, and he's like doing gun running, and
they were
someone
doing
tells
illegal
him,
shit into Cambodia.
yeah, and someone sells him muskets or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I did see that movie. I remember Robert Downey Jr.'s in it. Just a very vague memory of what happens in it.
Is that cunt still doing movies like Robert Downey Jr.? I haven't seen him since Iron Man.
He actually is, but
he was in Oppenheimer.
Yeah, he was in Oppenheimer. He's been nominated Best
That
Supporting
was a
Actor
long
for
flight. I
Oppenheimer.
don't know.
I haven't seen it, but he's kind
It's
of
good.
been doing more serious films and not necessarily taking the lead role in them, because I think he made so much money from being Iron Man. He doesn't have to chase paydays anymore, so he just gets really, really selective of what he does. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I watched the Oppenheimer on fucking the plane coming back, and like the acting was top notch, but I don't know. I couldn't really get into it. It just seemed a bit too Hollywood, but the acting was amazing, But I was also on a fucking flight for like 15 hours, so it was also like, trying to fucking juggle that while realizing you're about to land in Qatar.
I really appreciated all the I mean, they didn't have to do all the references to all the quirks and idioms all the scientists had. They didn't have to put those references in, but Christopher Nolan, being the dork that he is,
He's a
did.
dork. Yeah.
Yeah. And so famous scientists had he would portray them with all their characteristics and all their just little quirks, and I fucking
Yeah.
loved it.
I like the little things, like just even the radios in it. Like the radios look like back then, you know, like the bunker that they had and shit in it and stuff like that, and the way it all sort of was set up. If you look at photos of what bunkers looked like back then, they fucking nailed it, you know. So
Yeah.
and they didn't go
Yeah.
overboard with like when they were doing the tests on it, and like you had the explosion, but they could have made it fucking ridiculous, you know, but it was how it was, you know, like they didn't let off the whole fucking force of it. They just let off a little bit to see if it would work. And evidently we know what the full force did twice.
Micro doesn't want crying babies on flights. I get the frustration with that, but sometimes people have to travel and have to have a baby with them. I think there's a spectrum of people who do their best to stop it being intrusive and people who appear oblivious to the fact how intrusive it is. But it's a thing.
You know what I hate on planes more than anything? The worst fucking experience you'll ever have flying.
Yeah.
When you got that dickhead behind you that continuously just fucking does this on the tray table while he's waiting.
I had one flight to America, this weirdo behind me, this woman, and it wasn't even the tray table. She was kicking the back of my chair.
Oh, no.
And I was like, and several times I turned around and said, I'm sorry, could you not kick the back of my chair? And no effect. And I'm like, I've had it with her. And I actually called over a flight attendant and I'm like, this person keeps kicking the back of my chair. I've asked them multiple times not to. I don't know what the hell's going on. And the flight attendant goes, and here going, oh, was that happening? I wasn't aware of it. I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore. And the flight attendant walks away. And this was a flight into America. And she was an
So you gotta be
American.
careful.
And she leans forward and goes, oh, you fucking piece of shit trying to rat me out of the thing. You know what I mean? And I was this close to, bitch, the only thing that's stopping me from coming around there and fucking strangling you is I want to actually get through customs when I get off the plane. So shut the fuck up. But it was just like, I just had to bite my tongue because she was an American. They're not stopping her from getting into America. But if she raised any sort of shit, it could make my trip difficult. What was funny, because the flight crew hated it because she was hacking on the flight crew. Again, male Qantas flight crew, notoriously very camp. Not all of them, but we had a delightful stereotype Qantas camp flight attendant. And because she'd already been a shithead to me, and she acted like a real wacko to him. Like she was asking for something, and he's going, "Of course, madam." And she's going, "Don't you laugh at me." He goes, "I'm not laughing, madam. I'm smiling." "What am I smiling?" He goes, "I'm sorry, madam. Some people find my smile charming." And I just leaned over and went, "I think your smile's charming." And he says, "Thank you, sir." And so the flight crew had her pegged as a psycho at that point. And so, you know, when I said she just won't stop kicking the back of my chair, and then she pretended like she didn't know what was happening when the flight crew said something, and then she did this psycho hissing threat at me, and I was just like, oh, I am just barely holding back from what I actually want to say, but I can't afford to be threatening to murder someone on a plane when I then want to get off the plane and go through US customs.
Yeah, their passport is fucking, like, that is the most intense feeling when you're standing at that passport control.
Yeah.
And you know, if they're just bored or pissed off or feel like fucking with you, you're either missing your flight or getting returned. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
it's completely up to them.
it happened to a friend of mine, actually, like a YouTube friend. He had an internet romance, and he saved up for like 2 years to be able to afford to go to the US to see her. And I don't know, someone on a whim stopped him and asked him about his job, and he was unemployed. Like, he'd done a whole bunch of part-time jobs to save up for this trip, but he didn't have a job at the time, so he was technically unemployed. And they basically after grilling him in an interview room for like 6 hours, they just arbitrarily said they believed he was going to try and stay illegally in the US because he had no means of support or no job back in Australia. And they just sent him back on a flight back to Australia. He had no recourse. He had worked for 2 years to save the money for that trip. And just on a whim, someone at Border Control fucked him over because they can.
Yeah, I was lucky enough that the first time I went, I had my rental agreement to prove that I had somewhere I was coming back to. And now, I mean, like, I've got my work, I've got fucking rentals, I've got everything here. So, but if it wasn't for that, because we're engaged, could you imagine going through like passport control, being like, coming to see my fiance for my anniversary, and then it's like, oh yeah, so what do you have back home? Nothing. Like,
they often do. People who are meeting someone for a romantic reason, they just go, oh, you're going to just get married while you're here and claim a green card, and you're just an illegal. I'm not going to let you into the country, because they can just arbitrarily do it. And to an extent, the people who do like passport control do need to be allowed to do it. But Jesus Christ, you get some whack jobs playing little power games in that shit.
I understand the reasoning for it. I understand that, it's a necessary evil at times, but I also think that, first of all, they need to be paid more, because the reason these people are so fucking like pissed off in the first place is they're working all these hours for pretty much minimum wage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the one thing they've got is the power over other people.
Yeah.
So they exploit it. Yeah. It's you gotta, if you're giving people responsibility, you gotta treat them like they're professional. Not like minimum wage, like about the same amount to pay someone at McDonald's. So,
and like, to be fair, that is an intense job, because if you fuck up and let the wrong person in the country, I mean, it can go pretty pear-shaped depending where they're coming from, like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So absolutely. I mean, you do have a pretty tough job, like, and I don't think that gets recognized enough either. Like,
no. It's and that's the thing. Like, as I say, to an extent, the people who do that job have to be able to make a call and say, this person's a risk and shouldn't be allowed in the country.
Yeah.
It's just, you get these cases where they do it arbitrarily and in a really shitty way, and it's just like, damn. But yeah.
I have to go to bed soon.
Well, it is bedtime. It's 1:30. I mean,
I've got people coming over here at 10:30 in the morning.
Oh, you definitely need to
play Magic the Gathering, and that's really, really early.
That is pretty early.
Normally on a Saturday, I'm not awake in the AM unless I'm awake the night before. Like now.
Yeah.
I actually don't have to work tomorrow. I'm kind of buzzing on that one. Got a day off.
I get that you're having a bit of fun there, Micro, but that's a legit thing. More people want to get into the US than any other country in the world. That's just real. That is actually a real thing.
I mean, I'm moving there hopefully in a year, and I mean, the process, it's the amount of shit you gotta do. You know, I've actually got to fly to fucking Sydney just to have a meeting with the US embassy to do it, and that's whenever.
But they don't have an embassy here.
They have one here, but it's so booked in with other shit that they basically just do all the visas and marriages out of Sydney now. Damn. So I got to fly out fucking Sydney to do it. It's wild, or else it could take an extra 6-7 months, you know.
Why is he moving? For love, Micro, for the best reason.
Yeah.
Love, more all caps. Why would you do that to yourself? For love.
She
For
says
the
the same
good
shit. She's
reason.
like, you got to be out of your fucking mind. I'm like, yep.
That
okay.
literally, love is a chemical imbalance of the brain.
I'm fine with that. No, you know what? I want to travel more of the US as well. So like the end
Yeah.
game is we are actually going to be moving back here at some point, but I want to go see more of that. Go see Canada. So
it's just yo, enjoy not seeing a doctor anymore. I think I've told this story probably multiple times, but one of my first trips to the US with
$2,000. It's the same here.
Yeah, who had family there, and one of our aunts in LA was a nurse in a medical practice in I think it was East, like it was like somewhere a little dodgy, like East LA or Compton or something.
Fucking hell, a little dodgy.
I know, right? So, but we could. She because I got sick in the Philippines. We came via the Philippines, and I got sick, and she just said to the doctor, "Look, this is family. Can you see them, and not charge them?" And he did, which was fucking awesome. And he's just gone, yeah, okay, you got this. And he gave me a series of prescriptions, and I went, thank you. And I went to a pharmacy, and it was like 3 prescriptions. And the pharmacist looked at it was like one of them was like, this one's $350. Do you actually want it? And I went, no.
Jesus.
And I was like, it's what now? But they knew to ask. They said, like, you got given these prescriptions. This one's going to cost you 300. Wow. And this was 25 years ago. This will cost you 350. And I was like, no, I don't want it. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking. But okay, what was funny is because, okay, so we got driven to this medical practice, which is, like I said, I forget exactly where it was, but it was definitely like bad reputation place, East LA or Compton or something. And it just looked like a neighborhood to me. And we're in there. But my then partner's uncle, who was local to LA, so as far as he was concerned, this suburb was a no-go zone. He spent the entire time freaking out. He wouldn't go away from the door because he wouldn't leave his car out of his sight because he was absolutely sure someone was going to jack his car from the car park.
Probably would have, to be honest.
No, but nothing happened, and because I didn't really know where they'd taken us to, and I was just like, it just looks like a neighborhood to me, and nothing happened. So I thought the uncle was being weird. But then we got back somewhere, and then someone said where we were, and I looked it up, and I went, oh yeah, that's not a great neighborhood that we were in just then. That was a bit much. But yes, Safa, I met Vince Diesel, Vin Diesel's younger brother, and I also know that you're joking, Safa.
The first time I went to the States, here's a medical one. I was taking pre-workout because I was working out a lot back then.
Mm-hmm.
And I had it that morning, and we were laying in bed at the hotel, and like me and the missus were laying there, and my heart was going like this.
Sorry, Dr. Abigail signing off, are you?
I want to hear this story.
Oh, you want to hear the story, though? Okay, finish the story.
Yeah.
Right?
The heart, you can see it through my shirt going.
Oh, God.
So she's like, we got to go to the fucking hospital, but I didn't get insurance because I'm like, fuck that, nothing's going to happen. Never made that mistake again. Laying in bed, it's doing that. She's like freaking out, and I'm like, all right, well, fucking, how much is it going to cost to go to the hospital? And she's like, well, if you're having a heart attack, and we did the research, and I was like, over $1 million, So I was like, all right, well, let's look at it this way. I go, if I die It cost me 15 grand to get my remains sent back to Perth, and I don't have to pay for it. So let's just roll the dice and see how it fucking goes, because I'm not going into $1 million debt at this age.
Fuck.
And I'm still here.
Fuck. Imagine having to do that math in your head
It was
about your life.
I was laying there that night like, I'm gonna die in America. This is fucked up. I come here for a good time. I end up with a death. Like, this is shit.
Yeah.
So,
fuck. Medical debt. It just blows my mind. That's fucked
I just
up.
choose death. Fuck that.
Yeah. The weirdest story I ever heard about that was from an American, he's a humor writer, but he's saying like the bit where it was remarkable how close he came to death and not wanting to go in the hospital. And it was such a weird fringe thing. He had a wart on his chest, and what he didn't know, warts could have roots that go quite deep into your body. And what he thought was just a wart on the surface, the roots had actually penetrated a blood vessel in his chest. And and one night in bed, it's like he rubbed, it was irritating, and he scratched it, and blood just sprayed up. And
that sounds like it was his aorta.
Yeah, and it was just like, yeah, it was not a vein. It was a what are the other ones?
The aorta that goes straight up to your brain, like the carotid artery.
It was right here, and he scratched it, and blood just sprayed, and he's lying in bed going, "What the fuck was that?" And his girlfriend's going, "What?" And it's like, and he might have been exaggerating for comedic effect. I don't know, but he actually said there were like spatters on the ceiling. He's like, I think something's wrong.
Something's wrong.
Because he said it didn't even really hurt. But anyway,
I'm going to bed now. So good night, everyone.
Good night.
Navaya, Melanin, and good night. Take care. Enjoy date night. I'll see you on Sunday.
Yes, I'll probably be back on Sunday, and because it's a public holiday on Monday, maybe later. So Loogie, a CMV infect. Oh God. Okay. You're literally, and again, I actually do know a couple people in the States who have some chronic conditions, and they do have to do that math. Damn.
Micro, I'm moving to
Micro
Charlotte.
wants to know where you're moving. How much?
Yeah, I'm moving to North Carolina. I'm moving to Charlotte. And then I believe once the property prices go down, we're looking at South Carolina. So I don't know, man. Like, I don't give a fuck, honestly. I enjoy it over there.
It's nice country, honestly. The Carolinas is a very nice country.
I mean, it's got its downfalls, but I mean, this place has its fucking downfalls. You know, we have plenty of bullshit. So anywhere you go, yeah. But yeah, North Carolina's amazing.
There you go.
I love South Carolina though. I fucking love South Carolina. That shit.
Yeah, okay. Micro's actually on board. He likes the Carolinas too. There you go.
Well, shit, let me know if you do, man. We'll link up.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah, you're right. There's ups and downs. There's good people. There's shitty people.
Yeah, I mean, America's got guns. We got Queenslanders. It's all a fucking problem.
And for your benefit, Micro and anyone else in the US, that's like saying Floridians, basically.
But worse.
How similar is it? It's tropical and muggy, and old people go there to retire.
No one can drive. They got all the crazy shit that kills you.
The hills have banjos. The hills have eyes. That was the movie, wasn't it?
I went through banjo country. I was in Virginia. I went to Virginia. That place was pretty cool too, though.
West by God, Virginia. I've got one of my longer term internet friends through YouTube is in West Virginia, and he's funny as fuck. And he's an actual libertarian, because I get so aggravated on the people on the internet who call themselves libertarians 99 times out of 100. They're just a right-wing dickhead who doesn't want the rules to apply to them.
Yeah.
But true libertarians actually care about other people and don't actually favor one political party over the other. And this guy's a real libertarian, but it's just hilarious. He just tells me stories of West Virginia. It's just like, because he lives on a property, because he's just kind of like, fuck other people.
That's how they all are, though. They're like the brokest place in America, but they're also like the happiest about it. They're like, fuck yeah, because we live by ourselves. Fuck this shit. Like,
yeah. No, he just lives on a property, and he tells me stories about his crazy neighbors, and it's just like, he's just like, fuck it, man. I've got more guns than them. If they fuck with me, I'm going to deal with it. It's just like,
Safa, I don't hate New Jersey. I'm just disappointed.
I don't hate Micro, being a New Yorker, is comfortable in saying Jersey's garbage. Yeah. New Jersey's New York's taint. There isn't actually an East Virginia, but yeah.
You know,
I think there's Virginia and West Virginia.
Yeah, there's West Virginia. They're different states too, I think. But
they're different states. And that's
York's weird in the sense because it's like New York's got New York, and then New York is in New York. So it fucks you up. You're like, what part of New York am I in? The city's
so great, they had to name it twice.
Yeah.
Well, was it New Jersey is a Sopranos territory?
Yeah, that's where they filmed that.
They're in New Jersey.
There's heaps of shit come from there. What's his name? That fucking singer, Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right. Springsteen's from Jersey, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, Micro's not NYC. He's New York State. Yeah.
Yeah, I went through NYC to get to Charlotte last time, and like it took me almost fucking 3 hours to get through domestic. It was mental.
Yeah.
West Virginia's so like the West Virginia, I don't even know how to explain them. They're just in their own world, eh?
The historically they're basically, most of the people come from refugees from Scotland and Ireland.
Yeah.
And so they've had an extreme hatred of authority because they fled the oppression of the British. And yes, the mining in West Virginia, while it was the economy for a while, everyone ended up getting fucked over, and it was just like pollution and like mountains getting leveled and just terrible toxic shit.
What's cool is so when you go to Virginia, there's like the whole place is just Civil War shit, you know?
Yeah.
My buddy's house there's like the last battlefield before they signed that treaty and shit. His house, and then there's a road, and then that's the field it was all done on where the last battle happened, and then they signed the treaty under some tree that you could see from his yard. And he was like, yeah, man, it's the weirdest thing. He goes, it's such a nice place. A president lived in that house, but over there where all that shrub is, there's like 200 fucking dead civil war bodies just laying in there.
If you dug up the ground, you'd pull up all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
Probably remnants of bodies and rifles and cannonballs and
little bullets.
You know people who make moonshine. Well, it's actually not that difficult to make moonshine. It's slightly more difficult to make it in a way that doesn't poison people who drink it. I mean, like I literally, this sounds like I'm hedging, but I literally accidentally found a website from a business here in Melbourne that sells distillation kits. And they have on the website, this is not for distilling alcohol. That's illegal. This is for people who want to distill water or make perfumes. So they're obviously taking the piss because the distillation kits are for distilling alcohol. But that's illegal, but they're just saying there are legal uses for this product. But you do have to be careful.
Toronto Maple Leaf, it's dangerous to drink. I don't drink moonshine. I won't drink it. Like, I get people like the shit, but I mean, I don't drink no more anyway. But even when I did drink, I was never the cunt that was like, yeah, moonshine, I'll fucking try. No, made that in your part. I mean, fuck off. Like,
you can get stuff from proper distilleries. That's what they call new make spirit, which is the base of whatever spirit they're making that hasn't been aged or prepared. which that's technically what moonshine is, but this has
Yeah.
been made in a proper distillery under controlled conditions. So yeah, it's but yes, this still happens in Australia. You occasionally get stories from some of the more remote communities where someone has done the homemade moonshine and they haven't done it properly, and it's poison and it kills people or blinds people, because the difference between methyl alcohol and ethyl alcohol, if you don't do the distillation properly, you produce poison and you fucking kill people.
Well, that's what alcohol used to have on the bottles, was the poison warning signs. All of the bottles used to actually have that shit on it. So, I won't have to pay taxes. So I know with the US, when they come over here as a citizen, they've got to file their taxes over there still. But when I move, I'm not making money here, so I don't have to fucking worry about any of it.
Fun fact, so Paul Hogan ended up getting done for tax things because he was telling the US tax service, the IRS, that he paid tax in Australia, and he was telling the Australian tax office he was paying the IRS in America. And I guess he kind of thought they'd never talk to each other.
He's fucking Paul Hogan.
And after 10 years, they talked to each other, and he got a tax bill of millions of dollars. But
he's a fucking twat, that cunt.
That was a very silly thing to do. But yeah,
I cannot stand that guy. Like, I like the movies, don't get me wrong, but just as a person, he's such a fucking tool. Like, he was like, I'll never leave California, I love it here. Then COVID, he's like, I'm going back, fuck my kids. Like,
he's weird. Yeah, Loogie, same as the tax office in Australia. Like, if you murdered someone, the cops will stop looking for you after a while. If you've defrauded the tax department, they never stop. They never stop trying to get you.
Nah, Paul Hogan's not a bogan at all. He's a fucking... I mean, Crocodile Dundee wasn't even really bogan, eh? He was just a country lad.
Yeah. It's like this Paul Hogan a cashed up bogan. I do remember what was quite funny. I remember like a doco thing of him and his then wife, Linda Kozlowski, who was in the Crocodile Dundee movies, kind of like 10 years after Crocodile Dundee. It's like some tour of the house, and she's showing someone the fittings, and they were like really garish and tacky, and she's just laughing and going, this is what people with money thought was a good thing to do 10 years ago. She was actually laughing, like she's going like 10 years later, she's like, our bathroom looks fucking stupid. It's just because it was all just shiny and gold and everyone.
Steve Irwin's
son. I have actually seen that micro. Steve Irwin's son is doing the conservation stuff.
Yeah, well, what's his name? What's her name? Bindy's retired from the zoo, and so is Terry. He's taken over the whole thing, I believe.
Yeah. Bindi wanted to just live a life, I think.
She just wanted to be a mum.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
Whole thing. But yeah, the son wants to do it. Oh, God. Toronto, thank you for bringing up NFTs and monkeys, bored apes, and whatnot.
I missed that whole fucking thing. I miss all the NFT. I remember people posting it, but I do not know what the fucking NFT is. I just know Snoop Dogg was like, I'm going to NFT Death Row Records. And I was like, it sounds like something I'm probably not going to give two shits about.
No, it was a scam. It's like crypto is still kind of there, even though it's dodgy as fuck. But NFTs were such an extreme scam. They just fucking died. That everyone went, yeah, that was bullshit, wasn't it? Yeah, that was bullshit.
People were spending like $100, $200, $500,000 on shit. It's just, and I was like,
people got
just an
ripped
image.
Off. No, people got ripped off blind with this idea that a piece of code that said on the blockchain that said you were the unique owner of a JPEG. And it was just like,
Let me get on Photoshop real quick. I'm going to be a fucking
Yeah,
billionaire.
it's like everyone who wasn't taken in by the hype were like, bro, look, right click, save as, I got your NFT, man. And it was just, it was just a bullshit scam. And
Because
yeah, some
YouTubers
people
jumped
were,
on it.
oh yeah, and Logan Paul, and yeah, it's just like it was a scam of bullshit, and it was such an extreme scam it died. Crypto's like dodgy as fuck, but it's still around. Yes, Ricky, exactly. Control C, Control V. Gotcha NFT, bro.
Just print screen. Fucking
Yeah,
Control C, done.
It was just like the stupidest shit. It was just a bullshit tech bro scam. But
It was a
like,
4chan or something created or something like that, because they're the sort of fuckers that would do something like that, eh?
I just love that it was such a bullshit scam. It died. And honestly, and I work in IT, and there's been so much hype around technology for the last 40 years. Various things were definitely worth money, but other things were just like bullshit hype. NFTs took it to a new level. That people literally saying like, no, this JPEG's worth money. You go, it isn't. It really isn't. But
you should have jumped on it and started selling some, eh?
Oh.
It would have been funny as fuck.
there was a period, and it was a very short period, probably less than 6 months, where you could make money by ripping off complete fucking idiots.
I would have been all over it if I had known that.
Thing is, smart idiots, people who were educated and knew stuff about technology, but got sucked into the hype. It wasn't like absolute rubes who knew nothing about technology didn't buy NFTs because they didn't understand what the fuck. It was people who were reasonably smart but got sucked into the hype, and it's like, why did you think a JPEG was worth money, you absolute idiot?
Why do they leave out PNGs?
That's where the real money is, PNGs.
Fucking that.
Jesus Christ. Micro, the funny thing about crypto is people thought it was untraceable, but the hilarious thing is how absolutely traceable it is. There are definitely people who've done major criminal shit and got away with it. But again, average Joes who think what they do in crypto is not traceable, and they end up getting absolutely rogered by law enforcement because the whole thing they did, it's on the blockchain. You can't delete their activity.
Also, the dark web is literally, that was created by the government. Like, do you really think the government doesn't have control of their own thing? Like, all this shit was the US. Like, it was, from what I remember, they originally created it to like transfer fucking information to each other that no one could see.
Yeah.
Then they just leaked it out to everyone. Like, yeah, no, we can't see this.
Honey pots are the number one security thing people do. You set something up that looks like the thing the hackers want, and you let them get in, and while they think they're in the system, you are finding out literally everything about the hacker. Gotcha. The funniest one still to be like when crypto was new, the FBI was investigating it because the Silk Trail and all that shit where they were doing drugs and hiring hit manager, and
Silk Road.
An FBI agent realized how much money these fucking nerds were dealing in, and one of them was like busting this one guy, and he realized this guy's crypto assets were worth millions, maybe tens of millions, and he literally put a gun to the guy's head and was like, transfer all of this into my account.
Fucking hell.
Of course, the nerd did because he's got a gun at his head. But the FBI guy didn't realize how traceable that was, and he ended up getting arrested and convicted. But it was just cracked me up. Like, FBI agents were so frustrated by what they saw as these pathetic nerds having millions of dollars. This guy literally just pulled a gun on one of them and said, transfer all of that into my account. And it was just like, the nerds were just, wait, the real world exists? Someone can hold me at gunpoint and make me give up everything that's on my computer? It's like, god damn.
Fucking Silk Road. I remember hearing not long ago. It's still around. It's just done different now. It's not on the internet now.
Yeah.
It's like a text service or something, and then you donate to them, and then they'll bring you the shit to your house. Like, it's fucking weird.
Oh, probably. Oh god, there was a news story this week from New South Wales. All the people who had the dialer dealer thing, like texting someone,
Facebook and shit. Yeah.
And the cops busted it, and so they had the numbers of everyone who'd ever ordered anything, and they said they sent the message out saying like, "We busted your dealers, stop doing this," and they were saying it was 50,000 people. Again, I don't know, cops.
Nah, it'd be close because remember, like some of those Facebook groups, I fucking got added to them, and there was like 30,000 people in a single group just on the same thing, just bang, bang, bang.
Like, back in the 90s. In Minecraft, I had a guy I could call and just say one, it's just like, and he would show up with a baggie, and it would just be like, in Minecraft, everyone. That was not, that was not a thing that happened in real world. But the dialer dealer thing has been around forever. And will always be around. But it was kind of funny that the cops cracked a particular network and texted everyone who was in the contact list. Fuck, that was funny. Could you just imagine actually getting a text from a cop like, we know you've been doing this dialer dealer thing. You should stop. That would, because the overwhelming majority of people on that wouldn't see themselves as criminals. So to know that they had gotten on the radar of cops would scare the shit out of them.
Yeah, and that a lot of them would have been like, scared straight on it too, like.
Oh yeah, no, it would work for a lot of them. Like, oh my god, I thought this was just a fun, frivolous thing. Now the cops know about me. Sava, that was this week. Look it up. The dialer dealer bust. It was this week. It was pretty fucking funny. The cops said they texted 50,000 people or something. It was just like, again, cops make numbers up, so who knows?
Dude, I got to give it to the US. So like, and people can talk all this shit like fucking, oh, the police do this, the police. Fuck being a cop in a country where just pulling someone over to just ask them a question about why they were speeding can lead to you fucking losing half your head in a shotgun blast. Like, man, you got to give it to them. Like,
the number of guns that are around. But I mean, that even happened here. Those cops in Queensland who went to do a welfare check, who got shot because these were the absolute lunatic fringe of the sovereign citizen type thing. And that's the thing. I think cops in the US and cops in Australia and everywhere are waking up like, oh, we never liked the lefties and the foreigners and the whatnot, but it's actually the extreme right who have guns and they're fucking crazy and they will shoot cops. They will straight up shoot cops. Lefties don't shoot cops. They just don't. They say
I don't even know about that I know something happened in Queensland. But
it was basically weirdo sov-sit stuffs, and some family members said, I think something bad is happening. So the neighbor on the adjoining property had said to the cops, here, something weird's happening there. And the neighbor and I think it was 3 cops walked up to the property, and the people inside the thing opened fire, and they killed the neighbor and 2 of the cops. And that was like a wake-up call for the cops who, like, they hate lefties, they hate the foreigners, they hate this. It's like a wake-up call. Oh, the right-wingers have guns and they will fucking shoot cops. Lefties don't shoot cops. They talk shit to cops, but they don't shoot them. And that was that January 6th insurrection, in the US. they killed a cop. They were going to break in. They had weapons. They were going to do bad shit, and it's like law enforcement is waking up. Oh, it's just like we always hated the lefties and the darkies and the minorities and the foreigners, but the white right wingers, they will actually shoot us. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah. See, as a person going into the future of possible US citizenship, I respect your gun laws and you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just leave me the fuck alone. Hey, I don't care. Just don't shoot me or fucking annoy me. That's all I ask.
Yeah. Oh god, it's fucking wild. Anyway,
As for this country, don't give us guns. We're irresponsible fucking gun owners. We don't need it at all. We have enough road rage without them.
Yeah, we don't need them. That's the whole thing. Oh god. Okay, it's 2 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I've fucking been up since 4.
Yeah, you've probably had a long day. Oh Jesus. All right. Good to hang out, man. I really enjoyed it.
Hopefully you get over these ways, man. We'll try and link
Yeah. Well, we've got the thing. We'll see what happens this year. I feel like I should do it, but anyway.
Easy.
And everyone in the chat, thank you, Micro. I'm sorry for time-outing you when I actually meant to highlight. That's so embarrassing that I did that. Oh Jesus. And yes, I'll probably. Yeah, I feel like it was a weird stream actually, but yeah, weird, good. I don't know. It was good. And because Monday's a public holiday, so I'll probably go long on Sunday night. We'll see what happens. But it's a fucking heat wave, so I might be crazed on Sunday night. Who knows? Be the middle of a 3-day heat wave.
I could. There's no way in the heat wave. Like I didn't even turn my fucking computer on, all my light. I just sort of left it dark, shut the blinds, But we got rain today, so I've got my window open finally.
All right. Well, that's all good. Alrighty. So I'm gonna go sleepy bobos. Y'all take care. See you another time. Bye for now.